You're listening to part 2 of a 3-part podcast. The other parts are available on your podcast feed right now. We wanted to upload this as one chunk, but our podcast host has size limitations. Time codes are in the show notes of this episode for when we discuss each film and when our guests are on. Enjoy!
This is a Barbie themes up to a Barbie movie. We're gonna watch them also come and join the dream team. It's time to Cult Popture and do this together. Barbie forever, yeah!
Alright, so next up, Richard, we've got Barbie in A Christmas Carol, and I'll get this out of the way now. This is our second franchise in a row in which an entry has adapted A Christmas Carol after the Muppets, which is, has this ever happened before? Has it ever been like something this exact and this soon after?
The specific.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
So this saw William Loud return to the director's chair, and is, I guess, our second Barbie movie to not have a Wikipedia page, which is pretty interesting. Out of all the movies, it's the one that's based on a Charles Dickens story that doesn't have the Wikipedia page. Can you guess the audience score for this movie? I'll give you a clue. It's not a very funny number.
68.
It's 68. Audience score, no critic score. And can you tell me what is Barbie's A Christmas Carol about?
So it's about, again, we're treated to the storytelling bookend of the film, and is this the one with this is with Kelly. So Kelly doesn't want to go to Christmas. Doesn't want to go to a Christmas Eve ball, so Barbie tells her the story of Eden Starling, who is she's a member of this dance troupe in Victorian England. No, she's a singer.
An opera singer.
And she's a real cantankerous woman. And doesn't like Christmas. Yeah. She is visited in the night by 3 spirits, which show her the ghost of Christmas past. No, a spirit says, this is the ghost of Christmas past. Christmas past, meet Eden Starling.
I'll let them take it from here.
Yeah. Who show them Christmas past, Christmas present, and Christmas future.
It's a Christmas Carol.
And then, she learns the error of her ways and vows to, be good at Christmas from here on out. And then when it returns to the modern day, it's implied that Eden Starling is a ancestor of Kelly and Barbie. And at the end of the credits, so we haven't talked about this, but at the end of the credits of each Barbie movie, it has a little quote that it attributes to Barbie, which summarizes the theme of the film. Oh, yeah. This one says... Didn't know about any of this.
This one says, keep the magic of Christmas in your heart all year round. And I was like, fuck off. I'm not going to keep the magic of Christmas in my heart in, like, March, like, why would it do that? That's not the time.
I don't like... You know what she means.
I thought that on the surface, a gender-swapped version of A Christmas Carol is not an entirely uninteresting, way to go.
It's a Christmas Carol. It's like, it's the bare bones of a story. It's like, it doesn't even feel like you need to specify that it's gender-swapped,
Yeah. The problem with this movie, however,
is that the lead is a woman.
Like with all Barbie adaptations, it deviates from the original text. And in the case of A Christmas Carol, like, I don't think you should. With, Princess and the Pauper, sure. Deviate all you want. I couldn't give a shit. With this, I thought it ruined the story. And for example,
there was no Jacob Marley.
There's an evil auntie though that's in place of Jacob Marley. What?
Nothing. Continue.
For example, the existentially terrifying Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come segment is significantly changed. So in the original story, as we saw in the Muppet Christmas Carol, the original text, Scrooge is...
Well, it is narrated by Charles Dickens.
Yeah.
So.
Scrooge is essentially told, you're gonna fucking die, and no one cares about you. you know? And so Eden is not shown that she will be dead and forgotten in the not too distant future, but only that she's poor and has fallen out of the limelight and her BFF has become famous and horrible. And presumably this was done to avoid focusing on death in a kid's movie, but there's already ghosts in the movie, first of all. And I don't know, I understand why, but I'd actually argue that the original message that if you're horrible all your life, no one will care when you die, is such a powerful message and is easily understood by kids. And I was disappointed that they made that a child-friendly alternative.
I don't know. I also feel like, obviously they're not going to have her die.
You have to see it on screen. She could die off screen.
But that this character as well, talking about like the kid-friendly thing, that Eden Starling isn't played by Barbie.
Yeah.
And so because normally, it's like you'll have Barbie and then Barbie plays that character. It's the protagonist is voiced by Kelly Sheridan. And to me, that felt like they didn't want to show Barbie being...
I agree.
Like the Scrooge at the start of it.
It's the same thing. It's like with Kermit. Why Kermit wasn't Scrooge, even though that's the obvious maybe analogy when you're first developing the story, is make the main character should be the main character. But yeah, she doesn't play the Scrooge character, and it reminded me of how they didn't want to commit to her as Tarzan and Island Princess either. It's like Barbie has a brand, and they don't want to portray Barbie as Scrooge. I mean, she looks a lot like Barbie. And so you can still buy the doll and presume it's Barbie. But yeah, this marks the second film after Mariposa where the protagonist is similar looking to Barbie, but not Barbie, and voiced by a different person.
Yeah, well, because also this one is like Barbie in A Christmas Carol, whereas we actually haven't talked about this film yet, but Barbie, it doesn't always say Barbie in. No. There's Barbie Presents
that's
coming up, which avoids it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like even if it was Barbie's A Christmas Carol, but the fact that it says Barbie in, it's like, well, she is in it. But I was going to say, like, is it one of those things like Muppets where, so you buy an Eden Starling doll, that still technically a Barbie in the same way that Oscar the Grouch is a Muppet, but he isn't one of the Muppets.
Yeah, or like how in the southern states of America, every soft drink is a Coke. Pepsi is a Coke in like Georgia. Right. You'd refer, and if you were in Atlanta and you went to a restaurant and they asked you what you wanted to drink, you'd say, "What Cokes do you have?"
Do you have any sources to back this up?
I knew a guy from Atlanta who told me this anecdote several times. So it may only be one source, but it is a source told to me multiple times.
It may just be one guy.
But
like,
yeah, no, I think
it doesn't.
Like that is what it is, though, right? Like you have Barbies.
Yeah.
You have
Barbie dolls. It's the brand. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what did I think of this film? Thanks for asking. It's interesting watching like A Christmas Carol, and even when it's like, the worst possible. Like we talked about we talked in the Muppets episode about there's like a joke in the Simpsons episode you saw that said like about how everything does a version of A Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
And so it's a very overdone thing, but man, it gets me every time, eh? Like seeing a character see their future and realize that they need to change their ways, it gets to me. And it might just be that it's so deeply ingrained in me, Michael Caine's beautiful performance as Ebenezer Scrooge in Muppets Christmas Carol, that, it harkens back to that. So when Eden Starling is realizing what's going on, it still gets to me because I still feel that same emotional impact. And also, Eden Starling is a fantastic name for a protagonist.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not as good as Ebenezer Scrooge, but
well, Ebenezer Scrooge is like no one's actually named that, but it's such a Dickensian name, like Martin Chuzzlewit, which the cat Chuzzlewit is named after, but the cat from the film, not just everyone knows this famous cat Chuzzlewit.
The cat.
So, but yeah, Eden Starling is like same initials, I guess, as Ebenezer Scrooge. Is probably why they come up with it. But it feels like a name. It feels like a celebrity name.
Yeah, no, it does. Or because Starling is Clarice's surname in Silence of the Lambs, so I'm thinking like a famous protagonist, like an iconic protagonist, Eden Starling.
Yeah.
So what did you think of the characterization of the Ghost of Christmas Past? Because this felt like it deviated from the original as well, or at least what I know of the original, which is the Muppets.
Yeah. Because she was very
she's like
youthful,
hyperactive.
right?
I would describe.
Yeah,
it.
well, I think like it's one of those things like you give a very vague post-it to someone and say, "Oh, we're doing we're doing Christmas Carol." It's just so like synonymous for me that I can't. But you say, "Okay, this is the personality of the three ones," and it like Muppet Christmas Carol and Barbie and A Christmas Carol could have both gotten the same post-it note.
Yeah,
they're young.
I think that the Ghost of Christmas Past needs to be reserved and quiet and mystical because the Ghost of Christmas Present they're essentially the same character in this film. It's just they look different. They're both hyperactive, boisterous characters, and then the Ghost of Christmas Still to Come is like a grandmother type character. Yeah. I was hoping it would be the merchandise for this film would just be like Grim Reaper Barbie. like we've been giving guests what Barbie looked like. Someone gets like Grim Reaper Barbie. It's her job to ferry souls to the underworld, but that doesn't mean she can't do it in style. But no, there is not really any interesting merchandise for this film other than that fun joke I just made up then. And there is also no dumb IMDb trivia for this film, but I did find another dumb thing just researching the internet.
Was it your own face?
It was my own face. Good night, everybody. No, it was
the Barbie theme
song.
A song that you've heard multiple times. We've only heard once.
Excuse me, I've been editing this episode. I've heard it 1,000 times now. It goes, "This is a Barbie theme song for a Barbie movie. Come on, let's all do it together. It's time to cult some popture," which is very hard to say in a New Zealand accent, but in Carlisle's English accent, I think
it's time to cult some popture, innit?
Cult some popture.
He sounds like one of those villains.
It's me, Carlisle. It's me, the villain in every third Barbie movie who talks like this.
I found this was on the Barbie wiki. It says Amazon released a promotional radio interview.
I did see this, and I thought it was fantastic.
Barbie talks about her holiday movie. So I was like, "What is this?" So I looked it up. It's essentially an interview, a radio interview where someone from Amazon is like, "All right, and I'm talking to Barbie," and then Kelly Sheridan responds with like a very clearly like scripted response. And I listened to the start of it, and she incorrectly explains that she plays Eden Starling in the movie, which Kelly Sheridan doesn't play Eden Starling, and Barbie does not play Eden Starling either.
Yeah.
So it like gets some real basic promotional material wrong in a really interesting way, because it's like, this is Kelly Sheridan who knows she didn't play Eden Starling saying she didn't.
Do you the transcript for the interview is on the Barbie Wikipedia page. We could do a little bit of role play if you wanted to.
Okay, I'll just pull it up.
Do you want to play Barbie or Leah Withersby?
I'm going to be Leah Withersby because my voice is hoarse, and that is the less talking. All right, so this is from the Amazon.
It's not very long, don't worry.
It's 2 hours long. All right. This is Leah Withersby from Amazon.com, and I'm speaking with performer and fashion icon Barbie. Barbie, thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations. You have a new Christmas movie out. What is Barbie in A Christmas Carol about?
Well, Barbie and A Christmas Carol is a remake of the classic Charles Dickens story filled with cherished Christmas carols, fabulous fashions, and lots of laughs. In the movie, I play Eden Starling, a glamorous singer in Victorian London theatre, who doesn't understand the meaning of Christmas. She then meets three spirits who teach her the joy of giving is the true meaning.
Who teach her that the joy of giving is the true meaning. Okay. So is this the...
Yeah, you're like, surely he's read this wrong. No, I didn't.
So is this the first movie... Is this the first Christmas movie you've ever starred in?
This movie is very special to me because it's my first holiday movie ever.
That's not true either! That cracker is a whole... This interview is full of lies! Patent lies! Continue.
What most people may not know is that since I started my acting career, I've starred in 14 movies.
Not true.
And I know that everyone will love Barbie and A Christmas Carol. It has a wonderful holiday message, helping others, and is a movie the whole family can enjoy every holiday season.
So this has the cognizance to say I've starred in roughly the amount of movies that there are, but the first one is like as much of a holiday movie as this one. That's insane. And Kelly Sheridan, what are you doing? If we ever get in contact with her, this is the first question I'm asking. This obscure radio interview that you wouldn't remember if it wasn't transcribed by a 12-year-old girl on the Barbie wiki. Why did you say so many mistruths in it? This is fake news, Richard. This is fake news. Trump just stopped being president today, and this is fake news.
Didn't.
Isn't it?
No. He's got about 10 hours left in his presidency.
What's he going to do?
9 hours and 29 minutes left of a presidency at time of recording.
What do you think is going to happen in the series finale of Trump?
Well, you know about his big list of pardons?
I didn't read
which
it.
I'm sure everyone will know. Huh?
I didn't read it. Maybe it'll...
No, but what? Last I checked, it wasn't released. It probably has been now. But yeah, he was like pardoning Lil Wayne and Joe Exotic from Tiger King was convinced that he's a pardon. He may have been, but like, yeah, word on the street was, but they had this massive fucking limo, like waiting, ready to go, like waiting for like 12 hours, ready to take Joe Exotic home from prison. Waiting for this pardon. Let's check if he was.
I heard he wasn't. Accurate. I heard he wasn't. That was the one piece of information I knew. I don't understand why Joe Exotic and Donald Trump are...
Oh, he didn't. He didn't get one. That's so funny.
God, that's so sad. He also didn't pardon Rudy Giuliani, but I don't know why he would have to. Should we keep reading through this pack of lies that is the Barbie promotional?
Yeah.
So what was your favourite part of the movie?
It's hard to choose just one part.
Sorry, Barbie. I need to focus on the fact that not only do they know that there's roughly 13, 14 movies, and they've said that none of them have been a Christmas movie. The question asked is specifically, is this the first Christmas movie you've ever started? They didn't have to ask that. That's a pretty strange question to include in this. So they like walked themselves into it. What was your favourite part of the movie?
I'm going to drop the accent.
Should we drop the whole thing? Is it? We're only halfway through.
Well, okay. There is. If you want to skip down to Leah Withersby's third to last line, I think that's a good place to do.
So, you've starred in so many movies. Is it possible to pick a favourite film you've starred in?
It is hard to choose one, but right now my favourite, of course, is Barbie and A Christmas Carol. I loved getting in the Christmas spirit and playing Eden Starling.
Wrong again!
Imagine an interviewer just doing that. And getting to wear beautiful costumes. One of my other favourite movies is Barbie and the Diamond Castle because I got to star in it with my best friend, Teresa.
That, I think, is less a testament to how the Barbie brand values Diamond Castle and more that they came out in the same year. So they're like, let's try promote the other most recent film.
And then a little tease for the next little bit.
Yeah, this is a good segue, actually. Do you have any new movies coming out soon?
Yes, I'm very excited about my new movie coming out next year, Barbie Presents Thumbelina. It's about a tiny girl named Thumbelina who lives in a magical hidden world of Twillibees. Thumbelina and her friends set out on an adventure to save their home and prove that the smallest people can make the biggest difference. Make sure to keep an eye out for it this spring.
Thank you, Barbie. And one last question. Are there going to be any famous New Zealand guest stars to talk about Thumbelina maybe 15 years in the future?
There is.
15
I'm
years
so
was it?
sorry. I know we've gotten a we've lined ourselves up with a segue
Oh
now, but I
no! It's never been as smooth as that. What do you have to say?
Okay. There's the Demigods and Shadowhunters Tumblr. I don't know.
We just wanted to let you know that this episode is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends and then
G Fuel. So this is a ranking of the top 10 gayest Barbie movies.
Okay.
Number 1 is The Diamond Castle.
This is from 2 movies ago. This isn't even the Christmas Carol with. All right, no, keep going.
No.
Okay.
This a Diamond Castle is number 1, and you'll be happy to know your favorite, your Princess and the Pauper, is number 2. Barbie and a Christmas Carol did make the top 10. It came in at number 9. So let me just say, I did not like this movie, but it was still rather gay, considering that Eden Starling, in brackets Barbie, main motivation and anchor toward the good is her friend Catherine. Their dynamic was, to me, the only saving grace this movie had.
Okay. Sweet.
And Fairytale and Mermaidia was number 7. I think that's on that's the only ones that we've seen that made the top 10. So there's still, a little bit of diversity to come.
And look, even if the next film we've got to talk about isn't especially gay, our guest star is one of the hosts of a queer-focused podcast, meaning that you're getting a trio of this is the gayest part of the podcast, the gayest part of the 15-hour podcast, and you're still in the middle of it. So let's march forward and embrace it further.
Yeah.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. We're gonna watch them all, so come and join the dream team. It's time to Cult Popture and do this together. Barbie forever, yeah!
Okay, we are back. We're back from, if you're listening to this in parts, maybe you had a break between now and the last film. If you did, imagine if someone's listening to this in one 15-hour go.
That's what I expect.
That's what I expect of our loyal listeners. Loyal enough to already dedicate enough time to listening to all of it at all. And we're going to talk about Barbie Presents Thumbelina. And to join us for this segment of the show, we have one of the stars of Thumbelina. It's Mr. Mole. Hello, Mr. Mole / Eli Matthewson.
Hello.
New Zealand comedian and host of the Male Gaze podcast.
Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I have a storied history with Thumbelina. I performed at the Malt House in Christchurch, and I'm going to say 2007 as Mr. Mole. And I've got to say I was pretty offended at the diversions this story took, which basically was not Thumbelina.
Well, yeah.
Apart from her name, there was nothing to do with Thumbelina.
There's not even Mr. Mole.
No.
There's not even a Mr. Mole.
The famous pedophile who abducts and grooms Thumbelina in the kids' play.
I'm actually very unfamiliar with the original Thumbelina. I made educated guesses that Barbie Presents Thumbelina was not an accurate retelling, but I couldn't tell you where it diverted other than it's probably not set in modern day, I imagine.
I'll tell you the main thing. At the end of Thumbelina, the story, she then grows wings and can fly, and that is the climax.
Right.
And in this version, Thumbelina's flying within 2 bloody seconds. Not only that, she invents flying and then is very good at it very quick.
And it is kind of cute. They use like flower petals as their wings, like sort of makeshift gliders. I thought that was
I did
was
like
fun.
that, yeah. That you actually see like the little armholes they have, and it's very cute, very cute.
I like see Eli, you've come into this podcast ready to like talk shit on some Barbie movies, but Richard and I have been talking about them for too long that we've actually started considering them high art.
You've grown to love them.
The armholes on the pedal wings were really cool.
Barbie was in the movie for like 5 seconds as well.
That's true. That is true.
Although to be fair, the movie is Barbie presents Thumbelina, so all she had to do was present it to us, and she fulfilled her contractual obligations.
She's like the Baz Luhrmann.
Exactly. Yeah. So this film came out in 2009, directed by Conrad Helton, who we have seen, I think, direct a couple of these already. And it has 57% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, which is considerably lower than the usual 68 to 73% that these films have been getting for a while. But Eli, would you be able to quickly run down in a couple sentences or so what is Barbie Presents Thumbelina about? What happens in it?
Some school kids are in a forest with their teacher, who's Barbie, and then she tells them a story of Thumbelina, who is a fairy who lived in the forest, and then somehow, I can't remember, a dog's involved, gets kind of abducted by a kid whose parents are going to knock the forest down to build a big old factory, and then she uses her charm and wit and poison ivy plant growing powers to stop the factory being built.
Yeah.
Very good. My one correction would be that Thumbelina is a Twillaby and not a fairy.
A Twillaby, that just sounds like our last name in like Bridgerton. It doesn't sound like a magical creature.
My one correction would be that you said the teacher was a Barbie, but she's the Barbie.
Oh.
Okay. If that's true, then are we to believe that there's one single Barbie who has all of these different jobs?
Yeah, well, woman can do anything, Eli.
No, but how long is she a teacher for? You got to train for a while to be a teacher, and then to give it up and then become an astronaut or whatever.
An astronaut, which you can just pick up.
Yeah.
Is she a teacher or is she like a youth leader? I thought she was more of like a volunteer kind of.
Oh, that you don't need any qualifications to be a youth leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, like all these things are like, yeah, she takes the easy route. So she's like, yeah, I teach the kids, but I'm actually a youth leader. And then like when she's an astronaut, she's actually more like what they did with like the Challenger. Where it's like, let's send up some youth leaders to get kids interested in space.
I really want to see Barbie Presents the Challenger explosion.
I have a question. In the other Barbie movies, is there like Barbie does Cinderella, and is she Cinderella? It was weird to me that Barbie just wasn't Thumbelina.
What usually happens is it will be like, quite often you'll get the kind of framing device of Barbie telling a story, but so it'll be like Barbie and Cinderella, for example, which doesn't exist, but she goes, so it'll be like, someone will go, oh man, I hate my shoes. And then Barbie will be like, well, I'll tell you about a time where shoes found someone love. And then it will flash to like Cinderella, and Barbie will now be playing Cinderella.
Wow.
But so this is kind of an exception to that. Where the Thumbelina character is different.
Well, this is the third movie we've seen so far in which Barbie does not play the lead character.
But the lead character is still white and blonde.
Yes, exactly. No, you're right. Mariposa and A Christmas Carol, the protagonists weren't technically Barbie. And in Mariposa, it's because Mariposa is a spin-off to another Barbie film. So, like, the role of Barbie is already taken in the universe of that film. And in A Christmas Carol, we guessed that it's because the Barbie's brand is too protected to let her play like an Ebenezer Scrooge allegory.
Oh yeah, of course.
And this, it's seemingly because the character design of the Twillabies is dramatically different to humans, which is an interesting decision, because if they had just been little versions of people, you probably could have just had Barbie as Thumbelina.
Well, I feel like you still could have had the inimitable Kelly Sheridan play Thumbelina, and I wouldn't have thought twice about it.
She's always Barbie.
Oh, always. Except for I think she's coming up to her last film.
Whoa.
There's one coming up in which she doesn't play her, and I was like, "What is this?" So this framing device though is the only time I think that we've seen the magical story she's telling is expressly real in the real world as well. Because at the end, after she's finished telling the story, she like looks over at a tree and the Twillabies are there and they like wave at her and maybe that's why it'd be weirder if it was just a little Barbie and she looked over and saw a little Barbie in a tree waving at her.
And all the other ones is the initial scenes in the real world. And then are we now to believe that in that real world, it is all real world rules, except for now in the 17th film, there's now tiny fairies.
Yeah, essentially, this is the first time we're shown magic exists not just in Barbie's stories, but that we do live in a fantasy world. So, Eli, we know your relationship to the Thumbelina story, but do you have any did you know anyone who played with Barbie dolls growing up? Had you seen any of the Barbie movies or anything like that?
I'd never seen the Barbie movies. I think maybe I'd played the Barbie PS1 game.
Those are dark.
I'm the only boy in a family of 5 children as well, so there were a lot of Barbies growing up that I did play with for sure. So, nice. But I can't even remember if I had a particular favorite one. We had a lot of the Disney Barbie, so we had Pocahontas, and she was shaped like a Barbie, but it was Pocahontas. Yeah, and she had the put her in the light and her outfit changed color thing. Oh, that was pretty good.
Very, very fun quirk. Do you mind if I ask what year you were born?
Yeah, I do mind. I was born in 1988.
Alrighty, I think we have a list. What is it? It's like an article, isn't it, Richard?
Yeah, of what Barbie looked like the year you were born.
Oh, great!
And I believe we've already had some 1998ers.
1988, not 98.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You said 98.
So yeah, you had Fashion Barbie the year you were born.
Wow.
Same as I believe Guy Montgomery.
Yes.
And so yeah, she has a t-shirt that says Los Angeles and it has a picture of 2 flamingos and it's tied in a knot at the bottom of it. And then she has she's rocking some leg warmers as well.
Oh, sick! She sounds awesome.
She's very cool.
I've just actually had a flash memory of my main connection to Barbie, which is that my grandma had vintage Barbies that she kept in a drawer that were still in their packet from the 40s and 50s. And I when she died, I tried to keep them, but I was not allowed because my auntie...
You just wanted to play with them so desperately.
I didn't know.
I'm going to rip them out of the packets.
Even at this point, I knew it was a collector's item, and I knew that if I took it, I would also keep it in the packet, but I was not allowed. My auntie took it. Fuck her.
Damn.
What did you guys think of this film? Maybe not compared to the original Thumbelina. I know that's a that's a little close to home, but as a film, Richard compared to the other Barbie movies and Eli compared to, I guess, any other movie you've seen, how did Barbie Presents Thumbelina compare?
Pick one movie and compare it to that.
Yeah.
Well, compared to the grander scheme of Barbie movies, this is it's in the top half, I think. It was a cute little story about and a classic environmentalism tale, and I think that this is our generation's Lorax.
Right.
Wow.
I am Barbie. I speak for the trees.
This came out in 2009. I'm pretty sure the Lorax movie came out after that. So I think our generation's Lorax could just be the Lorax.
Well, the Lorax is actually based on a book, if you didn't realize, Eli.
Nah. I don't believe it. I only believe it's computer-generated movies. I'd give this 1 star out of 5. I thought it was so bad. I know, but I don't have a base knowledge. But to me, the animation looked like The Sims 2. All the characters sounded the same to me. And here's what pisses me off. I'm like, if we want to teach kids to care about the environment, do we have to make them believe in fake fairies living in the forest, or can we just tell them about the like actual pretty good animals that live in the forest? Like, why for them to learn about climate change do they have to believe there's tiny versions of children in the forest?
Yeah. No, that is a good point, and I feel very sheepish to admit that I actually quite liked this one. And when you said 1 star, Eli, I actually felt jealous. I'm jealous that you could call this 1 star because I'm so entrenched in Barbie that I'm like, yeah, this one was pretty good. But I'd rather be like, yeah, this is a bad movie. But no,
I did come home from watching Promising Young Woman and then put this on. So there was a huge like girth of distance between the quality of the films that I was watching that maybe made this seem worse than it was.
Very, very feminist day for you.
Yeah, huge day.
A consistent theme, though, across both movies. Both are about promising young women. Presumably, I haven't seen Promising Young Woman yet. So yeah, I thought this was a good one. It's currently on my Barbie ranking, put it number 1, but I think I might change it. But I'll tell you why I liked it. I think this is the closest that Barbie movies have got to making a Disney princess film, I think.
You say that every time.
No, I talk about the songs. This one didn't have songs in it. This one, like plot-wise, felt like because it's based on a public domain property that Disney have yet to adapt, though it is worth noting that there is a poorly received 1994 animated Don Bluth adaptation of Thumbelina, which was made by 20th Century Fox, which was then bought by Disney 24 years later. So an animated Thumbelina movie is currently on Disney Plus, but it isn't a Disney princess Thumbelina. So I thought that Barbie's Thumbelina has plenty of flaws and it's very rushed, but it is the only Barbie movie so far where I feel like I could give actual notes to and improve it to the quality of something like Frozen or Tangled or Moana, I thought. It has the DNA of those modern Disney princess movies. And I really liked that they made it, like they put it in like the modern day setting. It's set in like a modern day city. I liked that there was an environmental theme. I think this could be even more impactful if Thumbelina came out today. I really liked the friendship between Thumbelina and the little girl who'd be like a great sort of audience surrogate. I thought Thumbelina could be voiced by Daisy Ridley or someone, and McKenna, who's the little girl, would be like one of the girls from Stranger Things. I thought that'd be a fun casting for a Disney adaptation of Barbie's Thumbelina.
This story, though, you need to realize this story is so not Thumbelina. Thumbelina is
Thumbelina better?
A tiny person from a race of people who I don't remember if they have a name, but it's absolutely not Twillaby. She goes down a drain, gets like sucked away, and then she just kind of meets a bunch of it's very like episodic. She meets Mrs. Mouse, who seems nice, but then is trying to steal from her. She meets Mr. Mole, who is, as I said, a pedophile who tries to groom her. And then...
Was it hard to get into that role, Eli? Was it like something that tore you apart inside, trying to get into that mind?
I had these big mole claws, so I had 3 and there was a lot of face stroking. I'm not a pedophile, but but I found a mole inside me.
You might want to get that checked out.
Yeah, I need to get mole man. I can't really remember what the message is, but I know she's like, sure, she's special, and everyone kind of tells her she isn't, and then at the end she learns that she is, that's what it is. She's just a fairy who hasn't grown her wings yet. I think she doesn't know what species she is. And then at the end, realizes she's a fairy, grows her wings, flies away.
So, if anything, Barbie Fairytopia is a better adaptation of Thumbelina.
Yeah, because that's what Barbie Fairytopia is about, as you would
sounds
know,
like. Right? Yeah, of course.
And then in the sequel to Thumbelina, does she become a mermaid?
Because that's what happens in the Fairytopia sequel.
Oh, no. Not that I know of. Not that I know. But I do love that fairies get their wings in puberty, a la the X-Men. That's when they get their superpowers.
So the areas that I thought Barbie's Thumbelina needed work. Here's my list.
These are your notes to improve it to Frozen, Tangled, or Moana level.
Yeah. I think the character arc of McKenna being materialistic to impress her friends until she realizes that they're bad friends, or her gradually caring more about Thumbelina's plight, could be a little more pronounced. They felt she didn't seem to care that Thumbelina's home was being ruined for a long time in the film, and was sort of like, yeah, sure, I'll do you a favor, whatever. So I think that could be smoothed out a bit. I didn't like that Thumbelina just reveals her existence to McKenna's parents. This is how she convinces the corporate parents to call off the construction site. I don't understand why she couldn't do this at any point. She's like, you can't tell anyone about me, McKenna, I'm a secret. And then the ace in the hole is just to reveal to the parents, who take it very well, by the way, that tiny winged people exist. So I think this would have been better if McKenna had reconnected with her parents and have them grow to value her enough to agree to call off the construction without finding Twillabies were real. Because they have kind of a broken relationship, and I think that should have been repaired through Thumbelina's help, but without the parents finding out that Thumbelina exists. You know what I mean? That feels
I think she should have ditched her parents. I think her parents should have stayed evil. They're so deep in the capitalist corporate world. They're not going to crack just because they see one fairy.
Yeah, that's if the last couple of years have taught me anything, it's that even if you got indisputable proof that what you were doing was wrong and killing people, these corporate sort of billionaires and millionaires wouldn't stop what they're doing. And that is the most unrealistic thing about Barbie Presents
the whole movie. I thought McKenna was too rich to care.
Yeah.
I was like, God, look at the size of her dollhouse. This girl is so rich. And there's that gag early on about how her family just got a private island, and then the Mean Girls girl is like, wow, we all have had private islands for ages. I was like, God, I don't care about any of these people. Kill them all. Have the Twillabies come and kill all these, eat the rich. Easy movie.
Wow, a swarm of Twillabies that just come and eat all the rich people. That's a great idea. That's the gritty Thumbelina reboot that this needed to be.
Barbie Presents The Reckoning.
I'm glad you brought up the dollhouse, because McKenna does have a dollhouse in her room, and when Thumbelina and her friends first, because they're like, the plot of land that they're hiding in is taken away and put as a little indoor garden in McKenna's room, and when they first peek out of their hiding spot, the first thing they see is the dollhouse, and I was like, the Twillabies here have never even seen a real house. And it reminded me of Plato's allegory of the cave, where, you're shown shadows and nothing else. And then if you look outside, you won't be able to comprehend what you're seeing. Imagine you've never seen a house before, and then you see a tiny dollhouse, and then you see a normal sized house. You'd be like, so they made bigger versions of the dollhouses. I don't know. It sent me on a philosophical tailspin, really, which is not the first time that has happened in the Barbie watch. And I hope by film 37, it will have happened again.
Beautiful. I did think the Twillabies were like, we cannot interact with humans. And right from the get-go, I was like, you guys are pretty similar to humans. I reckon you get your clothes look pretty similar. You look, you're all, you got skin.
No, I agree.
Got hair.
They needed to create a better reason why they had to keep.
They should have made the Twillabies hideous.
Yeah. Yeah. It was the Toy Story plot twist, eh? The big reveal of the toys turning real for Sid. But in this one, I was like, they could have done that right away. They could have just gone up and been like, please don't build the factory.
I'm clearly a sentient being. I probably have human rights, all things considered.
You do the B-movie thing where they sue Ray Liotta.
I did think this movie was weirdly similar to B-movie. I thought in the same way that, Moonraker was James Bond's answer to Star Wars, this was, Barbie's answer to B-movie. Because it's about bee-sized creatures living in a garden that create friendships with humans. I thought that I was like, if this is inspired by B-movie, that's insane. That would be insane if the Mattel were like, well, B-movie was very popular, so maybe we should cash in on that.
I don't think I've ever seen B-movie, except for the scene that where she's on a date with the bee. That's all I've seen.
Best scene in the film. Best scene in the film.
Like, go back to it every week. That's what I want. I want to see a Twillaby human romance. I guess that was what was missing for me.
Yeah, is that what Barbie's Thumbelina needed?
If the Twillabys and the humans can't interact, let's do a Montague Capulet scenario, you know? Let's have to fall in love.
See, this is why I think this is a great Barbie film, because it has inspired so much creativity and workshopping of how to make this better. And I think that's something none of the other Barbie movies have given me so far. Like, they've all just been bad beyond repair or, like, good enough that, like, a higher production value would fix it. But that's about it, you know? Like, this is a case where it's like, I could fix this.
Yeah.
Put me in touch with Mattel. I'll fix it.
I did look on IMDb at a user review that said, not really a Barbie movie, but I still enjoyed it.
I saw one that was like, it's too preachy, which is always the funniest. Barbie presents Thumbelina is too preachy.
These right-wing, like, capitalist pig parents are watching this film with their kids and they're like, what is this trash?
In terms of tie-in merchandise to this film, because of course, Eli, I'm sure you've realised that these movies were made to further sell the toys that Barbie
that's
built
cool.
its brand on. Yeah, so in terms of the tie-in dolls, you can buy the three main Twillabys who come hidden inside closed-up flowers, and you pop them out, and the flower becomes their wings. It's like one of those, you know, those like little rubber semicircles that you like press in and then they pop out.
Yeah, man.
That's good.
Love those things.
That makes me like the movie. That's cool.
You can also buy a doll of Barbie herself, which might be the first time that a Barbie tie-in doll has been like, you could just buy the framing device version of the character. I don't know if you've been able to buy them yet, but
wow.
The doll holds like a large flower, and atop which a 2-scale sized Thumbelina sits, and you pull a ripcord out of the bottom of the flower, and Thumbelina like flies upwards into the air like a reverse Beyblade. It looks sick.
Wow.
If my sister had this one, this would have been the one that I would have played with the most, I think.
This movie is 5 stars out of 5 for the merch.
Well, look at that! In only 20 minutes, we've brought you over to the side of Barbie. Beautiful.
Do you want to join us for the rest of our for the rest of our journey?
Not even a tad do I want to join you for any more Barbie movies.
You're telling me you don't want to watch Barbie in A Mermaid's Tale?
No,
it's actually really good.
Really?
Comparatively.
Yeah. The term really good is something I don't know if I can use anymore because of the amount of times I've talked about it in the context of Barbie movies. So is there anything else that you guys wanted to talk about regarding Barbie Presents Thumbelina before we head on out to the next movie?
What did the factory make that the parents are trying to build? Do we know?
I don't know. I don't think I do know. No. Let me look at the Wikipedia page.
Be great if that was a detail. What if it was a factory that made clothes for the Twillabys? Yeah, that'd be a real conundrum then.
It's like ethically sourced like clothing. Like, it's like a charity essentially. It doesn't look like it says what the factory is making.
Well, I think just all factories are bad.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Including the Mattel factory where they make
oh my god, that's what it was.
Barbie dolls. It's a Barbie doll factory.
That's what it was. It was making the toys with the little fairy that springs up.
I've just found a Instagram page called Twillabys. We are the Twillabys. 92 followers, and they've only posted 3 photos, 2 of which are Winx dolls and not Twillabys. But the Winx, maybe these were made in response to Winx, because I know those had the Beyblade-esque
what are
ripcord. WINX. They're like knockoff Barbie dolls from this era.
Gorge.
They're like fairies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's cool.
They're closer to Bratz.
Yeah.
Dressed a little bit sexier than Barbies. You know what I mean?
They're horny Barbies.
Yeah. Every other alternative to Barbie dolls was a horny Barbie.
You see, that's why we like Barbie, because she's modest.
So true.
Alrighty, so that's about all we've got to discuss for Thumbelina. Eli, thank you for joining us for this little trek into the wonderful world of Barbie, the Barbie-verse, as we've been calling it.
It was my great pleasure to give up an hour 15 of my life to watch Barbie Presents Thumbelina. Did it go to the cinemas?
No, of course not. These are
Okay, cool.
are DVDs made to sell the toys.
Great.
Although I think like the
you
27th one or something like that had a limited theatrical release.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hope it's worth it. Eli, thank you for coming on. If people want to find you and your stuff, where do they go? What do they look up?
If you look at Eli Matthewson on or anything you could, that's where I'm at. On any social platform, or the Male Gaze podcast, give it a search in your podcast app.
Same podcast, what do you call it?
Network.
Family.
Network.
Cinematic universe.
The same podcast cinematic universe as us. So check them out. Very funny show. And yeah, thank you, Eli. And onwards and upwards, Richard, like a Barbie Twillaby Beyblade being shot into 3 feet into the sky. We're going to carry forth bravely to the next Barbie movie.
Godspeed.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. We're gonna watch them all, so come and join the dream team. It's time to cut some popture and do this together. Barbie forever, yeah.
Alrighty, so next couple of movies we're going to talk about before we bring on another guest are Barbie and the Three Musketeers and Barbie in a Mermaid Tale.
Are we doing a double header, or are we talking about these at the same time, or is it? Are you just previewing?
Just
the coming
previewing so
attractions?
people, maybe they just like the guest segments,
Right.
and so I'm saying like between the two guests, there's going to be good movies.
Okay.
Depending on what you define as good. So yeah, first up, Barbie and the Three Musketeers. So this came out in 2009, directed by William Lau. It has, something on Rotten Tomatoes, an audience score. What do you think it is?
70.
64. So, according to the Barbie Wiki, this film has sold over 1,293,938 DVDs, which is that's the milestone you want to reach.
How do they know that?
I don't know. It's such a specific number. All right, so AJ, as a local Three Musketeers guy,
Yeah. Okay.
what's this about, and how do you think it compared to the original story?
Well, so this is it's is it like a sequel to the Three Musketeers?
So it has references to the original story.
Yeah.
Corinne, the Barbie character, she mentions her father's name is D'Artagnan. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
But the original Musketeer.
Yeah, and so it's basically about the daughter of one of the original Musketeers goes to Paris to become a musketeer, which is the definition of a musketeer, Richard, is a sort of like a bodyguard that protects the king. And this is never explained in the movie. And so, if you know the Musketeers story, I'm sure that you maybe know that, or it's not too big of a deal to look that up when you're watching like a proper Three Musketeers movie. I thought it was really interesting in a movie aimed at little girls to not explain that at any point. And I wondered, is there a way to look up when there was an uptick in searching the definition for musketeer? Because I reckon you'll see an uptick when this movie came out and little girls were asking their parents, what's a musketeer? And then their parents were like, I don't actually know, and had to look it up.
Do you want me to look at Google Trends?
That would be great.
This would be good content, I think.
Yeah, and because it's like, I was like, it opens with her practicing sword fighting. And I was like, surely a musketeer uses a musket. Is that not for which its name is taken? And I was like, is that And then I was like, in fact, wouldn't a musketeer's only like definition be someone who uses a musket? Isn't that just what a musketeer is in the same way like a I don't know. I can't think of any other examples. Anything
there's
that
no discernible peak about around the time of this movie. In October of 2011, there was an uptick.
really
Surprisingly, not unless that was when the
Mila Jokovic one came out. I feel like Mila
Yeah.
Jokovic is in one. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought there was a funny thing that was.
oh
never...
there was the Paul W.S. Anderson
Yeah.
yeah
Okay, well there you go.
with Luke Evans, who I was like, oh, that's Orlando Bloom, and then Orlando Bloom's actually in it.
Oh, right. So plot wise, it's about she goes to Paris. She isn't allowed to be a musketeer because she's a girl, but she was invited by the king to turn up for some reason. And she she makes friends with 3 other kind of like handmaids who work various jobs in the castle who are also musketeers. And so what's interesting is that it's Barbie and also 3 musketeers. So there's 4 musketeers total, but one of them is Barbie. So it's Barbie and the 3 musketeers, but she doesn't even have the name Barbie in the movie. There's no wraparound device. There's no...
But I like that as Barbie and the 3 musketeers, so it's actually that makes sense that there's 4.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So the king is Barbie and the king kind of like find themselves falling in love. The bad guy wants to kill the king. He's like the king's cousin. He's played by Tim Curry, who returns to the series for the first time since
returns to the world of the 3 musketeers as well, because he played the villain in like a 90s adaptation of it,
right?
Live action one.
So he, of course, for those who don't remember from, I think about 6 hours ago now, the Nutcracker, the first ever Barbie film, Tim Curry voiced the villain in that as well. They essentially, Barbie and these 3 other ladies sort of prove how good they are at being a musketeer, save the day, and Mr. Krabs. And then they end up I think Barbie probably gets married to the king or something at the end of it. I thought this was not a particularly standout Barbie for me. I think that the 3 Musketeers is inherently a story I'm not very interested in, and then coupling that with Barbie, who, despite watching all of her films, I'm also not very interested in. But I will say this: I think in a lot of ways, this is the Barbie brand trying to expand and maybe try and attract some young male audiences, because there's a lot of action in this one. There's a lot of kind of like slow-mo cool action scenes where they're like stopping. Like there's one really, oh my god, it was so funny when one of the assassination attempts on the king is the chandelier falls down, and it misses him, but as it shatters, bits of crystal fly off, and you see a bit of crystal flying towards each of the individual 4 musketeers, and they each bat it away with some kind of like, like one of them's got a feather duster and bats it away with the feather duster, and you see sequentially one after the other them all do this, and it's very much like kind of look how cool and action packed this movie is. And I mean, the 3 Musketeers has got to be the least girly of the adaptations so far, if we're being stereotypical, like the other ones are all princess stories, and this is the 3 Musketeers. I didn't rank it particularly highly, but I didn't rank it particularly low.
It's funny, I've been looking at my rankings, and like I've kind of enjoyed each one more than I enjoyed the first one, and so like Nutcracker's like the second to last one on it.
Wow.
There's none that I've been like, this is the worst one.
I see.
but I
That's,
think
that's
as
because
as the animation increases as well, it's easier to enjoy. I think.
I think that's because you laid your claim on the Barbie Diaries, which is clearly the worst one. That's the only one that I've been like, this is easily the worst one. Everyone else I could kind of there are easily the best ones and easily the worst one in my opinion, and everything else is somewhere in between that. I did reorder my rankings since Thumbelina, though, at least my top 4, and I've succumbed to the masses, and Princess and the Pauper is currently taking first place, with Diamond Castle as second place, and then Thumbelina, and then Mermaid. And I changed it based off how I was remembering these films. Like, in the moment, I may have ranked them differently, but, you know, a few days out, I'm like, actually, now that I think about it, I did enjoy this more, da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, yeah, interesting, yeah. So I've got Diamond Castle at 1, Barbie Diaries at 3, and a new contender at number 2, but we'll get to that. So, Barbie and the Three Musketeers. It was nice to hear Tim Curry again. Nice to hear some top tier voice acting in the film. It's interesting you mention the bit about where they like all deflect the crystals in a different way, because there was a video game based on this. It was a 2D platformer, but like each of the girls, so you control Corinne and then later the other ones, but they each have their own special abilities based on like NES era games. So Corinne could hang from ceilings like Grant Dynasty and Castlevania 3. Viveka used long ribbons to swing in the air like Nathan Spencer from Bionic Commando. Doesn't have all 4 of them, but that's quite cool that it's like...
So this... We've seen... what number movie is this? Like 16?
16.
We've seen 15 movies that have been made to sell dolls. Is this the first one that also took into consideration the video game that they're trying to sell? You know, that's what it feels like.
There was also like a Kelly and Friends mini Musketeers playset.
It's interesting. Kelly's not in the film, so...
Yeah,
and that's what I define as interesting in film 16 of Barbie. The Barbie
Well,
Watch.
do you want to know something genuinely interesting?
No. I only want to know trivially interesting things in the context of watching 37 Barbie movies.
All right. Well, I won't tell you about the only cancelled Barbie movie.
Oh my god, I'm so interested in this.
Supposed to be released in September 2009 was a film called Barbie as the Sleeping Beauty, but it was cancelled, and I think that they used some of the existing what do you call them, like
assets
for Barbie and the Three Musketeers, but it was cancelled because Disney currently has a trademark pending. This is probably written like 10 years ago, but for the name Princess Aurora, that would cover all live recorded movie, television, radio stage, and computer internet news and photographic entertainment uses, except for literature works of fiction and non-fiction. This caused controversy because Princess Aurora is also the name of the lead character in Tchaikovsky's ballet version of the story, which Barbie was intending on adapting.
Right. And
so it was essentially just too complicated, so they abandoned Barbie as the Sleeping Beauty.
What an interesting reason to cancel a movie. And I think the ever increasing similarities that we've been noting all this time between Barbie and Disney, this is kind of a neat crescendo of that. You know, this is where the streams cross in a way.
Yeah, if only there was a cancelled Barbie as Shrek movie.
Oh, if only.
Since every fucking mentions it, but yeah, that's pretty interesting. There was a
wait. What do you mean?
game,
Every what mentions it?
Review.
Barbie is Shrek. Oh,
yeah,
right.
Every review mentions Shrek.
Right. They don't mention doing a Barbie as Shrek movie. That was not what you meant.
No, I
what are you doing in my swamp?
There's a lot of calls for a Barbie as Alf movie. Mostly from one person.
Oh, right. Yeah. I thought you meant
but
Will
other
Ferrell's
than that-
Elf.
That'd be cool.
Do we need another Barbie Christmas movie? Barbie and the Grinch Who Stole Christmas.
So Dina Marinelli, who I believe we've seen before,
Yeah.
with one of these reviews. She's the one who watched it like a month ago.
Yeah.
So she gave this 3 out of 10. Good premise, but too many plot holes. Overall, watching this movie again was enjoyable, had a good message, but so many things did not add up. 0 out of 0 found this helpful.
Watching this again.
Yeah, I imagine like Dina Marinelli, I'm guessing, is someone who's like grew up with these and is now revisiting them.
Right. We did find there is already content made on 36 of the 37 Barbie movies, which is what I think I was thinking of. I think I'd seen that video before, right back at the start of the episode when we joked about Jenny Nicholson beating us to the punch. What's the channel? It's like Disney Fan.
Kate loves Disney.
Yeah, they did a video reviewing all 36 Barbie movies. We haven't watched it, but it is 31 minutes long, meaning they talked about all of them for less time than we talked about, like probably the first film and a half. So I would like to think that even though that video has 1.2 million views or whatever, 2.2 million views, that this will still be heralded as the definitive Barbie review content.
We don't want to watch it, and because we don't want to kind of shape our view of the films or anything like that. But also, I just don't want spoilers for the remaining 20 films.
Yeah, man. 20? No, it's not 20 films. It's 11.
Well, this is film 16 we're talking about.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm so bad at maths, and we have 20 films still to go.
We're reaching film 16 and you're like, oh, thank God, half over. It's like, oh, AJ.
We're nearly half. Well, currently in my personal watch, we're half over.
Yeah, I am too, because 37, you end up with a half. What is it, 18 and a half? And I'm halfway through the 19th film. So.
Nice. I am also... just to add a ticking clock plot device to this podcast, 6 hours in, I found a flat. Yay! And we're moving out.
Hurry up!
February 10th. February 10th is when we're moving out, which currently on our schedule, you'll be listening to this after February 15th, 2021. But February 10th, 2021... I think that's like the date we've put for our last watch and not our last record. And I'm nervous about record it. Like, we might need to crunch the last few so that we can record the last part before I move. So that's a fun.
Imagine if your computer like gets wiped during the move.
It's not. Well, I've actually like uploaded all our audio tracks to Google Drive and have been very vigilant with backing up stuff. So
yeah, but then what if like the edit doesn't?
No, I've uploaded the edit as well.
Oh,
this ain't my first rodeo, Richard. This is my first 15-hour podcast, but it's not my first long podcast, and it's not the first time that I've needed to make sure that we still hold on to precious audio from guests because we're not releasing the episode for a little while. Like I usually we record a couple of days before the episode comes out, and I don't usually back that up. But in this case, I have, because there's longer time.
Right on.
And I've also uploaded, this is fun behind-the-scenes podcast, the track you're listening to now is not like the raw, straight from Audacity wave file. I chuck a couple of sort of condensers and filters on the audio, the raw audio, and then export that, and then edit the exported audio. So I've also uploaded all the polished exported tracks.
Oh, right. Okay. I was like, it's not really that necessary to tell people that.
I'm just letting people know how vigilant I take this and how funny it is that on my Google Drive there's a folder called, like, ominously titled Barbie Audio. and if anyone discovered that, they'd be like, guys, what are you doing? What is this? No.
It's like Grizzly Man. The Werner Herzog thing. It's just like a shot of them putting the headphones on and like, oh my god.
Barbie presents Grizzly Man.
The Werner Herzog's Barbie. Barbie as a Grizzly Man.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. We're gonna watch them all, so come and join the dream team. It's time to cut some popture and do this together. Barbie forever, yeah!
Next film we're going to talk about is Barbie and a Mermaid Tale, which came out in 2010. This is directed by Adam L. Wood. What do you think it has on Rotten Tomatoes?
59.
Oh, 76.
Ugh.
So Wikipedia says that this is the first modern Barbie film.
I get that. I think this is the first one where the animation style changes significantly.
Well, because Barbie Diaries was a different studio.
Yeah. And this kind of feels like it's picking up what Barbie Diaries, in my opinion, failed to launch in a lot of ways. This is like Barbie looks a little different. From here on out, I actually think Barbie looks a lot more like the doll in a good way, not in a creepy way. Like the face shape seems to resemble the doll a bit more, because like you look at like Barbie and like something like Princess and the Pauper, the poster for it, I think we talked about this, the poster for it is like the Barbie dolls like essentially drawn into the scene, whereas the actual character models in the films look pretty different to what the face shape of the Barbie doll is, and well, not the shape, but the face in general. But this feels like they remodeled the character to try and make her resemble Barbie a bit more.
Yeah. So this movie was actually first teased in an interview with Leah Weathersby from Amazon.com about the Three Musketeers. And Barbie teased that she was playing a girl called Malia, who's a surfer with a secret. But yeah, I did comb through that interview, and there didn't appear to be any major inaccuracies like with the last one.
Is this still Kelly Sheridan voicing Barbie?
This one, yes, this is her last film as Barbie.
Fuck, I'm so upset. So she doesn't come back.
She does.
Oh.
So after this, she replied. What the fuck? It's okay, so the Wikipedia page says, this is Linaya's last film before being replaced by Kelly, and also the last film to use Mattel Entertainment in the opening credits. But Kelly is in like all lowercase, and Linaya
isn't a word.
Goes to Kelly Sheridan. The fuck? Anyway, someone's been messing with this. Actually, no. So that's for Barbie and a Mermaid Tale 2. I was looking ahead.
Oh my god!
But no. So Kelly Sheridan played Malia in this. This was her last one. Then she was replaced. But then Kelly Sheridan came back for Mermaid Tale 2, and then did another 9 films.
Okay, good. So she does return.
Yeah. Because
I don't like the new girl as much as Kelly Sheridan. Kelly Sheridan's voice is one of the like genuinely it's one of the most pleasant things about these films is it's very
I think knowing we're going through it together also helps.
Yeah. I wonder if she's seen any of the ones she's not in. So Barbie, A Mermaid's Tale, which also I'm betting that this franchise holds the record for most installments which have a tail pun in the title.
Yeah, what other ones are there?
Like Beethoven's Treasure Tale was one that
No, I mean in the Barbie franchise.
Oh, I mean there's a ponytail coming up, I think. Mm-hmm. There's a fairy tale, there's Mermaid Tale. I don't know. We can look if you want, but I can't remember at the moment.
Yeah, I'm looking now, and there's a ponytail one, but they're all spelt like Tale.
Yeah, but ponytail and mermaid tail are still puns, right? Surely, even if they're using the version of the word that means story.
Yeah, but I mean, there's only really 2, and
well, there's a mermaid's tale too.
Yeah, but that's
there's fairy tale. Maybe they're referring to the tale on a fairy.
Oh, right, like a fashion fairy tale.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't count.
Maybe they are! All right. Barbie in A Mermaid's Tale.
No, surely an American tale would win because it's in there already.
But I don't know if
if you're counting A Mermaid Tale too.
I don't know if an American Tale is a pun though. I've never thought of that.
Yes,
as a
it
pun.
is. What are you, insane?
I don't want to argue with you on this.
Because you know you're wrong.
No, it's because I know where you're coming from, and I don't think less of you for thinking that, but I don't know if American Tail is purposefully making a pun on the fact that mice have tails. If you're listening this far in, which I hope...
No, but an American Tail is spelt Tail.
You're kidding me.
No.
Oh my god,
So it's
rescind.
definitely a pun.
I've switched sides now then. I think it's stupid. I don't think an American Tale is enough about the character's tale to warrant being called that. But
take that up with Don Bluth.
I will take that up with Don Bluth, the director of Thumbelina, now Disney's Thumbelina. So Mermaid Tale 1, Barbie Mermaid Tale, is about like a professional surfer. And her name is Merlina? Merlia. A professional surfer who one day while surfing a wave in a competition, her hair starts to turn pink. And she's so flummoxed by this that she intentionally...
Well, it's because the commentator for the surfing competition is like, oh my god, look at the freak!
And so she's so put off by this that she intentionally like flubs the surf and like falls into the water. And while she's in the water, a dolphin comes up to her and is like, hey, I'm a dolphin. You're a mermaid, by the way. And she can breathe underwater. And so her friends are like, are you all right? And she's like, yeah. And then she talks to her adopted father, who had big Jeff Bridges vibes, I thought.
It had someone vibes, and I was like, oh, I know the voice, but I didn't know the voice.
Yeah, exactly. And he basically tells her, yep, you're part mermaid, your dad fucked a mermaid, and then the mermaid dropped you off on the shore because they were worried that you would be targeted for living in the ocean.
It's a grandfather as well, not an adopted father.
Right. And so at first Merlia is unwilling to believe this until the dolphin turns up again and reveals that her evil auntie has taken over the city, the underwater city, which is, what's it called? Does it have a name? Oceana. And it's, she's the only one who can restore balance. And so we get what is kind of a mix of The Lion King, sort of the second half of The Lion King with like Shark Tale, because unlike Mermaidia, which I felt existed on its own terms, like the world of Mermaidia and Fairytopia, like it's very taken very seriously in the world of the film. Like that's just built like any other fantasy world, like Middle Earth or whatever. But this was like, when she gets to Oceana, it's like there are fashion stores that are ocean themed puns of real fashion stores. I thought it was like it felt like someone, like whoever the people were writing the script, someone came in after and was like, hey, what about some of the stores have puns? And I was like, this doesn't feel
I enjoyed that. I thought
I
it was
didn't
fun.
enjoy it. I thought
Sephora?
I thought it broke the immersion. It broke the immersion.
It's interesting. I think we're now reaching an impasse where we're realizing that you and I value different things in Barbie movies.
Yeah.
I really enjoy the modern Barbie stories, and I think you're more of a traditionalist.
Maybe.
And so even though my favorite Barbie movie thus far is Barbie the Diamond Castle, which is like a period piece, it has very modern themes in its subtext.
I mean, I think that I don't know if the filmmakers intended those themes, but hey, death of the author.
Being able to pick up on that, I think and the, spoiler alert, this is my second favorite one.
Really?
And
this is the second
Barbie
favorite
Diaries.
one.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Wow.
like this one.
I'll give it. It's definitely.
I like the modernness of it.
It's definitely the sexiest Barbie we've seen so far. There's a lot of characters who are just in bikinis the whole time, and I thought that was very interesting because and this is what you focus on when you're a 27-year-old man who's watched 16 Barbie movies already, like. They model like cleavage, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like I'm help me. Please meet me where I'm at and help me describe this without sounding like a perv. It is interesting that in a movie aimed at kids, the character models like partially covered breasts are like realistically modeled. Do you know what I mean?
I have no idea what you're talking
Oh,
about.
come, please don't leave me here. Please come, just for the sake of the conversation. Is this not an interesting thing to talk about? Like, these movies have been squeaky clean.
Yeah,
up until now.
because there's stuff like we'll be following a character like swimming behind them, and there's definite like distance. There's a definite gap between their skin and like their little shorts kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's not just smoothed over, so it's like they're
like the toys.
Yeah, like the toys where it's like, well, no, it's more like it's like there actually is separation there rather than it's just like because early on you can't distinguish like things like clothing from the skin, you know?
And also the mermaids in Mermaidia aren't like midriff bearing. They wear like full. It's very modest mermaids. Whereas this, there's like definition, and artistically it's more realistic. So good on them.
Well, I think that's partially that the animation's getting a lot better.
Yeah, but it is the sexiest Barbie movie. To go back to me being a perv about it. So anyway, she gets to Oceania and she gets given a fake mermaid tail and told that she has to go and the current evil queen runs like it reminded me of that Twilight Zone episode where the little kid can kill anyone, so everyone has to cater to the kid's whims.
Right,
everyone
the episode of The Simpsons, you mean?
Yeah. Everyone has to pretend to love the queen, or else she like banishes them. And so the kind of main mermaid characters set out to, what are they setting out to find? There's like this magical.
There's this like thread that it's essentially like an element that powers Oceania, and it's only can be spun by the royals, and so the evil heiress. Is keeping Barbie's mum, Merlea's mum, Calissa, locked away and forcing her to spin this element. So that's kind of.
But
like,
if you spin it while you're in a bad mood, it doesn't. It
not
destroys
as good,
the ocean. Yeah. And so they go on a fetch quest essentially, and then return with the whatever they need to defeat.
There's the comb.
Ares. Yeah. There's a comb. There's a magical comb. And they defeat her, and then the mum and the daughter reunite, and Merlea is like, this is great, I will return to Oceania, but I have a life on the land. And they're like, well, that's all good. Very conveniently, you don't have to give up. You don't have to make a Sophie's choice here. Whenever you return to the ocean, you will magically get a tail and be able to breathe underwater. Which feels like it was a gimme for the toys,
right? Okay, and
like, but,
you big fucking Mermaidia stan, how it's like, oh, you have to give up your wings, and it's like, oh no, you can just have both. It's fun.
No, I'm not. I mean, we can. Do you know what, Richard? Mermaidia is my third favorite Barbie movie currently. It sucks. They all suck. So I don't have to defend them. But what I will say is that is it not classically higher stakes to be like you have to choose, and they choose the one that that you've grown to mean more to you over the course of the film. Like Hercules, he like chooses not to be a god, even though it's wants versus needs. Is that not a better?
I don't know.
Higher stake?
The sea puns were funny.
I'm not even talking about it. All right, so the big, I think, disagreement that's going to come up with us talking about this movie is there is a song, an original song written for this film called Queen of the Waves. And now look, I'm not made of stone, Richard. I punch me, I bleed. And it's not a catchy
you
song.
Bleed.
Yeah. What is the
Cut me.
proper thing to say? I think it's punch me. I think in Spider-Man 2, he says, punch me, I bleed. That's what I was quoting. Anyway, if you punch me, I will bleed. Do it. Punch me.
Maybe that is, but oh yeah, no, it is. But that's pretty funny because
I agree. It's a weird.
if you go on
attack.
Urban Dictionary says I don't want to read this.
That's everything on Urban Dictionary.
I'll ignore. But it says it's a line from Spider-Man 2 that makes no goddamn sense.
Well, because punching typically doesn't immediately lead to bleeding. Maybe there'll be some hemorrhaging, but not immediate bleeding.
Yeah.
I've always thought that as well, which is why I said it and did not expect to have to explain that in a tangent. Anyway, so there's a song called Queen of the Waves, and look, it's the version, the like album version that plays at the start and in the credits is fine. It's catchy. It's very catchy.
She's the queen of the waves. No one's gonna take away her crown.
I think it is inarguably like a cheaper song than some of the other tracks we've seen in the series so far. Like it doesn't feel very layered. It feels like something you buy off Fiverr as opposed to something you book a composer to do.
Right.
So already I don't think it's as good as it's nowhere near as good as like Connected or Two Voices One Song.
Two Voices One Song. Yeah, of course.
Like those are like unironically.
Those are songs.
Yeah, those are unironically good songs. This is more like Ocean Man. Ocean Man. It reminded me of that.
Ocean Man's great.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's better than Queen of the Waves. But so that's fine. But then at the end of the film, the way they defeat Ares is they decide they need to get like the magical whatever she's got.
But the necklace is one of the three things in the fetch quest.
Right, okay. So they need to get the necklace off her. And the way they do that is they decide they need to distract her by praising her with a song. And a dance. And the song and dance they sing is Queen of the Waves, now sung by Kelly Sheridan, and I presume
Melissa
whoever.
Lyons, who provides the singing voice for Malia.
But there's because there's Queen of the Waves, which I'm assuming is the singer, but then the verses are like, she's spunky, she's funky, she's cool and she's sweet, and that sounds like Kelly Sheridan to me. So I'm assuming she does the like sort of spoken word verses of the. Anyway, it is the lowest point of the Barbie franchise. So
I
far.
didn't
this scene.
To me,
It's
it was like
embarrassing.
there's nothing wrong with this scene.
This
did not stand out to me. Also, watching this happened with Land Before Time as well, but watching these films a little bit sped up, just to get through them. The song's so much better. Like every song in both Land Before Time and the Barbie franchise is improved by watching it sped up because the like you said, they're like, she's funky. She's rocking the skills, tearing up the current like a girl's got girls. But like when that's much faster, she's rocking the skills, tearing up the current like a girl got girls. And it's like, it's just a way.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
But I'm a purist, man. I'm a purist. I've got to watch it at the normal speed.
Yours goes out of sync if you try and watch it sped up.
Okay, but I probably would still watch it at the normal speed. You can't prove I wouldn't. So there's like they're dancing and singing the song that like I think it's the wrong song for the scene. I think it needs, I don't know, something just doesn't sit right with me. And as they're trying to woo her with it, it starts to work. And Erin starts kind of like moving her shoulders to the dance. And it's so embarrassing. I thought this was embarrassing. I was like, oh
there's
my God.
nothing worse about this than anything else we've seen.
No, I disagree. It's so earnest, and it's the quality of the song mixed with the fact that it works and it actually does like honor eras enough for her to kind of get into it and start dancing. I hated it. I was like, oh, this is so cringy to see them like dancing and singing the song. It's the low point of the film. I don't know how else to look. You can find it on YouTube. Look the scene up. It's like end of Mermaid's Tale, Queen of the Waves. When they sing it, look up all those words and you'll find the scene. Keen to hear what people thought, because I was like, this is what bumped this quite a lot lower for me was just the cheapness and embarrassingness of
It
of that
boosted
scene.
it right up for me.
I think you need to be more discerning. I think you,
No, like
Richard,
I to me there was just nothing about that scene. Like the song was catchy and it's one of the ones that like I've been able to remember a couple of days later.
more so than the Barbie Diaries songs.
But there's songs in that.
You don't even remember. They have a band. Note to self, and it's not called So What. We've talked about this.
Because that's like Two Voices, One Song I've had in my head since we watched
But
it.
that's a great
Yeah,
song.
no, like that's what I'm saying. That's kind of like
right.
what I'm
Oh,
using as a
sorry,
mark
yeah.
for
Yeah.
like, how well written a song is. I guess is like the fact that it can stick in your head.
But is catchiness hard to do? I feel like catchiness isn't too hard to do.
To me, surely, like songs in a Barbie movie should be catchy, right? Like that's the product you're trying to sell is
but
something
if-
that kids want to play on repeat, and so it's succeeding at its goal.
Yeah, but if the standard, unfortunately, has been set so high, legitimately, like unironically, has been set so high with the music in at least 2 of the previous films, and so with this one, it's like this. I expect better. I expect better from a Barbie song. Again, it's not actually so much the song as it is the characters in the scene that I thought was embarrassing.
Yeah.
Although I do also think it's a bad song. But when you sung it for me on 2 times speed, it sounded pretty good.
Well,
So maybe
honestly,
I need to-
go onto YouTube, watch Queen of the Waves, and listen to it at 1.5 speed. Because I was like,
Okay.
because you forget that you're watching it sped up. Because I usually listen to podcasts at 1.5 speed as well. So people talking at a normal speed is insane to me. But I was like, this is a fucking this is a statement. The song. And I was like, oh wait, I'm watching it sped up.
Imagine if you go back and watch it at normal speed and you're like, oh my god, this is making me cold with embarrassment. Like this is AJ was right. This is the worst thing I've ever seen.
No, I actually did go back and watch that scene after because you mentioned it to me off pod. And so I was like, okay, to give this a fair shot, and because I know this will be a point of contention, I'll watch that scene at normal speed.
You're one
just
step
so
ahead of me at every turn.
just so we can have a proper discussion about it. And yeah, to me, I was like, this is just like, I get what you mean. I just don't think it was so
good.
much worse than anything else in the franchise or the movie.
I'm glad you get what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm glad you get what I mean. That validates me. It's not like you're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's no I Do Believe in Christmas from Search for Santa Claus.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Ah!
Which actually, if we're talking catchy songs, fuck man. What a tune.
That was okay. This was the low point of the Barbie watch so far. I Do Believe in Christmas was the closest I've reached the veil of insanity for this podcast.
Yeah, there was the time I was talking to someone recently about it, about watching Barbie movies, and they were like, "Do you ever regret doing this, or think what are you doing?" I said that the one time that I've been like, what am I doing with my life, was during I Do Believe in Christmas in The Search for Santa Claus, because you and I both independently of each other came to that epiphany of what the fuck is this? What am I doing?
It pushes you into complete and utter leave your humanity at the door and believe in Christmas. I do believe in Christmas. I believe in love. Sure is. Oh my god, that was horrific.
We'll go caroling
all night long.
all right. Well,
Nothing like that here.
The merchandise for this film. I'm sure you could guess what one of the dolls does.
Does she turn into a mermaid?
No, her hair changed color in the water.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. No, I thought that as soon as her hair changed color, I was like,
Yeah. They've clearly just discovered this technology and they're trying to write it into a film. But also, the Merlea doll, she has a hoodie that you can unzip and put the other way, and it turns into a tail. Like you flip it inside
That
out.
is cool.
That's very
That
cool.
is cool.
I was like,
Some of
that's
this,
really
the merchandise is like quite innovative, I think.
Yeah, some of it is, yeah.
Or maybe it's not innovative because maybe it's just like the McDonald's version capitalizing, or like the you know, like other toys are the innovative ones, and then Barbie's like, we can do that too.
Yeah.
You know, as all sort of leaders in different industries end up doing. You know,
Yeah.
everyone does Snapchat stories now. I don't even have Snapchat. But everyone does stories now, and I see stories on Instagram and Facebook. Facebook stories are still the lamest, though. Whenever I watch a Facebook story, I'm like, ugh, I watched a Facebook story.
I somehow like managed to completely zone out for a second, and then I was like, why are you talking about stories? What are you doing? Like, because in my mind, I was gone for like 5 minutes. And then I was like,
It's
what are you
'cause
doing?
Barbie's rotting our brains, man. Messing with the space-time continuum.
All right, well, I should go because there's someone at my door. Oh, who's that? And then it'll be Dave. 'Cause
I
it's
thought you
in
meant
the
he was
same
here
one.
now.
No, he's not.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. We're gonna watch them all, so come and join the dream team. It's time to Cult Popture and do this together. Barbie forever, yeah.
All right, I've just gotten back from answering my door, and it was Dave.
Hi.
David Correos. He's here at my house, uninvited.
I was just walking down the street.
Yeah.
I saw your door was closed.
You'd happened to just watched Barbie: A Fashion Fairy Tale anyway.
Yeah. And I was like, might as well go into old mate Richie's house and talk about it.
Yeah.
Joining us on the podcast for the first time since 2017.
Yeah.
As
Wow.
well.
We used to have the same house at
Was
the
I
time.
was I grounded for that long? How badly did I perform it on the raid for me to have a 3-year gap?
Was it 2017?
Yeah, that was the raid.
Must have been,
2017.
yeah, I guess, yeah.
The raid episode wasn't as iconic as Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, where Dave famously dropped a pizza on the couch.
Oh,
That
that's
was-
right. Or
And
Scary
Scary
Movie 3.
you famously didn't watch one of the films.
I can see why I was grounded now.
So now I have to bring you over to my house and sit there and make you watch it.
I walked here, and I saw the door was closed. I was like, I've just watched
Keep the
Barbie
story
Fairy
consistent.
Fashionista, fucking whatever the fuck it's called. It was a good movie, by the way. Very good.
Oh.
Yeah.
And now we're here.
All right, yeah, so we are here to talk about Barbie, a fairy fashion tale. Oh, fuck me. A fashion fairy tale. So this came out in 2010, directed by William Lau, whose name we've seen pop up a few times. It has 68% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's audience score, obviously. And Dave, I'll throw it over to you. What is this one about?
We start out mid-story of Princess and the Pea.
In media res.
In media res.
That means in the middle of the story.
In the middle of the episode, we were watching Barbie, Princess and the Pea, media res. All of a sudden, Barbie, she gets on top of the bed, Grandma gets all evil and shit, and then boom, the peas are zombies, and they start walking through, and I'm here thinking, what the fuck have I walked into? Because I have no context for any of this. And then what happens? We fucking pull back reveal. We're on the set and we're watching Barbie, also confused about where the fuck these peas came from.
Breaking down the fourth wall.
It was wild, dude.
Yeah.
It was very 2010 of them for to be all fucking meta. I was like, yo, this director's watched Community before. I see what's happening. Very good. And then, and so that we pull back. We realize Barbie's dealing with like dickhead directors, and they're like, we don't want to fucking be a part of this shit anymore. She gets broken up by Ken over the phone.
Yeah.
Her two best friends are like, yo, Barbie, you don't need to put up with this shit anymore. Do you have any other options? And Barbie was like, I think I can go to Paris for a bit. and after that, Barbie ends up going to Paris to visit her auntie, Millicent. Her auntie Millicent in Paris. And then we find out that it wasn't Ken that broke up with Barbie. It was Barbie's arch nemesis, Raquel. And Raquel had tricked Ken into reading a script that she'd written, which actually outlined breaking up with Barbie. And Ken was like, oh shit, I don't want this to happen. So Ken had to pull off like one big grand gesture, which he didn't need to, but he thought he needed to.
Well, because he couldn't call or text Barbie anymore to tell her what happened, because one of Barbie's friends had blocked Ken. And so when he was like, oh, can I just use your phone to contact Barbie? They're like, no, you have to go to Paris.
No. You got to spend like a good couple $100 to try and get across the world.
Yeah.
And so then what happens?
You got to go to managed isolation for 2 weeks when you get there.
It's 2020 remake. And then what happened after that? Then we find out that Barbie's auntie is struggling in the fashion business because there's this other evil fashion designer who keeps stealing her work. Mm-hmm. And then the fashion store that she owns, Aunt Millicent owns, is in danger of being sold to a hot dog company, and being turned into a hot dog store, which ain't really a bad thing in my eyes. And so,
do you prefer hot dogs to fashion, Dave?
I reckon I put them both on the same level, but they cater to different parts of my brain.
Would you rather never eat a hot dog again or never wear clothes?
I would rather never eat a hot dog ever again.
Whatever.
No. Listen to my point. I would because what I like to do is take my clothes off, and if I have no clothes on,
so it's the actual act of undressing that you enjoy, not being naked.
Exactly. You know what, let me tell you a little secret. I fucking hate being naked.
Yeah.
But I love getting naked. I love getting naked.
Oh my god, he's doing it now!
Yeah, but once I'm naked, I'm like, well, fucking, I'm here already. But like,
a staple of your stand-up show, Dave, is you always inevitably getting naked.
Exactly, getting naked.
Yeah,
I love it.
I've been to one of your shows where at the start you said, now everyone, I'm not going to get naked by the end of the show. And then at the end of the show, I was sitting in the crowd looking at you cross-legged naked sitting on the stage. It is synonymous with your name.
That wasn't part of the show though.
Yeah, that was more of just a therapy session that you guys paid $10 for. Do I have to keep like?
Yeah, no, you keep so there's the hot dog stand, but then we're introduced to the other kind of big element.
Yeah, so then we find out that Aunt Millicent's intern is making dresses, and they're so good they're actually inspiring magical creatures, which are in the second story of the fashion store. It's a big old closet, and inside the closet, these 3 fairies come out of the closet.
Well, they're not fairies, Dave.
Not fairies.
They make that very clear.
They're not fairies. They're because they don't have wings.
Yeah.
And they're actually called fairies.
Because they have flair.
Because they have flair.
Do you think the fairies will be furious to know they star in a movie called Fashion Fairytale?
We are being misrepresented once again by the fucking media. Bullshit.
It's like in the Karate Kid remake, how it's like actually jujitsu.
Yeah. Was it Kung Fu, wasn't it?
Yeah, Kung Fu, yeah.
Kung Fu? Oh, man. Oh.
Dave, this is all in all actually a pretty, you've summed up everything that happens in the movie pretty well. I mean, it has a happy ending, I guess, is the only other thing we haven't mentioned.
Yeah, Ken, after a hilarious series of events trying to get to Paris, Ken shows up there. The fairies managed to flare up all the dresses and also make all of the Nemesis fashion designers' designs smell like poo-poo.
Yeah. It was very stinky. They looked very stinky on screen. Very, not good.
Very comprehensive rundown. Dave, I have a question.
And very enthusiastic.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I feel like I've covered, the first quarter of the whole podcast is explained. Sorry, let's move on.
No,
I get
that's
the hint.
fine.
I can feel it.
I have a question for you, Dave, because Richard and I have what number of Barbie is this, Richard? This is...
I believe it's something like 18. It is 18.
18. So this is the midway point. So just a little under the midway point. We've watched half of all 37 Barbie movies, and I want to know, Dave, from someone who I presume has not watched a Barbie movie before.
I've never watched a Barbie. You hit the nail on the head, AJ.
Dave's never seen a movie before, so this was a very interesting experience for him.
It was incredible. A fucking square that has moving shit on it. I was like, what is this? Where is the sound coming from? I see no mouths on this big square.
Big square. On the at the start of the film, when the director calls cut and it zooms out of a film set for a Princess and the Pea movie, what did you think the joke was, Dave, as someone who's never seen a Barbie movie?
I kind of caught on. Okay, because Richard had filled me in that this was one of Barbie's first meta.
What,
movies?
like it was set in modern day?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the director was a dickhead, eh? But it was also like, I've heard that that's actually what it's like in films. I was a bit like,
Barbie?
this is getting pretty real, eh?
Yeah, especially for women, because this is pre-Me Too, so that kind of behavior was acceptable for a director.
Yeah, I just kind of got this feeling like there's a yap, shut up, bitch. Like, that's the vibe I got. And I was like, yo, we love to do this. Like, this ain't good. This ain't empowering women.
It was 2010. It was a different time.
Yeah, I know.
There's a point where the director says, like, this thing you're doing like flapping your mouth, and she's like, expressing my opinion, and he's like, yeah, stop that. And I was like, oh, this is uncomfortable. Like, I get that this is the point. I'm not blaming the movie. It is he's not a sympathetic
He's not the hero
character
of the film.
Yeah, very, very unlikable.
So I was flummoxed by this film because it starts with basically what we're shown. So up until now, almost every Barbie movie has existed as Barbie playing a character in a movie. And more often than not, they've been princess stories. But this is the first time it's like gone out of the fourth wall and shown us, like, we're basically watching Barbie in Princess and the Pea, a fictional movie within the Barbie meta. That we don't end up seeing the end of. And I figured that, like, she still refers to herself as a student, so she could be in university.
She's 16 years old. They're all 16. I looked up on the Wikipedia
Is she said to be 16 in this?
Yeah, everyone's 16.
Yeah.
So are we being led to believe that, like, Barbie is sort of the equivalent of, like,
Saoirse Ronan.
No, not. But Saoirse Ronan's like in big budget films. Imagine if the
like
Barbie
Anna Sophia
films,
Robb.
Sure, but like imagine if in the Barbie universe.
Are we naming famous teenage women?
None of these people are teenagers anymore.
Miley Cyrus.
I feel like what the movie was saying to us.
Alison Michelka.
The amount
of Ellie and AJ fame.
The amount of
Jojo
movies.
Siwa.
The amount of movies that we've seen already that the Barbie movies are as big in the real world as they are in the meta Barbie universe. Like, the Nutcracker was just as much of like a drop in the pond as in our world as it was in Barbie's real world.
I think they're made to be a bit more. I mean, she's never like swarmed on the streets, which I guess is maybe why she goes to Paris.
No, exactly. She goes to Paris and people literally on the street do not recognize her. So I think this is more like a teenager who's got a role acting in like Lifetime movies, you know? So it's like successful.
A real Crystal what's it?
Crystal Lowe. Yeah. So I was delighted because we often in this podcast during our like big long franchises, inevitably there will be the meta sequel where like Hellraiser did one. I remember where it was like a video game, and it's like it's very fun to get to the point where like the creators are like folding in on themselves and making jokes about the intellectual property itself. I was not expecting Barbie to have one because who's this for? Who is the meta joke for? And I wouldn't have. Well, exactly. That's
I feel
what
like this really
like.
catered to you guys. Like, this is like the best surprise to get halfway through. Is like a commentary on Barbie.
You're exactly right. And I wonder if someone like William Lau, who's been directing these movies since the beginning, was like, I have to do this to keep my own sanity. You know, like I have to make a movie that's not just meta about Barbie, but meta about Barbie movies. And when it started, I was like, oh shit, am I gonna really vibe with this? Because it's making fun of like the idea that Barbie lives in a universe where she plays Rapunzel and she plays the Nutcracker's girl and all these sorts of things. And then when she went to Paris and the fairies showed up, I was like, oh, okay. I'm not attracted to the idea that fairies or fairies or whatever also exist in the real world. I think this movie should have stayed grounded for maximum funniness.
Well, yeah, because like coming off of A Mermaid Tale, which it's also set in modern day, Dave, and it's it has mermaids and talking dolphins.
But it's not Barbie playing Barbie though. It's Barbie.
Yeah,
still
well,
playing
actually,
a character.
although we do see in this film that's the actress Barbie's most recent film. She has a poster of it in a trailer,
Right.
and she also references doing Three Musketeers.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the meta element of it didn't serve any purpose. Like,
So then
it's
it's
just
then a fan
disappointing.
service, right?
yeah, it's just like, oh yeah, this stuff is all animals can still talk. Like,
It sounds like
yeah.
a really weak attempt to do what Pixar does with their films, where they kind of like tease, instead of teasing new films, we'll just tease shit that we've done before. And maybe like a 15-year-old will pick it up.
yeah, right, yeah.
Like, do people do you think like young girls and boys grow up with these?
Oh yeah,
And then
yeah.
like as they get older, the movies mature as well, or
Did they?
Right,
I
yeah,
feel
so we're gonna get like
they-
the Toy Story 3 or like the Soul,
Yeah.
like Princess Adventure, I believe is the last one. That's gonna be like Soul. It's like, this is legitimately just not for kids.
I can't believe the last Barbie movie is called Princess Adventure, and that
I
they
know.
didn't use that title.
Took 37 goes, but they
films.
finally nailed it with the most generic title.
I don't know. I like it's. Yeah, I when it started, I was like, damn, this is crazy. I was not expecting this. And I was really looking forward to like what the movie had to, how it would develop and how it would continue to make fun of the Barbie movie brand. But it immediately drops it and then brings supernatural magic into the waking life, which the next film we're going to talk about also does to an even greater degree, which seems to be like in canon with this film. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and
We'll
so
talk about that when Dave's not here.
I thought it was really disappointing that it just becomes a generic Barbie movie, and I also was disappointed, or I didn't like what you pointed out, Dave, that Ken doesn't do anything wrong and is expected to be the one who does the grand gesture. Like, it's not his fault.
Like, Raquel just leaves.
yeah,
Yeah.
She never. I thought she was going to be like a pivotal character in the movie.
No.
Nothing.
We
nothing.
have seen Raquel, a character named Raquel, who acted as an antagonist in the Barbie Diaries. But I don't want to say this is in canon with the Barbie Diaries, because I feel like Raquel was a different design and it's a different.
Well,
kind
no,
of-
so Raquel is like Ken. Like, Raquel is an
Right.
existing character in the
Okay.
Barbie doll canon. So are her two best friends.
Right.
And they play different characters in the movies as well.
Apparently, the dogs are as well. Like Jess was saying that the main dog in this one, was
Yeah.
also in another
Yeah.
movie as well.
But then it could just be like, that could just be reusing assets and whatnot. But
Let's break it down from a financial point of view. How do we cut corners? We use the same shit over and over again.
We have talked about a lot on this podcast already. In the preceding, I think almost 7 hours so far. And one thing I should mention now before we forget is that Barbie's auntie Millicent. Millicent is of course Barbie's in canon's middle name. So it's not without.
it all ties together. I wonder if that is like the Barbie dolls. She's named for her aunt in the middle name. But
Yeah.
who knows?
What I did find really interesting was that even though Ken was like the B story,
Yeah.
like every interaction that he had with like people helping him hitchhike and stuff was so funny.
Yeah, man.
And
No, it
way
is right.
too-
It's legit. It is legitimately funny. I thought Ken's story in this was like a pretty good time, despite the fact that it's got kind of a shaky premise. I enjoyed watching him scramble his way across the world. It was funny.
It kind of felt like it was a Ken's wake up call to the real world. Like he was kind of like stuck in this like Barbie kind of teenage world, and then the moment he gets into the real world, he's like,
It's like the welcome to New York.
if you don't have a ticket, you can't get on the train.
Yeah. Like he goes past his stop on the train and he's like, oh, is there anything? I missed my stop. Like, well, you can go on the southbound train, but the last one for the night leaves in 1 minute. Just like so deep. He's like, oh, fuck. Seiko tries to go with the train, misses it, and it does a very this dramatic zoom.
It's funny stuff. Like, I could see these scenes being part of like a movie starring Justin Long in the mid 2000s, right? Like Ken, right? Like, I think Road Trip, I think is what I'm. Justin Long's the main character in Road Trip, right? Like, it reminded me of the movie Road Trip in a lot of ways, and I could see like that happening, I guess.
Or also in Ken's storyline, there's a bit where
Was Justin Long Road Trip? I thought it was Brick and Meyer.
It is Breckenmeyer. You're right.
Ah.
No, you're right though, Dave.
There's a bit in in this film where Ken's on the plane and it's grounded in Pittsburgh, and there's this kid next to him who keeps on pulling faces and just generally being a little shit. And then Ken pulls a face back at him, and this little fucking shit just like bursts into tears. And oh god. And also, and they still haven't nailed like the animation of these characters as well. So the kid is also inherently a little bit terrifying.
Do you feel it's like because? Do you think it's because they're like leaning into like how like because I'm guessing this is like predominantly for like young girls, but like you know having like that annoying little brother. Like, do you think that's their way in to be like, hey, we understand?
Oh, absolutely.
How shitty are younger brothers? Am I right?
There is a point in every couple of films where it reaches like the true bottom of the uncanny valley, even just for a moment, and that was it in this film, which was, I think it was actually Ken like pulling faces back at the kid was the what am I doing here moment that I had watching this movie.
But so generally speaking, Dave, what did you think of the film?
I think I would have appreciated it a lot more if I'd watched one earlier film.
I did suggest, because I watched this before Richard, and I was kind of very, like, because we're having a guest every third film, and I watched this, and I was like, oh, Richard, maybe we should get him to watch a different film, because this one feels like a kind of pinnacle linchpin in the watch, right? The marathon that we're doing. And so I wondered if we should have got you to watch a different film, especially because the next one is buck wild. So I'm looking forward to talking about that. But I mean, I think the obsessive compulsive in me is glad you're here for this film, Dave. Because
and the friend in me is glad you're here.
Yeah,
because it would have been frustrating to have, you know, every third film there's a guest except for one point. Because there have been other films in the series that I also don't think would have worked with it. Well, would have thought like it needed to be just us talking about it.
Well, like getting Tim and Guy on to talk about a spin-off to like a sequel.
I was worried about that one, but it ended up working out. This is the first time where it's landed on something where it's like, boy, do we have a lot to explain to you, Dave.
I think this has worked out fine.
Yeah,
I've had a great time.
I wanted to say before that I actually found the movie bearable.
Yeah.
It wasn't, I was expecting like a slog. Richard was like, oh, yeah, it's an hour and 10 minutes. I was like, oh, that's a good duration time. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
And nothing through it. Was I ever like, oh, I'm really bored? It was like, okay, everything kept moving.
They actually
quickly.
they tend to be quite well paced, and it is this weird thing where because I've watched about 20 of these films now, and I haven't felt the thing that's the torture is it taking out my time. It's not the fact that it's like I'm actually having to consume all these movies is funny, and it's going to be funny that if I ever overhear a conversation about Barbie movies, I'll be able to I'm actually them.
Yeah, the thing I found that I'm only realizing now was everything kind of had a point to it.
Yeah.
Like there was no dead spots, and if there were going to be dead spots, it was like full of like kids jokes or like the one montage of the following the cat and the dog, or you've got like the montage of them being around Paris. It's like, oh yeah, and all of this is adding to the movie.
Yeah, and it's things like if you were to say, all right, can you take a pass at the script, keeping in mind this is our demographic, like it would be things like, oh, you'd bring back Raquel to get her just desserts. There's like a few things like that, but I don't think there'd be much in terms of like major overhauls you would have to do to the script.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'd be on board with that, because then that would have to add to the time duration. I think falling on 1 hour 10 minutes is more important than tying up all the loose ends. Because fuck watching that movie.
We have been doing this podcast since 2016, and the Barbie franchise has been looming over our heads since, and we are now learning tragically that they're not that bad.
Yeah, I remember that Barbie was the movie that you guys would tell me as like your fucking white
whale.
buffalo, you know? You're like,
buffalo.
one day we gotta get through this, and I'm just glad to be a part of it.
Well, I think as well, the way we've done this to be able to be like, oh, we're releasing Patreon packs for the last couple of weeks because we're on a break, when we've actually been working harder than we ever have behind the scenes. Is a good way to do it, because if we just randomly rolled Barbie or it had been suggested, we would have had to break it up over weeks. But the idea that we can just release this gargantuan podcast and get it out of the way, like the way we want to do it, you know, we're taking back control, much in the way that Barbie does when she is offered to direct a film at the end of Fashion Fairy Tale.
Which was a really nice, like, it was really nice to have that in moment. Like, for anything to be wrapped up, I'm glad it was that, because it put her, like, it was high status.
Because also that's good that it's like, it's kind of, it resets the world a little bit at the end of it, that it's like, oh, she's still a movie star, she's still like going to be working in film. And I guess that probably is more important to set up than just the Raquel always being classic Raquel, trying to get with Ken.
It was very
good movie. I think.
It was the Raquel part was very, very strange.
Yeah,
how she just kind of got away with it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she is in the next film, so there is some sort of
really
follow up.
Do the films tie in with each other?
Like continuity? Not really, no.
Well, not though, because most of the movies are like Barbie telling a story. She could be telling these stories in the same universe.
Yeah,
you know?
but and there's the odd reference. There's like, you'll see things on the Barbie wiki where it's like this character. So one of the cameramen in this film was played by, quote unquote, Barbie's grandfather Beak from A Mermaid Tale, when it's like they probably just had the asset lying around and we need to pan across. I don't think the actor, I mean, but you could read into that, it's like the actor from A Mermaid Tale who played, maybe the actor pulled out and they had to just get one of their cameramen to fill the role, which is, I guess, something that happens on film sets from time to time, I imagine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so, you know, actually adds layers to previous films.
Yeah. Richard, what's the deal with the tie-in merch for this film?
Nothing interesting.
Because they're starting to feel more like just movies existing for the sake of the movies and not for the sake of the toys, almost.
Yeah, I mean, like, they've got glittery dresses. Right. But I do have one other thing that I want to bring up, and that's Dave.
Hi.
What year were you born?
I was born in 92.
I know. I actually already knew that, so I've already got the page open. But for the audience, so we there's a couple of websites where you can tell you what Barbie looked like the year you were born.
Yeah.
And for you, Dave, and you actually get the privilege of being able to see what it looked like, because I've just had to describe it to everyone else, but I will still describe it. But so you had Totally Hair Barbie, who has extra long hair down to her ankles, and comes with kind of like a tie-dye-y kind of very cool top. Very 90s.
Yeah, it looks like hippie Barbie.
Actually, this is the best-selling Barbie in Mattel history.
No way.
No kidding.
No way.
Well done, Dave.
It's totally here.
Thank you.
Barbie
I
was
think
a hit,
I worked really hard for this.
holding a record for the world's longest successful toy sale.
She looks like the inspiration for Cynthia, with the hair, all like
From
fucked up.
Rugrats.
Yeah, from Rugrats.
Yeah.
They had all
Well, Cynthia famously has not a lot of hair.
yeah, but you can see that it's like long. You're like long and up, and that's like look at all that hair. It's like you strip some of that shit off, fucking let it go buck wild, like you said before. Boom, Cynthia.
I wonder if this is the kind of thing where it's like, a combination of time, audience, and endurance of the brand that meant that this was the longest selling. Because if it's totally hair Barbie, that I'm presuming like brushing her hair is a big part of the toy, which now I would say is like, of course, it's Barbie, you brush your hair. I wonder if this was like the doll that embraced that and became the quintessential Barbie.
Right, yeah.
Honestly, they should have stole it pre-combed, so like the kids can have like a
Right, it's just like a tangled mess.
Rat's nest
spend time
Barbie.
untangling the hair. give the kids a sense of like accomplishment. Like, fuck.
Yeah, bedhead Barbie.
That's great.
All right, well, that just about wraps up our section. Our section on. Session is just as cromulent of a word to use there, but on Barbie, a fashion fairy tale. Dave, where can people find you?
I'm currently on Twitch.
Yeah.
I'm doing a lot of.
Well, can you stop for a moment? You've got a plug to do.
I live stream quite a lot on Twitch, twitch.tv/DavidPostOffice.
Yeah.
And if you want to find me on Instagram, I'm on there as well at David Post Office. So,
Nice.
yeah, come check it out.
Yeah. What kind of stuff? What sets you apart on Twitch?
I bought a green screen.
Nice.
And yeah, just use that. Look, if you're from this podcast and you come to Twitch and you mention Barbie, I'll fucking talk to you about Barbie for like. Yeah.
I can sell your Twitch, Dave. I've watched a bit of it. I reckon what sets you apart is like
I reckon I can sell it better than you, Dave.
Please do. I'm Kiwi. We're terrible at this.
I've watched a lot of like sort of content creators doing like the fake like mouth agape screaming and overreacting thing. I know you as a person, and when you do it, it's genuine. Like you're one of those people.
Okay, no, get fucked. Resident Evil 7. The one thing you can't pick up on that is that the atmosphere. The one thing that game has pulled off so well is the atmosphere, and you're just tense the whole time.
But it is funny that it's like the exaggerated personality that everyone else puts on is you at like a 4.
That's me after like 6 years of reining it in. I'm like, I think I'm finally polished enough to put myself online. But yeah,
Cool.
Thank you so much for the plug, AJ.
All good.
Thank you for having me over, Richard.
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was lovely to see you as always. And so yeah, without further ado, we'll move on. We'll throw out a little song by the lovely Carlisle Laurent, which you've heard endless times already. But here's another one.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. We're gonna watch them also come and join the dream team. It's time to Cult Popture and do this together. Barbie forever, yeah.
All right, Richard. Here we are. We are at film 19, which means that halfway through this film will be the official.
through.
Yeah, exactly. There'll be the halfway mark of the 37 Barbie movies. Has it taken its toll? Let's do a quick stat rep. Has it taken its toll on you in any way, shape, or form?
Wow. See, quite often you and I will drink something on this podcast. In fact,
Yeah.
earlier today you floated the idea of you getting drunk on this podcast. I'm trying something different, and I'm eating today.
Okay.
Partially because Barbie has so taken over my life that recording this podcast is the only time I actually have time to eat a sandwich.
What's in your sandwich?
A steak.
A steak sandwich.
Yeah.
I find that a steak... I've had steak sandwiches. I find that the bread masks what's so good about steak, and I don't really like steak.
But the thing is that this is you'd make it with particularly bad steak.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, it's like I've seen it called like minute steak. It's like the real thin stuff, so it's not like a steak. In which case, it's like it's essentially it's like bacon consistency kind of.
Really? Wow. My doctor says I'm not allowed to eat steak anymore.
Really?
So I'm going all chicken, which is it's like, that's fine. I can do that. You know what I mean?
I love
like,
chicken.
I can, I'll eat heaps of chicken. I'll eat all the chicken in the world.
I'll eat an entire chicken.
All right, so we are film 19. We're going to be talking about.
Wait, has it taken its toll on you?
Yeah, I think I've talked before about how it's all I think about, and how I'm kept up at night thinking about it. I had a particularly lonely evening last night, and all I had to do, no one was home, and all I had to do was watch a Barbie movie. So I did that.
I had a dream last night that my teeth were falling out.
That is such a common dream trope. It's hard to believe, like, because I've had teeth falling out dreams as well. It seems like it's always mentioned in dreams and like movies and stuff. I wonder what it means. I've never looked.
Mine
that
was
up.
like just my front tooth. It was real loose, where it was like it was hanging completely. Like you could like finger in between the tooth and the gum.
Right. I had a dream once that my penis fell off, and on the back side of the penis was like a little rat's tail. And it didn't hurt. It wasn't like I got it cut off. It was almost like it was something that the penis can do, is just fall off.
Right.
And it felt very like, I felt like it was my subconscious telling me I was looking at too much porn, and my penis had become like an object.
Right.
You know what I mean? Anyway, I guess, again, I can't help but think that there's a young girl who's thrown on a Barbie podcast to listen to people talk about her favourite movies, and has then heard me say that. So moving on to what we're going to talk about today.
I finished my sandwich now as well, so.
Nice. We're going to be talking about Barbie, A Fairy Secret from 2011. I believe the first Barbie film that's just Barbie : title. I don't think we've had one like that until now.
Barbie, A Fashion Fairy Tale. The last film we talked about.
It must be this. Does it feel like we're in a new era of Barbie to you since Mermaid's Tale?
Your Mermaid's Tale being the first of it, you mean? Also,
Yeah.
Barbie Fairytopia.
That's true. Never mind.
And Barbie Mariposa.
Never mind. So this came out in 2011, directed by William Lau, the Robert Evans of the Barbie verse. Was that his name?
Chris Evans.
No, who directed all the Air Bud movies?
Oh yeah, I was actually trying to remember his name the other day.
Robert Vince. I don't know why I said Robert Evans. This
Robert
has
Evans.
74% on Rotten Tomatoes audience score, because all of them do approximately, which is probably a fair audience score. And like, if it is, how likely is it that your children will enjoy this movie? 74%. Can you tell me what Barbie: A Fairy Secret is about?
So this is once again set in like the real world kind of thing, where Barbie's at a film premiere with her once best friend, now turned mortal enemy, Raquel.
Yeah.
And also her handsome beau, Ken. And so Ken gets kidnapped by fairies.
Yeah.
And then it's revealed that Barbie's two like assistant stylists are also fairies, and they pull Raquel and Barbie into the fairy world to save Ken from being married off to the kind of, is she like the queen of the fairies?
Princess Grisella.
Who's under a love potion to fall in love with Ken. And so, and then Ken has to like, because Grisella is already betrothed, and her husband to be fights Ken. Similar to the Studio Ghibli film The Cat Returns.
Oh, sure, yeah.
The one that everyone hates and I love, where it's like
I think The Cat Returns is one of the funniest movies I've ever seen.
It's fantastic. And the because the plot of both films is someone being like, all right, here you are. Now you have to marry this person. Congratulations. And then being like, what? Oh, no, I don't want to.
Yeah. Yeah. IMDb adds, is the power of friendship greater than magic? That's what it says it asks.
Depends who your friends are.
Yeah, I agree. Also, the fairy world is called Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So that's very fun. What did you think of this movie?
I thought it was buck wild.
Is that because that's how I described it, talking to Dave about it?
It is. Yeah, I thought this was pretty run-of-the-mill, nothing special, nothing out of the ordinary.
Really?
Same way I felt about Gremlins too. No, yeah, well, I mean,
what
it's...
a callback. That's a deep cut for the Cult Popture deep state.
Except for Craig, who it's the greatest day of his life. It was Craig, right? Yeah. Hi, Craig.
No, that was Eric.
Oh, fuck, sorry. Hi,
Craig
Eric.
did Jingle All the Way with us.
Yeah, you're right. What was I saying? Fairy Secret. I don't know. I enjoyed the setup of this one, and I'm now, I'm 100% all in on modern Barbie. It's fun to see because when you think of Barbie movies, your mind goes to Rapunzel and the Nutcracker, and so it's fun to still have those kind of elements, but set in the modern day. For me, that really.
Sure.
I'm going to end up saying this so many times. This is the last time.
Sweet. Well, I thought this movie was buck wild. I thought this movie was bananas, dude. I thought it was actually so insane. I've never seen a movie made for children so unwilling to hold the audience's hand, especially in the beginning. Like, Ken is just kidnapped by fairies. It's a relatively grounded film, and then fairies come out of the sky and pull him away. And everyone, in typical Barbie fashion, a trademark of the Barbie movies is nobody really reacting to seeing the supernatural for the first time. And in this, they're just like,
it's a very Doctor Strange reaction to it.
Exactly, yeah. That's a good comparison, actually. It jumps into the story so fast, and this is the first time I've felt that maybe this 1 hour 15-minute Barbie film could have used an extra 10 minutes in the beginning for maybe a little bit more establishment and pacing, just so that we know what the status quo is, so we can know what we're trying to get back to.
So we can know what to stick to.
Yeah, exactly. I do have a theory, though. I have a theory that this film is supposed to emulate what it's like to play with Barbie dolls, especially as or with a little kid.
Right.
Like, the sheer amount of, assets and elements poured into this film make it feel like the plot was decided by emptying a toy box onto the carpet of your bedroom, and then all the toys are the players and all the world's a stage, right? Because it starts on red carpet, so you've got red carpet Barbie, and then you also have fairy dolls. So they, you have a daughter, Richard, and you're playing Barbies with her, and you're like, and Barbie and Ken, they love each other, and then your daughter's like, and then fairies come out of the sky and kidnap Ken. That's what this felt like. And then you go to another world, and at one point Pegasus horses show up, winged horses, even though the characters already have wings. It's just because your daughter also has Pegasus.
Well, it's the same as in our world. We don't have wings, and so our horses don't.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a damn good point, Richard. I know all of this is actually to sell more toys associated with this movie, but it almost feels like the opposite. Like, they were forced to string together a plot from just a random assortment of toys that they already have. I thought it almost felt like I could say this for a lot of Barbie films, but for this one especially, it felt like a parody of a Barbie film. Like, the story is so completely made up of Barbie brand cliches that someone who only has a basic knowledge of Barbie could make this. Like, there's fairies and Pegasus, and they're saving Ken, about as much knowledge as I had before watching any of these movies.
But I think that maybe that's what I was kind of getting at, that I like, that we've seen it played so straight that now seeing it subverted or parodied, I get a kick out of it because it feels like I'm in on the joke,
I agree. I think this is the kind of
I think this is the best one.
Well, not necessarily, but I think that it's almost like it's on drugs. It's almost like Barbie's on drugs. I'm enjoying this midlife crisis, which I attribute to William Lau, who's been making these movies for 10 years so far, and I can only assume is going insane. So it's getting weirder and weirder and more experimental with each film that he directs.
More power to him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this was, I said this when we were talking to Dave about Fashion Fairy Tale, is that I wondered if this was the one we should have organised a guest for, or at least, like, this is the movie I think is crazy enough that a podcast
that it
which
just might
focuses... Like, you know, the plethora of podcasts that focus on bad movies, like worst idea, or even like how did this get made, that sort of thing.
Or
like,
I don't know, who else have we had on this episode that we could plug again? Lauren Bonner's podcast, you know, like
we haven't had how did this get made on this podcast.
Yeah, yeah.
I wish, God.
Oh, it's spoilers for the rest of the podcast.
I think that this is the one you like. Remember when we guest starred on Mike Noise's podcast, Random Acts of Cinema, and where they randomly select a Criterion film to watch each week, and we got them to draw Godzilla Raids Again, and we told them no, do Son of Godzilla, because that's where the content is.
And then his fucking microphone wasn't even working.
And in the same way, if someone's going to do one Barbie movie for their podcast, I think this is the one. I think this is the craziest one we've seen so far.
Well, yeah, you either do but then at the same time, it's like, this is the one that, like, how many people know that a fairy secret is bananas, you know? Like, you would just do the Nutcracker because you're like, oh, look how bad the animation is, and it's a film for little girls. We're not going to do any more research. But once again, like, we're able to give that kind of knowledge like we gave to Mike Noise. Yeah. This is, okay, no, fair enough. But if you are listening to this deep in, however long, I've lost track of what time this will be, and you have a podcast. It's how about 7?
Thank you. I think this might actually be at 7.5 hours as well, so that works out. If you do a podcast on bad movies and you want to check out one crazy Barbie movie, for at least so far, this is the craziest one. I think it is very evident of being the halfway mark in the series, because this is when it feels all like a bit too much and a bit too crazy. But I'll tell you what, Richard, in this sort of new season of Barbie...
Tell you what, you know, it's not as crazy as the next one after all that.
Ken is increasingly becoming my favourite character of the series. There's a legitimately funny joke in this when, as you said, he's forced to duel with Zane, who's the fairy that loves Gracella before she is hexed. And they each have to, they're like, at the start of the duel is they each have to show off their magic. And while Zane can create balls of mystical energy, all Ken can do is the trick that makes it look like you're pulling your thumb off. And it's very funny. Zane, who has like Wikipedia says he's Italian. I thought it was more like a Brazil kind of accent. And Ken's showing how he can pull his thumb off, and he's like, "No, you are just hiding your thumb with your finger. You are moving your hands." I was like, "This is a great joke. Like this would be in like a higher quality comedy movie." And just
this would be like in Shazam too.
Yeah, no, right. That's a great example. Like it feels like. Because, you know, in Shazam, when they're up in the middle of the city and he's doing his evil monologue and he's like, "What? I can't hear you." Like it's that kind of joke where you get this character like Zane, who's almost a Gaston from the Beauty and the Beast type character, like who takes himself very seriously to then be meticulously explaining how to do the thumb trick.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. I thought it was really funny.
You're right.
You're right.
Well, you're
because
right.
of all of this, I actually ended up liking this one more than I would have initially thought because at the start it's just a bunch of love triangles and negative female stereotypes of like being jealous of each other, and I was like, oh, this sucks, but then it just got so insane that I couldn't help but fall in love myself.
I also enjoyed the similarities to a mermaid tale that this film has.
Yeah.
Because it's essentially it's in some ways it's like a mermaid tale, but for it's
Not
like
Mermaidia, a mermaid tale.
the better one.
Yeah.
That it's like finding out this thing and then having to like she hides herself. She gets fake wings, like she got a fake tail,
Yeah.
and also like by the end of the film, when she ends up transforming into a fairy, she gets the same pink highlights in her hair that Merlia got.
Nice, yeah, that's true. You just said that a mermaid tale is better than Mermaidia, and I know that I've said Mermaidia is one of my favourites, and the reason I didn't react with anger and spite then is because I'm so ambivalent on all of these movies generally that I didn't even register that you would throw in a dig at
No,
me.
but I do.
Because it's just
Mermaid
like, yeah,
Tale is my second favourite, so.
I can't believe that.
The Mermaid
Where-
Tale is like the queen of the waves of these films.
I will give it that. Yeah, absolutely. A movie that I didn't like. So according to the Barbie wiki, this film cost $17.5 million and made $125 million at the box office.
Wow.
The box office? This didn't go to the box office. That's not real. Am I really unknowledgeable on what a box office is?
No, it says it was shown in theaters created by Cinedigm to gross $125 million.
Really?
Apparently. I don't think it would have
So-
made $125 million, but
So the tie-in merchandise played up the gimmick of each doll being 2-in-1, where a quick tug of the right ribbon or whatever, the red carpet dress transforms into a fairy dress. So she's wearing a red carpet dress. You press a button or something and it turns into a fairy dress. I watched the toy ad for this toy, and they always sing a little jingle in the Barbie toy ads. And in this one, the ad sings the lyric, "Sometimes a movie star hides a secret inside." And if Armie Hammer is anything to go by, ain't that the truth? It's like, sometimes a movie star hides a secret inside, and then she turns into a fairy, and Armie Hammer admits to 100% being a cannibal.
the secret
my
he's
favourite
hiding
thing.
inside is another human, which he has eaten.
Leggy Hammer. There is one piece of dumb IMDb trivia for this film, and it's dumb in the sense that it points out something dumb in the movie.
Right.
So the trivia itself is a little bit dumb, but it's not as dumb as what it's referring to. This is how it starts. Thrown in for the enjoyment of the parents, or for parents, during Ken's duel with Zane, he bends backwards in slow motion to dodge a series of magic balls hurled at him in reference to Neo's attempt to dodge bullets in the rooftop fight scene from The Matrix. That's right, listener. In Barbie: A Fairy Secret 2011, there is a Matrix reference, which I feel like is not the first time we've seen a Matrix like this joke done in like a 2011 movie. I want to say Cats and Dogs: The Revenge of Kitty Galore has a bullet time joke, and that also came out in 2011.
There's one in Shrek, which came out in 2001.
That's fine though. That you're within the statute of limitations in 2001 to do a Matrix joke, and I also feel like Shrek's one is the like iconic Matrix parody scene.
Sure.
You know, like that one I forgive. That one fits what it is.
I'm just trying to see if I can find it.
Any luck?
I'll get back to you.
Alrighty, is there anything else that you want to say about Barbie: A Fairy Secret?
I liked the part where they got wings. It also like it does. The film ends with them waking up and thinking it was all a dream. And
Yeah, they get men in blacked. They get their memories wiped because Raquel, they make friends by the end of it, but then Raquel like basically confirms she's going to tell everyone about Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, you're not allowed to remember this thing.
But then Raquel, they have a shared dream, and Raquel wakes up being like, I had a sudden urge to be friends with you.
Yeah.
Which was
Yeah,
nice.
exactly. It's beautiful stuff. I ranked this one quite highly. I think I ended up putting it at number maybe 5 or 6.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I
I
keep
ranked
doing this thing, where I like, my rankings, like, because at the time of watching any of these, I'm like, oh yeah, that was pretty good. Like, that wasn't actually that bad. I'll put it like, and then they sour immediately, and so now all my rankings are like, yeah, all these ones that I remember thinking were good are just very far below.
Yeah, dude, like, I have trouble sticking with any ranking I do at the best of times, even for good movies, let alone, like, movies that with, like, the point of difference between each film is, like, half a star at best.
If that.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, let's move on.
Mm-hmm.
Richard, let's go on a little field trip to a little place I like to call Princess Charm School.
Mm-hmm.
Did you find anything about the cats and dogs scene?
No, I thought it could be
This is a
Kung Fu
Barbie
Panda
theme
2.
song to a Barbie movie. We're gonna watch them also come and join the dream team. It's time to Cult Popture and do this together. Barbie
Yeah, I mean, there
forever,
probably
yeah.
is,
Who knows? Anyway, let's move. Okay, so Barbie Princess Charm School either came out in 2011 or 2012. Wikipedia states it is a 2012 direct-to-DVD computer animated film which was released on September 13th, 2011. So I am unsure about when it actually came out. This was directed by Zeke Norton. Not William Lau, sadly, but it does also have 74% on Rotten Tomatoes. Can you tell me what this movie is about?
So it's about Barbie's character is chosen to attend Princess Charm School, which is it's set in modern day, but it's like a it's a charm school, like whatever they get taught like manners and shit and how to be regal. But then because she's like it's a real Cinderella story. She's working at a cafe and she gets picked randomly to a lottery to do this, and then turns out she's actually a princess.
Yeah.
She's the rightful heir to the throne.
And there's like a plot to crown the bully girl, and there's a really funny sort of ditzy dumb girl named, I think, Venus, who has some funny lines. What did you think of this film? Barbie's name is Blair in this, so it's not a set in the real world Barbie movie. But it also doesn't have a framing device. It's just the main character looks like Barbie but is named Blair.
Yeah. Kung Fu Panda 1 actually contains like Matrix references. They came in 2008. Kung Fu Panda 2 came out in 2011.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
So that's pretty cool.
And that's what you thought of this film.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I have got to the point. It's almost like the same way people talk about like I'm too old for dating. I'm too old for Tinder. This is like I'm too Barbie experienced for a film not by William Lau at this point. Like this is Zeke Norton's first Barbie film. He directs a few more, and like it's too normal. Like, William Lau is now that crazy spice I need in my Barbie films. The man is going insane.
Yeah, Zeke Norton's a real John Watts. Or a Peyton Reed to the franchise, whereas William Lau's our James Gunn or our Taika Waititi that you bring in to zhuzh things up a bit, add a bit of character.
And that's the only energy I want to see coming to these movies this far in. I don't need a typical traditional Barbie movie at film 20. Are you insane? Are you crazy? Because I am. I'm going insane, and I can't take a normal one anymore. This is such a basic Barbie movie. Like, I don't know. I found it very hard to pay attention to. I found there weren't a lot of interesting twists and turns.
Yeah.
I'm having one of those moments where I'm stepping outside of myself and realizing that I'm talking about a Barbie movie and being this critical about it, but I stick by it.
Yeah, I actually ranked this one pretty low now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah, same.
And I think it's like coming in to talk about this, I'm like, yeah, Fairy Secret, like, yeah, we'll have a good chat about that. And then you're like, what's Princess Charm School about? And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Sorry, Zeke, buddy.
Get better. He does have a few more up his sleeve. He makes The Princess and the Popstar, The Pearl Princess, video game hero.
Oh, I'm very excited for Video Game Hero.
Yeah. So I hate to take it here, but because I'm such an anti-royalist, Richard, I won't even watch the critically acclaimed Netflix original The Crown, even though it's apparently anti-royalist.
Really? Oh.
I found it really hard to get invested in a story about learning how to be a princess. Like, it's all like, here's how to act proper and impress fancy people. And it's also stupid and pointless. And like, Barbie movies should be about learning to be yourself and be a good person and not a fucking bootlicker. Like, this isn't the... it's I don't understand the stakes when it's like, you must learn how to be a princess. And at least in the other Princess Barbie movies, it's like, she's a princess so that we can be afforded a particular theme.
She's a princess.
You know, we're given princessian imagery, and that's about as far as it goes. Or something like Princess and the Pauper, which like intentionally highlights
Yeah, we're given
like, the class
Porporian imagery as well.
Porporian, love it.
Like purple ointment.
What do you think? Do you feel that, or is that just a
No, I feel it. Yeah, it's weird. It is weird having a run of the mill, origin story. Like, I'm continuing my Marvel metaphor. That it's kind of like, yeah, it's cool to get Doctor Strange or Captain Marvel, but it's like, we've kind of seen origin stories. It's like, yeah, it's not that we're bored of these heroes or anything like that. It's just it's a very regular, safe story structure.
Yeah, and did you feel that the princess etiquette stuff was just like kind of almost a bad message? Yeah. That's right. Like, who cares? Who cares about being a princess?
Who cares about any of these movies? Who cares about this stupid podcast?
There's also just randomly fairies in this one. Each like charm student is assigned a fairy that follows them around.
It's like having a Sir unit, in Invader Zim.
I was like, what is that from? Oh, Invader Zim.
But then, of course, Zim gets a Gur unit.
And it's like, this is a movie comparative to other Barbie movies that is very grounded in every other way, and then it's like they have a magic pixie dust quota to make with each film, and they're like, all right, chuck a fairy in it.
It's like how people complain about in Ratatouille, how it's like he can control Linguini by pulling his hair. And then it's like none of the rest of the movie can happen as well. But because we're at least shown the humans have some sense of reality, it's a weird thing.
Yeah.
I'm only going to talk about this movie in references
with other movies
to other IPs.
Well, I've got great news for you, Richard, because this film has a third act reveal. Where we find out that Blair is actually the princess and was kidnapped as a baby by the villain, whose name is Dame Devon, after Blair's parents died in a car crash, which is actually particularly dark for a Barbie film, so that her daughter Delancey could be queen. So in a film, which, by the way, it claims its the message of the film is there's a princess in every girl, right? Like, it's almost Aladdin-esque. Anyone can be a princess,
Hey, save the references for me, mate.
Well, and so in a film that is claiming that there's a princess in every girl, it ends up making the main character literally a princess by inheritance. This is the rise of Skywalker of Barbie movies. It's the same problem, right? Right?
Yeah.
Am I going crazy, or am I reaching there? Like, this is Rey finding out she's a Palpatine.
Yeah.
Is Blair
she
finding
is special.
out?
Yeah,
She is finding out she is special.
Yeah, it's like, you there, what's your name? Blair Willows. Blair Willows what? Princess Blair Willows.
Very seamless. To continue this theme that I also did, that you started, that I didn't realize we were going to be doing, but of comparing it to other movies, there's a scene where the characters earbud the school's rules. So Blair has like these three friends at charm school, and they make cooler uniforms using the fabric from the current uniforms to kind of like stand out and be impressive. And they claim that nowhere in the school curriculum does it say you can't rip up your uniform and make a cooler outfit from the scraps. And this works. The sort of like the vice principal is like, well, technically it doesn't say you can't do that. And like, I'm sure it doesn't say you can't do that in the school curriculum, but it's a very specific thing for the school curriculum to explain. And any girl watching this movie who tried to do the same with their real school uniform in real life was probably met with a bit more resistance than like Barbie and her friends.
Yeah, although
like imagine,
there is in the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, he does something very similar. When he has to go to like the school, and it's a very kind of fancy school, and he's like the Fresh Prince, he's not from around here. And I can't remember if he did himself, but like the interior of the blazer that he has to wear has this really nice lining, and so he wears it inside out, or he put the lining in, and he wears it inside out, and he's like technically wearing his uniform kind of thing, but he has this like very loud, vibrant pattern compared to everyone else. And then that's just what it is for the rest of the series.
Interesting. I feel like that's a little bit different than literally like
cutting it up,
damaging school property. Like that's not how uniforms work. It's like, it's still technically made from the fabric. It's like, yeah, but it's clearly detracting from the point of a uniform. And now I'm fucking arguing for the man, Now I'm arguing for the royalists. I'm just saying I don't understand. Yeah, I just don't understand how they got away with it. It doesn't seem like they should get away with it. So we should probably talk. This has been around for a couple movies now, but we should probably talk a bit about Diana Karina, who is the new voice of Barbie. And what do you think of her as Barbie?
To be honest, like I don't mind it. Like we all love Kelly Sheridan here at the Cult Popture podcast.
Oh, of course.
But it's a real what's his name? Zachary Quinto as Spock situation, where it's like obviously no one can replace Leonard Nimoy, but he does a pretty good job.
I think it depends on what you want out of Barbie. Like, Kelly Sheridan, I feel, brought a very wise mentor-like quality
it suits the
Barbie.
the storybook kind of bookending of the films a lot when she's. But now that we've evolved into like a bit of a diva, kind of set in the real world, I think it's not without its charm.
No, I think Diana. Is more, her delivery is more like human. It's more fallible, but I don't like seeing Kelly Sheridan's Barbie make mistakes, but I believe it when it's Diana's Barbie.
Nice, yeah.
Nice. Holding woman up to an unreachable standard. Very cool, AJ.
Well, it's very Barbie of you.
It's very charm school of me. It's very Princess Elite.
Yeah. I think you're coming round to the idea.
Maybe I am. So the tie-in merchandise for this film are clearly wanting to up the stakes of the last film. All the dolls from Princess Charm School have a 3-in-1
Oh my god,
outfit.
I was going to suggest that as a joke.
So going from the school uniform to a party dress to a royal princess gown is what you can do with these ones.
I love it.
And dumb IMDb trivia for Princess Charm School. When the Charm School ladies are brought up, when the Charm School ladies and the boys from Prince Charming Academy dance, it is the same dance from A Knight's Tale.
Like the Heath Ledger film.
I guess so. Like, if it is the same dance from A Knight's Tale, I'm sure it's a pre-existing dance.
No, I could see like an animator being a fan of that and putting in a cheeky little reference.
Surely there's like some kind of legal boundary.
I actually think...
Who is that big a fan of A Knight's Tale? I guess a Barbie animator probably could be, actually.
Yeah. I think there's actually like issues around copywriting dances.
Right.
But it's come up recently with Fortnite. like the
Yeah, no,
floss
you're right.
and stuff like that. And that it's actually like,
And Carlton from Fresh Prince.
yeah, apparently the answer used to be no, but now there are provisions to in copyright acts to incorporate dance and performance.
Well, anyway,
Well,
it still
that's
doesn't
interesting,
clarify
yeah.
which dance from A Knight's Tale. It's very, it's just such a strange movie to reference in the IMDb trivia section for this Barbie movie. The other piece of dumb IMDb trivia I've got here says Blair's roommates at Princess Charm School's names are Hadley and Isla, which happen to be the names of Genevieve's from the 12 Dancing Princesses' younger twin sisters. Also, Hadley in both movies wore a blue outfit and Isla wore a purple outfit. And that's not necessarily dumb. It was actually, now that I'm reading it, I'm like, this is just here to remind you of this. That I think this is the third time we've seen a Hadley in a Barbie movie, which is a very specific name. We called it out and when we talked about 12 Dancing Princesses for not even remembering there was a character named Hadley. And it's interesting because like you get like names like Raquel recurring, but they are recurring because they exist in the real world and have dolls based after them. Whereas this is like characters that exist in the fictional movies that Barbie makes has used the very uncommon name Hadley quite a few times.
It's good stuff.
Is it? Or is it a conspiracy?
I think this goes all the way to the president.
This goes all the way to Mattel.
Oh, the president of Mattel.
So do you have any other things you want to point out about Barbie Princess Charm School?
No, I do want to tell you who the president of Mattel is, though. Richard Dixon.
Very close to Richard Nixon.
The conspiracy goes deeper.
Yeah, this is the Watergate. This is the Hadley Gate. Yeah, like that's a name that it sounds like Richard Nixon he didn't actually die and he's wearing a moustache and someone's like, "What's your name?" And he's like, Richard Dixon.
I wonder how many Barbie movies do you reckon Richard Dixon's seen?
Surely all of them. I imagine like there's got to be some kind of screener that happens every time one of these films finishes, surely. That's what I imagine culture is like at Mattel. Maybe we need to do a follow-up Barbie episode, Richard, where we reach out to like I'd be interested to know anything from anyone behind the scenes of these films. I'm sure we could probably reach out to William Lau if he's still around. I'm sure we could probably reach out to Kelly Sheridan and see what is the interpolitical landscape of the Barbie movie movement. You know?
William Lau. What I think are two different William Laus. Unless he's just gotten real into like computer science after doing this.
Wow, he is an animator.
True. And what is animating if not doing science on a computer?
It is a computer science.
I know. That's what he fucking said. Oh, I found our actual William Lau on Instagram.
Oh, he is dead.
Yeah, no, he's got what else? He did a Hot Wheels film, Barbie Mermaid Tale 2, Beast Machines, powered by Weebly. Oh, where's your contact, Will?
Is Mermaid's Tale 2 his last Barbie film?
Oh no, here it is. Should we send him an email?
Not right now.
Hello, William.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. We're gonna watch them also come and join the dream team. It's time to Cult Popture and do this together. Barbie forever, yeah.
Cool. Alrighty. I should take a sip of water before I begin because it's very hot here.
Yeah, it got up to 40.
Fuck you.
It got up to 36 degrees in Christchurch today. I don't know about Auckland.
Are you in Christchurch?
I'm in Christchurch, Richard's in Auckland. Yeah. So we do the Zoom podcast without a guest here. Yeah. We've been doing it for years. And then when the pandemic started, a bunch of other podcasts figured out that it sounds way better if you do it this way. And it's like, no, our patented technique. Well, I guess other people had done it before. But yeah, it was so yeah, this is just the way we've done it since 2018.
Great.
We started it when we were both living in Auckland.
Right,
And
right.
I moved back to Christchurch, but yeah. All right, so that was some fun preamble for you all listeners with our new guest to talk to us about a new Barbie movie. It is UK-based Kiwi comedian Nick Sampson. Hi, Nick. How are you?
Hello. I'm so good. Thank you so much for allowing me to escape this pandemic for a brief moment and enter the world of Barbie.
The preferable world of Barbie? What's
Yeah, well,
worse?
everyone's outside. Nobody's sick. It's great.
Yeah.
All right, so the film we're going to be talking about now is Barbie: A Perfect Christmas. This came out in 2012, which I think if... it was unclear whether or not Barbie Princess Charm School came out in 2012. If so, this is the second 2012 Barbie film, which is interesting because 2012 was in like recent memory, you know, and it's weird to think that we've only just passed the halfway mark of the 37 Barbie movies.
Yeah.
It means
And also,
that since now, yeah,
like thinking back to 2012 when everyone like thought the world was going to end because of these Mayan predictions, and now it's like it's probably gonna, like, because of science.
So this film was directed by Mark Baldo. Very funny name. Probably the funniest Barbie director name we've had so far. It has a 57% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, which is very low. And I'm worried about the parents, presumably, who are user reviewing this on Rotten Tomatoes and how maddening this film must be for them for it to get only 57%.
What's like the sort of median score?
They are all, so they don't have critic scores, of course, as you can probably guess why. But the audience scores usually are around 73 to 78.
That's good.
Yeah, this is quite low for a Barbie movie at 57. But Nick, would you be able to tell us in sort of a sentence or so, 2 sentences max, what is Barbie: A Perfect Christmas about?
Well, Barbie: A Perfect Christmas is about a team of Barbies who want to go to New York from... they seem to live on a tropical island.
I think it's LA, but I always thought Barbie lived in Malibu, which is closer to New York than LA, but...
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, so if they go from LA to New York, they take a weird route because they end up in like
In Minnesota.
Minnesota. Yeah.
And they get snowed in, and they have to spend their dreams of a Christmas are dampened by having to spend Christmas at this beautiful Christmas lodge.
Yeah, that's about it. According to IMDb, the question, because the IMDb synopses always put a little question at the end of it to be like, and this is what you can expect. This says, is this going to be the best Christmas ever? Which is interesting because the preceding sentences are like all about everything that goes wrong. And then to then ask, is this going to be the best Christmas? It's like, well, probably not. It's certainly not leading that way.
Just to clarify about the whole, because you said, so it's in Los Angeles, right? You said?
I assumed if it might not be.
Well, because so Malibu is like 40-minute drive out of Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. I thought Malibu was somewhere else.
Oh, yeah. No, Malibu's like in California. And so it's like, technically Los Angeles is closer to New York, but it's like you would drive from Malibu to Los Angeles to then fly to New York.
Isn't it interesting? I think the more interesting thing here is, why do I think Barbie's from Malibu? Where did I pick up that piece of information?
Is that from Malibu, Stacey? Are you thinking
that's totally what it is. I'm thinking of Malibu Stacey, which would still make sense if it's a full-on parody of Barbie that she is from Malibu.
Yeah. Also, like, yeah, there's a lot of like Barbie Malibu play sets and stuff. Like, I think Barbie canonically is from Malibu.
Excuse me, guys. How have you been watching 21 of these movies and you have no idea where she lives?
Great question.
From Barbie and A Mermaid Tale, she's competing in Malibu. I can tell you that.
But Barbie and A Mermaid Tale, she is playing a different character.
Yeah, so Malia is from Malibu.
So to answer your question, Nick, most of the Barbie movies aren't about Barbie. They're about Barbie playing a character. Sort of like how the Muppets do, like the Christmas Carol and, you know, that sort of thing. Or like it's Looney Tunes did it a lot, where it'd be like the players playing like public domain characters like Robin Hood and
Sure.
stuff like
Yeah.
that. So most of the Barbie movies.
I thought they were all Barbie. I was really confused. Like it's not an easy watch to just jump in as like a casual viewer. You know, it's like the Marvel universe. Like
yeah.
there's obviously a lot of lore around this. And so we just jump in and it doesn't like catch you up or anything. So I thought it was like, I thought we were meeting like 4 different Barbies at different stages of their lives or
Right,
something.
this is like the Avengers. Good big crossover.
Like they've all sort of time traveled together somehow to live in this island.
Barbie Hood, and it takes place over 12 years.
into the
You
Barbie-verse.
see Barbie at
But
different.
they're sisters, aren't they?
Yes, so I'm glad you brought up the sisters actually. So, and this actually does twist what you've described as a deep lore on its head, because there are 4 sisters in this film, ranging from like maybe Barbie's the oldest, and I'm gonna guess she's like in her early 20s in this one, ranging down to the youngest one who is a preteen basically. And so the sisters,
The youngest one's Chelsea. She'd be about 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Right?
yeah,
Like
about
definitely
that age.
pre-teen, but like quite significantly pre-teen.
You know,
so-
when you go down to the children's playground, you see those preteens jumping around.
I do know that. I do know that. And I'm like, hey, come watch a Barbie movie with me. So the Barbie sisters are named Barbie, Skipper, Stacy, and Chelsea, which I was very surprised about, because Barbie's youngest sister, Shelley/Callie, depending on where you are in the world, had already been like maybe the second most recurring character in the series up until this point. Like in the early films, Barbie is often telling a story to Shelley/Callie, who was at the time Barbie's main like youngest sister who she mentored.
Sometimes sister, sometimes niece.
Yeah.
Wow, so she's just not there.
She's gone and
Yeah.
seemingly replaced with this imposter named Chelsea. And I was like, what have you done with Shelley/Callie? Stacy had appeared once already. She was who Barbie tells the story to in the Diamond Castle. And I had at least heard of Skipper before, though this is her first appearance in the Barbie movies. So I looked up Barbie's canon family tree to try and make sense of all this madness, you know? And it lists a bunch of her sisters and the years they were active until the doll was discontinued. But it reads instead very grimly like a tombstone. And next to Shelley/Callie's name, it says 1994 to 2010. Holy shit. What happened to Callie? 17, gone too soon. It's very sad. One of them is like 2009 to 2011, like one of the sisters. It's like, oh, that's so tragic.
Oh my god.
So while Nick, you have jumped in at a weird place, or deep into the Barbie lore, there is kind of a soft reboot of the canon at this point, where these are her canonical sisters, and I think they appear in more movies that we've got to watch already. There's a movie coming up literally called Barbie and Her Sisters in a Puppy Adventure, and I'm assuming these are the 3 sisters that she'll have.
Wow. I mean, they've already arguably just had a puppy adventure.
That's true. They were puppies.
They
were-
also
they
have
were
a puppy
reindeer
chase
puppies.
later on as well.
Oh, it's so good.
So this is the 3rd Christmas Barbie movie after The Nutcracker and A Christmas Carol. And depending on what you count as a musical, it is the 3rd musical entry in the series. This is the first
It really
time...
shocked me when they started singing.
This is the first film set in the real Barbie world that is a musical, though. This is the first time it's just been Barbie as herself
Right.
in a musical. The songs aren't really... Usually, Nick, we've been like singing a little sample of the songs because they're usually a lot more interesting than the
Yeah.
ones in this.
Yeah.
But the opening song of this was like each of the sisters singing about what they wanted for a perfect Christmas custom made for them. Was
Sure.
kind of their heart song. That being said, that like I said this was a musical, but there are 3 songs within the first act and then none for like the meat of the story. They never sing again until they cram 2 in at the end, and the second one is just Deck the Halls. So I don't even know. Well, I guess this is technically a musical, but not a very well balanced one in terms of how often they sing.
Like Aladdin. Aladdin has surprisingly, well, its songs are surprisingly front loaded. If you watch that movie,
Yeah, there's no songs after A Whole New World.
Yeah, well, there's the Prince Ali reprise, or if you watch the remake, there's Speechless. But other than that, it's actually for having some of the best music in the Disneyverse. It's it's just they tease you with it at the start and then nothing.
Weird.
Hey, I thought I might. I don't know what you guys think. But, I thought I might just have a crack at one of these songs.
Please do. This is the
give
most
it a
a guest has prepared for our podcast ever. This is amazing.
All right, here we go. Come with me. We've been decorating the tree.
Oh my god.
This is what the season can be. Our favorite time of year. Look around. Cookies coming in by the pound. Hot cocoa to wash it all down. And all our friends are here. Wrap it up, stack it up, pack it up and go. Hey, hey, what you say? Step into the flow. Love is what we got. Smile on every face and presents all over the place. We get to give it away. We get to give it away. Yeah, yeah, we get to give it away. Hey, every day.
Wow!
That was
my god!
Thanks, guys.
I felt like I imagine that's how like a teenage girl feels when their like boyfriend sings a song they wrote for them. This is the closest I've ever had to that feeling. That was amazing, Nick. That of course is the song that Christy Clausen, who's the innkeeper, sings for the Barbie girls when they turn up snow-ridden and looking for a place to stay because they work in sort of a Santa's workshop kind of charity thing.
Yeah,
that was.
And by the way, lots of great guitar tabs for Barbie songs on Ultimate Guitar tabs.com. So just go check it out.
That is the best thing that has happened on this currently 8-ish hour podcast. So I'm really glad.
Yeah, each shittle hour of the guests.
So what it like, Richard? You've been quite a champion for the music in the series so far.
Yeah.
What did you think of the music in this one?
Well, I thought Nick improved on it. And yeah, that was incredible to hear. That song you pulled from the recesses of my memory. I wouldn't have been able to pull that out. I
thought for a long time that all the songs are the same song.
They sound like the same song, and I think that's what separates this from previous Barbie musicals, and I'm so sorry that I've spent so much of this section talking about other Barbie movies you haven't seen. Nick. But like that is a consideration in this one, is they usually take more care in at least making two distinct recognizable songs in each film. But they all just sounded the same in this one.
This film I actually have now put as my least favorite one on my ranking.
Wow.
Wow.
Because for so long I've been like, each film I've been like, this is better than this one on this one. But this I made a conscious decision to be like, no, this is my least favorite one. I can't back it up in any way. And if you challenge me on it, I'll change it. Yeah.
I think, I haven't seen any of the others, and I imagine a lot of them are kind of going into like the Disney magical worlds, right?
Yeah.
Disney Light. Yeah.
You describe like a mermaid one, for instance.
Yeah.
But this one, it feels like it's 2011. Is Razor Light? I feel like there's lots of, it's like, is it like around like the sort of the Disney Camp Rock era?
How did Razorlight come into that?
I don't know. Some of the songs remind me of Razorlight for some reason.
Razorlight, Camp Rock.
Those things go together. Or Hoobastank. But it's like they're trying to make a modern Barbie. You know, there's lots of talk about vlogs, lots of computers,
podcasts.
Podcasts.
I feel
Give
so
a shout
old.
out.
This is the first time in the Barbie watch that like podcasts have become part of the canon of the story.
It made me sad that podcasts have been going that long.
Yeah, right. And
we still haven't cracked it.
Nick, you actually messaged me earlier today, and you said something along the lines of, this is so hard for me to watch. I can't believe you guys have watched so many of these already. So you didn't enjoy this film?
Do you know what, AJ? I regret saying that because I was watching it on my laptop. It said at the end of it. I should have put it on the TV and enjoyed it in full because when as I try to sort of fault the movie, it would often just kind of like prove me wrong. Like I feel like it's quite a competently made movie. All the characters have wants, they have goals, they want a perfect Christmas, and you just know it's not going to happen for them. Then they have this character conflict. The tension builds, the action builds. There's real peril for these characters. And in the end, it's a nice message about Christmas. You can have a perfect Christmas, even if you don't make it to New York. You can have a perfect Christmas as long as you, by blind luck, end up at the most Christmassy place in the world, like a Christmas toy workshop as long as you're at a toy workshop with elves and reindeer and Christmas trees, you'll have a fine Christmas. I think that's really sweet.
It's the true meaning of Christmas.
Yeah.
I think what you're describing is what this film could have been at its best. I'm not sure personally that it gets there. I didn't hate this as much as Richard. But what I will say is,
don't get me wrong.
Right. None of these are terrible. These are all 5-star films.
Yeah.
And this is just happens to be my least favorite. I did think it was weird that, so at the start of the film, as we said before, they sing a song that outlines their specific want for what they're wanting. Is it weird that each of the sisters has a specific wish, and even though they can't get to New York, their wishes start coming true from a certain point of view in Minnesota, but then it's only really Skipper that vaguely gets what she wants? So these are the lyrics from the opening track. Chelsea wishes, she says, "I'll wear my new pink boots in Central Park. I just can't wait. I'll feed the sea lions, and everyone will think it's gonna be amazing." And I was wondering, watching it, is it trying to say that like her finding reindeer is fulfilling the desire she had to see a exotic animal? Maybe that we're at the beginning of the movie. Yeah, she sees that. I'm like, okay, maybe she sees reindeer. She's like, this is what I want. Stacey's wish is, can't wait to rock the Rockefeller Center skating rink. I'll do a double axel. Betcha I won't even blink. It's gonna be amazing. Now, I'm prepared to have egg on my face here, but in a movie that is set in a winter tundra, there is no scene where Stacey skates and does a double axel. Is that right?
No, she doesn't get a Christmas wish. And you know why? Because she's a dickhead.
Maybe.
She spends the
Maybe
whole
there's like a
movie
morality tale of there.
antagonizing Chelsea, so she gets what she deserves, which is nothing.
Not even a single axle.
It'd be so easy to put a skating, like, I almost think like there's got to be a cut on the cutting room floor of this film. They're like, no, it has to be under an hour 15
for sure.
We have
like
to cut the skating scene.
Chelsea gets pulled away on the sleigh by the dog, and it goes out onto a lake, and they're like, Chelsea, no. Then guess what? Oh no, the ice starts breaking, and no one can save her except for Stacey. Straps on her skates, skates out there, picks them up.
That's good stuff.
And it was the director's favourite scene in the film, but the studio's like, sorry, Baldo, we got to cut it.
It was too realistic. It featured them going into the water and then like Barbie performing CPR and stuff, and it was
in Little Woman.
Yeah.
Skipper's wish, she sings, can't wait to go hang out with Zoe, and I'll hear her band. I'm gonna stream them live so everyone can see firsthand, which is the most specific, I think, of all the wishes. Not mentioned in the lyrics is that they're going to be performing a song that she wrote. She
gets all her dreams come true, but her desire to so she's written a song for her friend's band. Yeah. And her friend's band is going to sing it. And she says at the start, what she wants to do is they'll play the song, everyone will cheer, and then she'll come out on stage and take a bow. When have you ever seen that happen in a concert? That's not how you want to. It's not going to happen.
So Skipper they meet a band in Minnesota and they eventually perform her song, which is one of the two songs crammed into the end of the film. Barbie's wish is, I'm gonna see a Broadway show on 42nd Street. I can't believe Aunt Millie got me in a front row seat. It's gonna be amazing. Nothing remotely close to this comes true.
Well, she gets to see Aunt Millie.
She gets sure, yeah, that's a good point. But like that's the least specific thing about the wish, right? Like she does see Skipper perform, but wasn't she gonna go to that anyway? Like in New York, I just think it's so weird. It's so weird that they literally set up 4 Chekhov's guns. An easy way to write a film, right? It writes itself from there on out. And then it's like they got distracted with a different direction and then forgot to pay off all these setups. And then they were like, like it's an hour 15. Only little girls are going to watch this movie. Certainly not men in their late 20s and 30s are going to watch this movie. So,
but then those little girls will grow up with a skewed concept of what makes a satisfying story, and that's
you're right.
It's no good.
Nick, a while ago, a couple years ago, you hosted a very funny podcast, also on the Little Empire Network, called Walkout Boys, where
Correct.
yourself and Joseph Moore would watch half a movie and then leave the cinema, the podcast would be the two of you trying to come up with an ending to the film. Yeah, is that
That's
correct?
right.
It's insane. I could not do that.
We stopped doing it because it made me hate movies.
Yeah.
How does watching a Barbie movie make you feel about movies?
It really ruined my attention span for movies, which was just horrible.
Right.
Like I would get to the hour mark and I'd be like, time to leave, time to go.
Yeah. Do you know the only movie I've actually ever walked out of midway through was Little Women. And that was because my girlfriend was sick and then we went back like a few days later.
The recent one?
Yeah.
Oh, such a good movie.
Well, I left right before the scene where it got interesting, when she burns the book. And because up until that point, because AJ was like, oh my God, it's so much more than just a period piece. And I was like, this is just a period piece. This is just a 40-minute long period piece.
It is. It's so good.
But yeah, I don't think I could, the amount of movies that have been saved by their ending, it's insane to me that you would do that.
Yeah, it sure is.
So I bring this up because I actually kind of feel that Barbie: A Perfect Christmas is kind of a perfect candidate for this approach, because halfway through, it kind of felt like it was being set up as a horror movie. Like the filmic language in the first half of the film is all horror setup. It's about a group of characters who are lost in the middle of nowhere and they're forced to seek asylum in mysterious accommodation with an innkeeper who's very mystical. And it also sets up this theme about wishes, and Barbie wishes that they'll still have the perfect Christmas. And there exists a version of this movie where all the wishes come true, quote unquote, as distorted reflections. Chelsea wishes to see sea lions and then gets attacked by sea lions, and as the movie goes on, the innkeeper, turns out to be
Pedro Pascal, and he's getting more powerful.
So I wanted to get your perspective on this, Nick, because if you had to come up with an ending halfway through, do you think it would have been my idea that you came up with?
Yeah, I mean, I actually started to think, I was like, this is probably not going to be true, but I thought maybe they've all died in the plane crash. Like there isn't a plane crash, but maybe there was one, because they keep talking about how bad the storm is, and then they arrive at this sort of like. The thing with everything is so sparsely decorated, because I think they can't afford more stuff to put on, like the animation, but it gives everything a very terrifying feel. So I 100% understand where you're coming from. I think for me it would have been like that they slowly realize that they've died, and that somehow they've got to find a way to escape this purgatory and move on.
Yeah, and
no,
the
that's
wishes
cool.
are like things they have to come to peace with.
Yeah,
move
yeah,
on.
yeah.
Yeah. Several much more interesting movies hidden within this one. I think part of it as well is like I see a character like Christy Clausen, who's the innkeeper, and my movie, 27 years of watching movies, I go, don't trust her. She's the bad guy. She'll be the villain.
It's a real weird the sort of like the mystery box thing of it all is very strange. The way that they kind of keep being like, is it Santa? Maybe, maybe not. No, there's an explanation for everything.
This is a weirdly this movie, despite being made for 7-year-old girls, doesn't want to commit to Santa being real or not real, and it's weird that it's Sant-Gnostic, and it's funny because it's like. It feels almost closer to someone just telling Chelsea, Santa's not real, Chelsea. Like, it always felt like that line was brewing the whole movie, because she's always talking about Santa.
I think it's because it's because they keep saying how it's in Minnesota. For me, I'm like, it's never any chance that it's going to be Santa's. Like, they're constantly teasing, is it Santa's workshop or not? But because they're in Minnesota, I'm like, well, no, it's famously he doesn't live in Minnesota. But if they taken a plane trip over, the Arctic Circle or something, and then had to land in Greenland or something, then
why not? Why wasn't that this movie?
Why not? They live at a tropical island, possibly in Malibu, possibly in the middle of the Pacific.
Well, yeah, because maybe they're so sheltered that they're like, I don't know, maybe Minnesota's just a hop, skip, and a jump from the North Pole. Maybe that's like like Deutschland for Germany, and the North Pole, they call it Minnesota.
I just remembered when Barbie sings her wish. She sings that song where she's like singing about how she wants all the wishes to come true and she wants to have a perfect Christmas. And there's this shot of Mrs. Claus, or whatever her name is, Clausen. She's outside the room listening with this smile on her face that's so terrifying. Yeah. She's like, yo, your wishes will come true, but not the way you expect.
This is the second most subtextual Barbie movie we've seen so far, after the one that was clearly about a lesbian relationship, I think. Although they do say gay in this film when singing Fa La 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 La, because what's the line? What's the line? What's the line in Deck the Halls when they say gay? Anyway, probably not important.
It's not like but that's like this is not like a Fairy Tale of New York situation.
No.
Don we now our gay apparel.
Yeah, and I was like, well, they said gay in a Barbie movie. That is
very progressive.
What am I trying? But it's not, is it? It's not progressive because they don't mean that version of gay. Hey, Nick, what year were you born?
Ooh, very personal. 1986.
Yes, sorry. We usually
everyone
ask...
I've asked, I've said, if you don't mind me asking.
I've said that too. We have been asking everyone.
Yeah.
1986.
All right. So I can tell you what Barbie looked like the year you were born, and you actually have two Barbies. Congratulations. So you've got some kind of rocker Barbie, because Barbie debuted her new band, Barbie and the Rockers, and arguably her most 80s look yet. From the big hair to the shoulder pads, wide belt to the slouchy boots, she is wearing all the trends. So yeah, she's got like a big poofy hair. And a fashionable blazer with the sleeves rolled up. There is like a Barbie, like 30-minute 2D animated movie about like a cool space rock band. I think it's around that. But also to do a space, Barbie landed on the moon in 1986.
Holy shit!
Not the actual moon. I believe just the Barbie doll released an astronaut one. But yeah, that's pretty cool.
So they didn't send a Barbie doll to the moon.
I think they might have done that at some point, though.
No way.
That is amazing.
That would be insane. Does that? So these we've sort of been treating what Barbie looked like the year you were born as almost like a horoscope kind of thing.
Oh,
Do
cool.
either of those styles like speak to you as a person?
Yeah, well, I was in a band at high school. And I just rocked out on the guitar.
That's
for you
true.
guys
That's true.
What was your
Yeah,
band
I mean,
called?
What was your band called?
Our band were called Inane. We were a punk band. I played the drums.
Nice.
We were very
That's
bad.
great.
Also, I've
Lots
been
of
wanting-
lots of rockers in this movie, by the way. Lots of rockers. Lots of hot.
Yeah,
hot,
I've been wanting to bring this up all podcast, but you were a Power Ranger as well.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
That's a hop, skip, and a jump away from Barbie.
To make that no, yeah, like being someone who's worked in kids entertainment, what did you how do you think this ranked in terms of how a kid would enjoy it compared to whatever season of Power Rangers you were on?
I think this is like it's a much gentler watch. Like Power Rangers is an audio and visual sort of overload.
Yeah.
And when we worked on it, we were just working through the characters, man. We're all about just bringing truth to the characters. We never thought of it as a kids show, and I guarantee you they don't think about it as a kids show when they're making this. They just want to tell a story with as much truth and heart as possible.
I actually think that is true. I think that you have to, right? Like when you're making your 21st Barbie movie, you have to think like that. There would have been meetings where they go, okay, would this character actually say this?
I got curious about who wrote it, and I looked her up. I can't remember her name, but she's got a Twitter account, and I was looking at all her other films, and all she does is write these sort of animated kids movies.
Yeah, Elsie Ellen.
Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah.
And what a job. Because you got to just take it seriously. Yeah, you got to and try and inject as much warmth and humor and truth into it. And at the same time, you can only afford to have like 2 characters on screen at any time. You can't really have anything happen.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're trying to do with this podcast as well.
I thought there was actually a really good. I thought that the action scenes were quite good with the squirrel being chased by all the dogs. It was like it was like Scrat from Ice Age. It was frenetic action, and it had consequences. It ruined the stage show. I'm really big enough for this movie. I feel like you guys have got fatigue. I'm coming in.
Yeah, no, thank you.
It's well made.
That's why you're here. That's why we've been getting guests to inject us with that energy.
We've had different energies brought on by different guests as well. Eli Matthewson watched one of Barbie Thumbelina with us, and he said he rated it 1 star. And for a couple of seconds, I was really shocked that he could be so harsh on Barbie Thumbelina before realizing that in the context of every other movie I've ever seen, it probably is a 1 star.
Yeah. I got home today and saw that the next film I had to watch was a direct sequel to my second favorite one, and I did a little fist bump. There's no one around, and I was like, God, what am I doing with my life? But I was like, for a moment, I was genuinely excited to watch Barbie and a Mermaid Tale 2.
Yeah.
Do you know what? When this came out in 2012, do you think any child would have known what a podcast was? In 2012.
What were the big podcasts in 2012?
Because they use the term very late into the film as well. She's established as a vlogger, and it's not until she meets the band that I think the word podcast is actually used to describe what she does, which actually implies more that the filmmakers don't understand what a podcast is.
Because she's not doing a podcast; she's doing a live stream of the show.
Yeah.
So it's not a podcast.
I don't think
not
so.
Not really. That's like a live. It's like a YouTube live.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, the term podcast has outlived like the fact that it was supposed to just be listened to on an iPod.
Yeah. But what else would you call it,
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Offline radio.
That
was a piss poor yes and on my part, Richard.
So, I was genuinely trying to think of
yeah.
It's food for thought, though.
It is. Yeah, maybe we should leave people with that.
I do have a couple more things.
Let's just not do the rest of this podcast. Let's call it after 21 films.
Have we talked about what actually happens to the characters? Then? So they end up putting on a concert.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And it teaches them.
The perfect Christmas is because of you.
Yeah.
They say the perfect Christmas is one with Nick Sampson in the film.
Yeah, that was
do
a bit
say
on the nose. But you know what, maybe that was probably why I liked it.
Yeah, that's why we got
I've
you
been
on for this specific
Forgiving.
movie.
So, before we finish things up here, I did want to talk about the tie-in merchandise for the film.
Oh, of course.
Because that's sort of something we've been chatting about. Because, of course, these films were just made to sell toys. And the Barbie dolls for A Perfect Christmas.
Don't be so cynical.
Well, wait till you hear what the toys were, because they're very cheeky in this case. So you can buy each of the four sisters, like the dolls, separately, and when you press a button on them or whatever, and they each sing "Deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la." But they're at different octaves, and so the ad for it advertises you have to buy them all so you can harmonize all four singing at the same time.
That is sick. You can make one of those shanty TikToks with it.
Yeah, we'll get them to like start. Someone must have bought all these toys and made a new.
Someone must have the.
Yeah, and made like new music out of it. Like, you press it twice and it cuts it off, and then you make a little song out of that. Cool. I do have something that's probably going to take too long, but I thought it would be fun if we had. Do you have time, Nick?
Oh yeah, I got nowhere to be, mate.
Okay, I'm going to send you guys something in the Zoom chat. This is the second time we'll have done this in our Barbie watch. This is a quiz. Which one of Barbie's sisters are you most alike?
Right.
So we'll do this together, and we'll hopefully we'll all get different results by the end. Have you guys got the page
Sure.
open?
Do we read the questions
Yeah,
out?
This is so stupid. The first question.
So this is for posterity. This is the quiz on quotev.com. Which one of Barbie's sisters are you most alike? I presume that also includes Barbie as one of her sisters.
This is bullshit. Which
it's the only one I can
which
find.
Which one of the Barbie sisters are you most like? And the first question is, who is your favorite sister?
Yeah. Which one do you think you'll like?
Because that will dictate a lot.
If you say Barbie, that means you're a Stacey.
Actually, no. I clicked to see how many questions it was. I clicked through each question, the first answer, and I think I got Skipper. So it doesn't matter if you pick Barbie.
Lucky.
So it says, for starters, who is your favorite sister? Your options are Barbie, she is so perfect, and I think she is the best by far. Stacey, she is super pretty, and she is a brunette too. Skipper,
No, she's not.
No, she's not, is she? Skipper, she is totally a smaller version of Barbie, which is not true about
she has her own personality. He's talking about Stacey. And Stacey is a dickhead.
Yeah. Or Chelsea, she is the youngest and the cutest. I want to pick Skipper as my favorite Barbie sister because she's the podcaster. So should I click Stacey? Because that's who they mean.
I think you should click Stacey. Yeah, that's what they mean.
Oh, see,
I
want to pick Skipper, so I'm going to click Skipper.
Okay.
And see.
I'm going to go Chelsea because she is the youngest and the cutest.
All right, question number 2. What are your favourite hobbies? This quiz is riddled with spelling mistakes, by the way, just for the viewers at home. We've got writing and photography, hanging out with the fam jam, friends and pets, sports, or dancing and singing.
Wow. I'm going to say writing and photography.
Yeah.
Over my family and friends.
What are you doing, Richard?
I might go fam jam, friends and pets.
All right, I'll go dancing and singing.
I've never seen you do either of those things.
What do you enjoy most out of these? Soccer, blogging, princesses, or pink high heels?
And princesses doesn't have an exclamation mark. What the other
Yeah,
three
that's
do.
true. It's soccer, blogging, princesses, pink high heels.
I'm gonna go blogging.
Yeah, blogging.
All right, I'm gonna go pink high heels.
Great.
If you got a new pet, what would it be? A guinea pig, the fluffiest kitten I could find, a cute furry puppy, or a pug? Such cute dogs.
A poog.
Only. Well, a cute furry puppy could be a pug, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't limit yourself.
I'm gonna go pug.
I'd probably go a puppy or a pug, but I'm gonna go guinea pig.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna go fluffiest kitten. That was a close
You
one.
have a day to do nothing. Yay! How do you spend it? Facebook, Twitter, MySpace, Tumblr, Instagram. That's one option. Fantasizing about being on the red carpet. That's a weird word to
That is
emphasize.
unhealthy. It's an unhealthy thing to just do on your day off.
Hanging with BFFs or making up performances and showing to family members.
Yes, you're not going to get to the red carpet unless you make up performances and show off to family members.
As a comedian, Nick, I'm sure you have done that, right?
Fantasize about being on the red carpet. Yeah, all day.
I mean,
Absolutely.
making up performances and showing
I'm
to family members.
getting nowhere.
I'm gonna go hanging with my BFFs. Richard, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna go fantasizing.
All right. What seems the most you? I am pretty popular. I spend my free time shopping and hanging out. I am a big sports girl. If hockey's on, I watch. If there's sports to play, I play them. I like to relax at home with my computer, browsing the web and chatting with some of my best friends. Or I like to pretend to be princesses and mermaids, truth be told. And there's the little
Truth be told.
lowercase o dot lowercase o emoji that was very popular in 2012.
Oh
when this
yeah.
film came out.
I'm going to go relaxing at home because that's all the government will let me do at the moment.
I'm going to go pretend to be princesses and mermaids.
I like to relax at home too.
What book would you be the most interesting in reading out of these? The options are: the only book I'm interested in reading is Facebook.
Oh,
Facebook.
Then The Click by Lissy Harrison. Then The Book of Basketball by Bill Simmons, or any fairy tales.
any fairy tales.
Fairy tales.
I'm gonna go any fairy tales.
I mean, I am addicted to scrolling, so I'm going to go Facebook.
I'm going to go The Click by Lissy Harrison. All right, if you could restyle your hair, what would it look like? Brown hair, possibly with a few coloured extensions. Blonde and sleek straight. Up in a ponytail, or a super cool hairstyle that keeps my hair out of my face. Or anything with bows and tiaras, I'm in.
I like that this implies you can't change your hairstyle.
Have we done 8 questions? They still don't know which of the Barbie sisters we're most like? Because they don't have that many traits about them. They all have one trait. One does podcast, one does skating, one likes sea lions, and one is Barbie.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm going to go anything with bows and tiaras.
I'm going to go up in a ponytail.
All blonde and sleek straight. Yeah, that really straight look. That's really in.
Who is your hero? Marilyn Monroe. She was stunning, a beautiful, inspiring woman. Snow White, first Disney princess. Leonard Clean Rock. He created the internet. Oh my god.
I wonder who
Or
that was for.
James Naismith created basketball and introduced the first football helmet. 2 of these were found in a cursory Google search when writing this quiz, right?
But also,
I'm going to go Marilyn Monroe.
Tim Berners-Lee create the internet?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Despite that, I'm going to go Leonard Kleinrock.
I'm going to go Marilyn Monroe.
All right, what is your favourite saying out of these? Live life to the fullest and don't let anything bring you down. Text until your fingers hurt. Sleep until you're well enough to repeat.
Oh, God.
Dance like nobody is watching, or go hard or go home. Now, as the host of a podcast that is going to be 15 hours long, I'm going to go hard or go home.
Yeah, fair enough.
The only
But
option I can do.
as a host of a 15-hour podcast that no one's going to listen to, I'm going to go dance like nobody's watching.
I'm gonna go live life to the fullest and don't let anything bring you down because I'm aspirational.
Nice.
All right, second to last question, I think. How much makeup do you wear on a regular day? Medium, light eyeliner with a bit of mascara, just enough to look like a princess, not a lot, maybe a little bit of mascara, or quite a bit, foundation, blush, eyeshadow, lots of eyeliner, mascara, etc. Very funny there's no I don't wear any makeup option.
Yeah.
yeah, you gotta have some. I'm gonna go just enough to look like a princess.
That's got to be a lot, though, just enough to look like a princess.
I'm going to go medium, light eyeliner, Bit of
All
mascara.
right, I'm going to go not a lot, maybe a little bit of mascara. Okay, final question. What are you going to do after you finish this quiz? I don't know, maybe listen to some music. It sounds very aggressive. Probably do some online shopping. Maybe play some action games on a games website. Or probably look at some pretty dresses.
Oh, I actually do need to buy a battery for my vacuum cleaner. So yeah, I'm gonna do some online shopping.
I'm going to look at some pretty dresses.
I don't know. Maybe listen to some music. I like the answer that's offended you're being asked.
I know.
My sister, the sister I got is Chelsea.
Wow.
Chelsea is a total princess, just like you. She enjoys being super fun and energetic, and everybody loves her cute personality. She is the youngest sister and gets along with all of her sisters very well because she is so respectful and kind. Hey, sounds like someone I know. Perhaps you keep letting your true colors shine through. Fun fact, the first Barbie doll sold for $3.
Wow, that is fun.
Who'd you guys get?
I got Skipper.
Hey,
Skipper is the second oldest. On her free time, she surfs the web, blogs, and checks all her favourite social networking websites. Skipper is the only sister in the family with beautiful brown hair, which makes her unique personality shine through even more. You seem to be just like Skipper. You're both outgoing and super fun to be around. Everybody loves you! Fun fact, Skipper was the first sister in the collection. She started as a little child like Chelsea when she first came out, and now she is a teenager at the present day.
oh wow, so she's grown up. What happens? Where are the parents?
There were parent dolls
Did-
briefly. Yeah, they did.
They did. I mean, it's pretty clear. I mean, the way that Barbie carries herself throughout the movie, it's pretty clear that she takes a lot of that responsibility. on
yeah,
herself.
exactly. Yeah.
Which coincidentally, I got Barbie, the eldest of
Oh.
the sisters. Loves spending time with her family and shopping. Barbie's very down to earth and talented. Very down to earth and talented. She's very beautiful and appears to be just like you. Barbie enjoys everything pink, super generous, would do anything for her sisters. She's pretty close to perfect, but down to earth, remember, just like you are.
Fun fact,
her
her
real name
parents
is-
are dead.
Fun fact, her parents died in a car crash and Barbie blames herself every night.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm so glad we all got different ones, because how shit would this content have been
Yeah.
if we ended up with one? Like, it was a pretty, like, there were only 4 options as well.
Yeah.
And none of us got the worst sister, so that's very
Yeah,
good.
well, if I got the same as either of you, I still would have said the entire thing. So that's a good thing that didn't happen.
Well, let's wrap up this section of us talking about Barbie: A Perfect Christmas. But before we head on out, Nick, if people want to find you, if people want to follow you online or check out any content you've made, where do they go? What do they type into the Google machine?
Well, I love to blog. I love to stay up all night texting until my fingers hurt. So I'm
And
on
the only
Twitter.
book I want to read is Facebook.
Facebook. I am on Instagram. It's just my name. You can look up my name, Nick Sampson. You'll find it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Nick, and we'll see you on the other side.
Cheers, guys. What a pleasure.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. We're gonna watch them also come and join the dream team. It's time to Cult Popture and do this together. Barbie forever, yeah.
Alrighty, and we're back.
Hello.
It's sweltering hot.
Oh my god.
Oh,
The great summer of Barbie.
it is. It's God. I just wish I could cool off in some kind of body of water with a perhaps by surfing. Now to just check. I just threw my belt on the ground.
It was 33 degrees today in Christchurch. It's the hottest day I remember feeling in a long time. It's currently evening, so there is a little bit of respite, but still very warm.
I feel like I'm the hottest I've been all day right now.
Right.
But that's probably more about the room I'm in and
Right.
And, watching these Barbie movies getting me all steamed up.
We drove back, me and my friends were driving home, and I put my hand out the window, and the wind hitting my hand was like very hot.
Yeah. Do you ever,
It was creepy.
when you're driving really fast in a car, you put your hand out the window and put it in like a squeezing kind of, and it feels like you're grabbing a boob?
I wouldn't know. I've never squeezed the air before.
My friend, we were on a road trip in high school, and he was like, "Oh, check it out, dude! It feels like grabbing a boob." And then we were like, trying to work out the optimum speed you need to be going at, for it to. It's so stupid. It's such a 17-year-old thing to be doing. Anyway, speaking of 17-year-olds, oh god, I've lost all my notes. I have lost my notes. Where are
This
they?
is falling apart. We're all falling apart.
A separate window.
Man was not built to podcast in this heat, especially not about Barbie.
All right. What are we here to talk about? Barbie and a Mermaid Tale 2. That sound right to you?
I think so. My brain
is that what you watched? Because it's what I watched.
Yeah, they had that moment because the next one we watched after this, it's quite a significant milestone, and you hadn't told me that that was the next one. I just sort of discovered on my own, and I was like, "Is this right? Would he have
you
told
been
me?"
relying on me to tell you?
No,
for
it's
all
more
these?
like, so the next one is I don't mean to jump ahead. The next one's Princess and the Popstar. And I knew that you had watched some of it already. And then when I went to check which one it was and saw it was Princess and the Popstar, I was like, surely he would have mentioned to me, oh, it's Princess and the Popstar. So is this wrong?
Right.
Which is actually why I messaged you a lyric from the film to see if you
just
get
to
it.
test the waters.
Yeah,
We'd
yeah.
be like, oh.
Yeah. I can hear crickets on your end. That's very cool.
That's cool. They're very loud. I have little.
No, it's fine. It's good at.
I have little earpod, headphones plugged right into my ears, so all I can hear is you.
Yeah,
and all I can see in your glasses is my sweaty reflection.
This is good. It provides a nice. I don't know. Maybe you won't be able to hear the crickets after the
Just throw some crickets on. Louder than me for one chirp of a cricket. Or you just hear when you wish upon a star. Cricket.
Very cricket.
Pinocchio.
Our jokes are also melted with our brains. Maybe you hear wish upon a star. Cricket. That's a cricket.
Pinocchio.
Nicki Minaj.
Pinocchio. All right, well, let's move right. Let's get into the content.
Yeah, we're certainly stalling a lot for a session I don't want to be in for very long.
Yeah, because it's so hot. I want to go lie in front of my fan.
The one Cult Popture fan.
Just lie in front of who haven't we shouted out? Ryan.
Let's give someone a shout out.
Yeah, I want to lie in front of Ryan from Florida.
Lion for Ryan.
Or Dan from Hawaii. No, Hawaii's just going to be hotter.
What? Lion.
It'd have to be Dr. Barrel or something. What? Sweden.
Lion in front of Ryan and Dan, who's Hawaiian.
Very nice. All right, Barbie and a Mermaid Tale 2. Let's get on with it.
This is nonsense.
So this is a sequel to Barbie and a Mermaid Tale, and I just, I believe I just told everyone how excited that made me to be revisiting the world of Oceania. It was again directed by William Lau.
The goat. The goat.
2012. Came out in 2012, and the return of another goat. Kelly's back, baby. I wrote in my notes, Kelly's back, baby.
Do you mean Kelly as in Barbie's one now dead sister?
No, I don't. I mean Kelly Sheridan.
The
one true Barbie.
The Sean Connery of Barbie voice actors.
No.
No, and the way that she left and then came back.
Yeah.
She's Sean
and
Connery.
In no other ways. She doesn't hit women, I presume.
and she's still alive. Ducked on, Sean Connery. Ducked on.
I was gonna do a rule of threes thing.
No,
where being alive was the third one. And you're like,
we've-
I can see what he's gonna do, and I want to be the funny one.
No, what it is we've been getting comments. We made a pod.
You're like,
vid.
oh, I hope Richard remembers Sean Connery's dead. I better jump in and remind him.
We've been getting comments on our Sean Connery pod vid where we basically say he was a bad guy. And someone's like, this video hasn't aged well. And it's like, what?
Neither
Why?
did he. He aged so badly that he died.
He's dead. We're not allowed to still acknowledge he was a bad person. Sure, his contribution to film history is maybe undeniable, but like, who cares?
And I mean, there might be times when in that video when we talk about him in the present tense, which you can't do anymore because he's dead.
Maybe that's why it's dated poorly.
Yeah.
The tense changed. Do you ever get halfway through a story and then change the tense? It's dangerous business.
That's actually coming up, I think.
What? What do you mean? What could that possibly mean?
I was like, oh my god, I've seen this today. And it's so Barbie and a Mermaid Tale 2 actually had a theatrical premiere.
What?
And this is what it says on the Barbie wiki. Barbie in a Mermaid Tale 2 had a cinema premiere in the UK at Leicester Square's the VUE Cinema on 12th of February 2012, my mum's birthday. There will be a pink carpet and Barbie and other celebrities will walk down it. British magazine OK had a competition for 10 people to win tickets to the premiere of Barbie and a Mermaid Tale 2. The question, which had to be answered on Facebook, was, what is the name of the magical princess Barbie? And the answer was...
Barbie.
Merlia.
It's so hot. Richard,
It's
I think
so hot.
my mum's birthday...
And it's like how fitting that we should be returning to the world of a Mermaid Tale. The first one you described as being the sexiest Barbie movie. And now you're getting all hot and bothered in a different way, aren't you?
Or the same way.
Oh,
I have a boner.
Boner achieved. There's a little Howard and Kumar reference for you.
Richard,
okay.
I'm worried that my mum, her birthday might also be February 12th.
Surely this would have come up in the last...
That's why I'm worried. I'm actually really worried about this. It can't be. It must be. I think it's like... Oh, fuck.
Are you thinking of Abraham Lincoln? Because
No,
his
no.
birthday is also the 12th of February.
My mum's born in sometime before the 12th of February.
Are you thinking of my birthday, the 8th of February?
You're the 8th? Okay, I think my
Yeah.
mum is the 4th then.
Add them together, you get my mum.
She told, didn't that bad? She told me the other day. But on the bright side, it's not like my mum's going to be fucking listening this long into the Barbie episode, so she'll never know. Anyway, we return to Merlia.
Yeah, what the fuck happens in this movie, AJ?
So Merlia is real good at surfing now, and she has a rival who's an Australian surfer named Kylie. And meanwhile, in Oceania, Merlia's mum, the queen who she saved at the end of the first movie, is real mad at her because Merlia wants to compete in the finals for the surfing competition instead of going to a ritual for mermaids that it's something about if you wear the necklace while sitting atop the throne, you get a tail forever, which is a very specific catch which only applies to Merlia, who's a mermaid when she wants to be and human when she wants to be. Anyway, she has a falling out with her mum, and then back on land, she gets a ad deal with Wave Crest, which is a surf gear company, and they make her take her necklace off for the photo shoot, and the necklace is what gives her if she wearing the necklace while she's in the water and says, "I wish I was a mermaid," she'll turn into a mermaid, and then when she gets to land she goes, "I wish I was human," or maybe she just takes it off to become human again. Anyway, they make her take it off. Meanwhile, Kylie, who's the Australian one, and when I say Australian I mean voiced by an American doing an Australian accent.
Yeah, Australian in the same way that the character from The Good Place season 3 and 4 is Australian.
And it's really frustrating because a lot of this movie's set in Australia, and I couldn't help but wonder, like, could you just not have gotten an Australian voice actress? Like, we're not Australian, but we have had Australians on this very podcast, this very episode. And so I'm feeling secondhand annoyed, offended.
And because we can do better Australian accents.
Yeah. Because Kylie
Let's do
talks
them
like
now.
this. It's very it sounds like the Simpsons episode where they go to Australia.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kylie is down at the dock, and she's real mad because no one cares about her. They only care about Merlia. And then an evil fish floats up and says, "Hey, if you steal her necklace, I'll show you how to win the surf competition." So she steals the necklace and jumps to the water, and he tells her to wish to be a mermaid, so she does. She doesn't really care that a fish can talk, by the way, in what is becoming my favorite Barbie movie trademark of characters not caring that they've seen something amazing happen before their eyes. And she turns into a mermaid, and she's like, "Wow, this is amazing." The fish leads her to where Ares, the villain from the first film, Merlia's aunt, is captured in like a tornado, and essentially the fish tricks her so that they set Ares free. Merlia finds out, goes down, she teams up with Kylie.
Merlia is unable to become a mermaid, but she can still
breathe underwater because she always could. And so they essentially have to stop Ares because she has put all the mermaid kind of world leaders and like she's gripped them with a
mermaid
curse.
UN.
Yeah, she's gripped them with a curse that has them live in their worst nightmare, whatever that may be.
Which is terrifying, a terrifying prospect.
Yeah, and it ends with at this ritual that I talked about, and it ends with Merlia having to sit atop the throne and become a mermaid forever, to defeat the bad guy through whatever contrivances that no one cares about. But then it turns out she can still transform back into a human after she defeats the villain, because what the throne actually does is something like makes you your true self.
Makes you your true self. Yeah.
And her true self is both. It's a bi allegory.
There's a very funny scene in this film which where when Merlia and Kylie have kind of made up, and Kylie's like, "I'm sorry for taking your necklace. Here, have it back." And Merlia was like, "Oh, thank you." And then Kylie starts turning back into a human. Now, mind you, they're underwater at this point, deep underwater. And then they're like, "Fuck! Put it back on. And it was like, how did you not see this coming?
And also, surely, like,
funny.
The pressure would have crushed Kylie instantly. Like, it was very scary. I've got a bit of a phobia of water, and the idea of being that deep underwater with no breathing apparatus is very, very alarming to me.
Now let's talk about there's the spell that Eris casts, which makes you live your worst nightmare. Your greatest nightmare, your worst nightmare.
Same
it
thing.
ends up backfiring on her at the end of the film, and she gets legs, which is a kind of a fun little character thing. But if she were to cast that spell on you, AJ, what would happen?
I would. The podcast would never get big.
Okay.
I would die. I think I'd probably just die.
You'd die. Yeah.
That's it.
Having accomplished nothing with your life.
That I was talking to someone earlier today. That is my greatest fear: is the idea of living a wasted life. Getting really deep existential this far into the Barbie podcast. What about you? What would your fear be?
I was talking to someone today, similar to you about this. That like I have a really deep fear of the dentist.
Mm.
I'm like a little kid. Like I like the going to the dentist genuinely terrifies me. And like I need to have someone with me that can hold my hand and that I can like, yeah, I'm terrified of the dentist. And one of my teeth is starting to get sensitive, and it's like, fuck, I need to go probably pretty soon.
Mm.
I'm incredibly scared of going.
I really like that. It's like, AJ, what's your greatest fear? And it's like, unfulfillment, living a life that is wasted. And I look back on my deathbed and feel like I accomplished nothing. Richard, what's your biggest fear? Teeth hurt.
I'm scared of moths.
Yeah, spiders.
And heights.
The last time I went to the dentist, I had a similar thing. This was maybe 6 months ago. I had sensitive teeth, and they were like, "Your teeth are actually very strong." I was like, "Oh, great, that's interesting." It's like, just rub Sensodyne on your gums, that'll fix it. And then he was like, "You do have plaque buildup though," and then they sort of chiseled the plaque off the like bottom of my teeth, and it was one of the most painful experiences of my life, and no one told me before he started. And there was no like I would have appreciated some anesthetic, but that wasn't offered to me, and it felt like it was too painful of a thing to not have anesthetic for. And I was just baffled that this is just something they do. This is just something they do, and they don't tell you how painful it is.
I have a My like tolerance for expecting pain is like minuscule. I cannot fathom holding up to torture. Like no matter what it is, if you threaten to torture me, and obviously I have reason to believe you will go through with the torturing, I'll tell you whatever. I don't care. I don't hold on to anything that deeply.
Would you tell the patrons that we're doing Barbie, even though it's supposed to be a secret?
Like if they're about to hurt me, probably.
Wow.
But then I actually think my tolerance for pain itself is reasonably high. Like having had kidney stones, I am a little bit like, well, it's not as bad as that, is it?
I know what you mean.
But I'm really scared of pain, but when I'm actually experiencing it, my threshold is kind of it's high.
Having had gout, I've similar. I thought, what did you think of Mermaid Tale 2?
It actually does a lot of. So obviously, I'm a big fan of the first one, but
huge fan.
It actually does a lot of
it's a good sequel, right?
It's an inferior sequel, but
I actually preferred it personally.
It's on par with the first one, but it does a lot of really interesting sequel kind of stuff. Like the way it brings back Eris is like, this could be, just in whatever film. And it's like, it's one of those things, it's like, of course you have to bring it back. And then there's a lot of darker scenes where she's meeting with the big fish to kind of recruit them as her henchmen. And all this stuff, I'm like, these scenes are like an evolution of what we saw in the first film.
Yeah.
It plays with the having to be a mermaid and do the surfing thing again, but now we're introduced to the character of Kylie. And so we're kind of having that
duality.
And also we're still having an audience surrogate into it. So it's like we do have now this character we're familiar with is the expert on the world, but we're still seeing, because that's kind of the fun thing about the first one is being introduced to this world. So it's like we still have that. And it's like, this is like a textbook sequel. When we finally write the book on sequels,
this might be
there'll
mentioned.
be examples that'll be like, for instance, and
Do you know what I thought this reminded me of? You know how I've been saying this movie's this movie of Barbie, this is the Barbie's answer to this movie. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
This is the Back to the Future 2 of Barbie, I thought. Or specifically to A Mermaid's Tale. The way that the Gray's Sports Almanac is used in Back to the Future 2 is quite similar to how the magical necklace is used in Mermaid Tale 2. Kylie is Biff. She is a the antagonist, but not necessarily an evil person who's conned by, I mean, in Back to the Future too, it's an older, eviler Biff, but in this, it's like, the bad guys and is tricked into perhaps behaving a little more evil than they were intended, and it's all based around this one crux, this one crucial item, this one MacGuffin, which is that necklace that was very sort of like conveniently thrown in at the end of the last film to be just like, yeah, lets you turn into a mermaid whenever you want. And it's cool to see that used. Do you know what I mean? It's used very much as a plot device in this in a very cool way.
Unlike in Jurassic Park, when the shaving foam can with the DNA inside is teased.
Yeah.
And then never appears again. Although I think
point.
they're teasing it for Jurassic World Dominion. But this isn't gonna age well.
I thought like the way it incorporated the necklace was very fun.
That's just the Will Lau way, baby.
That's just the Will Lau style. So Queen of the Waves makes its abrupt and maybe unwelcome return in this film.
No, I
the
think
song.
I don't know why you'd say it's abrupt, but it's a very welcome return. It's a fantastic
in fact, it's very
song.
slow. It eases you in. It's not abrupt at all.
You've got a whole film to get used to it before they use it in this one.
They use it as sort of as like a callback in this, and I think someone sings it at some point as well.
Well, like Merlia's character is referred to as the Queen of the Waves on many occasions.
Yeah, but then someone sings it like as a joke. I think it's one of the villains or something. Oh no, it's the evil fish.
The seahorse.
Yeah. Yes,
Is he
you're right.
seahorse? He looks like a seahorse.
No.
And he's walking away and he's like, Queen of the Waves.
Yeah. There's also a new song in this called Do It the Mermaid Way or something. What's it called? Do the Mermaid? Do the Mermaid. And it sounds like it's sung by Sia.
Oh, yes.
And it's not an especially amazing song, but the underlying, what would you call it? Like the backing track is like a boo ba 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 boo ba 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 boo ba 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 boo ba ba ba, like a almost like a unga chaka kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's very catchy. It's fun. I'll put a little clip of it in the episode now so people can hear it.
Anunu na yumonu kaku ahi aku pap pap papio akea veke ula nuna shana kawa kawa uki uhu ona kota umu hilo api aku opelo palane.
So that's that's what.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like. Also, this film has our first for the franchise and potentially only reference to New Zealand.
Well, there's a reference to it. They
the ceremony that Merlia is blowing off is due to take place deep in the waters of New Zealand.
But then one of the actual mermaid UN members, I think she looks Māori, but she might be Pacifica. She looks a bit like Moana, like she's wearing that kind of the colors and obviously is the correct sort of. I was going to say the correct race, and I was like, damn it, that's not a good phrase. The right race to maybe be like Pacifica, which I thought was cool. She doesn't say anything in a Kiwi accent, thank God. Like, that would have been so frustrating.
They just get Kylie's voice actor to do it. They'd be the same.
Who voices Kylie? Do you have that?
I can pull it up. Kylie is played by Ashley Ball, who is Canadian.
No shit. Wow. All right. So what? Not to steer the ship, but what are we looking in the way of tie-in merch for this film?
I mean, it's exactly what you'd expect. But now there's a Kylie doll that can transform into a mermaid. There's no kind of there's no necklace, which feels like it should be.
No, because then you'd have girls running into the ocean, drowning, trying to become a mermaid.
Yeah, which I can understand why they would want to not do that.
Yeah.
I do, to answer what I'm sure is a burning question for probably yourself and the listeners.
Yes.
I actually, when I was reading you out the little article about the cinema premiere of Barbie and a Mermaid Tale 2, I actually didn't read the whole thing.
Ah.
So I know what you're wondering. What are the names of the 10 winners? So the competition winners would get to meet Barbie and be the first to watch the film and do mermaid-related activities and meet Barbie. They meet Barbie, watch the film, do mermaid activities, and meet Barbie.
Mermaid activities.
Jump in the water and try not to drown. The 10 winners were Chantal Venter, Stacey Akers, Rebecca Hurst, Kim Green, Rhiannon Martin, Stephanie Smith, Sarah Jane Moore, Amy Salaby, Chantal Scott, and Jenny Edgar.
Give a very special Cult Popture welcome to all of these girls. Hey girls, how's it going? How was the premiere? How'd it go? Imagine that. Imagine if you tracked them
And
down.
then forgot to read their names to begin with. Oh fuck, that's right. I spent weeks organising this. Also, the celebrity guests included former Spice Girl Mel C, Sam Faiers from the popular British reality show The Only Way is Essex, or Towie, and Amanda Harrington from another popular British reality show named Desperate Scousewives.
I'm very surprised that this is the one they decided to put in cinemas, because it's very like...
Well, it's not the only one, because they
okay.
also did it for... Just steamroll you.
It's very reliant on knowing what happened in the first one. I would have thought they would have put an original as the first one in cinemas.
Well, maybe it's like John Wick 2 in New Zealand, where the first one didn't come out in cinemas, but it had such a good response on video on demand.
Is that what happened? Is that what happened,
and
though?
then they put the second one in cinemas. Is that one with John Wick or with
With Barbie? Is that what happened with Barbie?
Well, I'm hypothesizing. But it looks like I don't have like details on it, but there is a release date of August 10th, 2012. In view cinemas again for Barbie, the Princess and the Popstar, which is the next film we're talking about. So I hope that is the one you watched after there was some confusion on your end for some reason.
This one also came out in 2012, but
Yeah.
so did the Christmas one we just watched. And shouldn't that have come out after A Mermaid Tale?
No, Barbie Perfect Christmas came out in 2011.
Oh dear. Okay.
I have to tell Nick.
Nick!
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. We're gonna watch them also come and join the dream team. It's time to cut some popture and do this together. Barbie forever, yeah.
Okay, so Barbie, the Princess and the Popstar. This is directed by Zeke Norton, or Ezekiel Norton, as he's credited on IMDb. And what's this one about?
So this is supposed to be a remake of the Princess and the Pauper Barbie movie, because
It's another adaptation of
yeah.
the Prince of the Pauper.
Presumably
by Mark
because by
Twain.
this point they knew Princess and the Pauper was the most celebrated of the series. And I did not click until watching it that the pop star does not take the role of the princess, which it feels like that's the obvious way to take this, is that there's still a pauper character, but there's a pop star as well, because this is essentially about a princess and a pop star, both who are pretty much like equals in their class, who want each other's exactly like identical life, and then switch places through disguises after they meet. And it's like this Richard, this is a fundamental misunderstanding of the Prince of the Pauper story. The whole point is one of them's poor. The whole point is like one of them is like never experienced luxury, and one of them's sick of the high life. They both have that in this. It's very strange.
I don't know. I kind of
It's very strange. It's very strange direction to take it. It should have been the pop star and the pauper. I just assumed that's what it was, but then it's in the title this whole time.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, I mean, there's Tori is the princess, and what's the name of the pop star?
Kiera.
Kira. So Barbie plays Tori, and it almost looks like Skipper plays Kira, but it might just be brunette Barbie or purple-haired Barbie actually. Because I say that because Chelsea and Stacey do make their return as characters in this film.
She is played by Barbie according to the Barbie wiki, apparently.
So just a different coloured hair Barbie.
Yeah, well, I mean they change hair colours, but one's voiced by Kelly Sheridan and the other one's not.
So the ticking clocks in this film is one of them's got to do a concert, one of them's got to do like a royal speech, all while the hand of the king is trying to steal a magical bushel from within the castle, which is guarded by fairies, because there's fairies in this movie, because Barbie cannot do a movie without fairies now. They are par for the course. It can be a legal drama set in Milwaukee and there'll be fairies in it at this point. So I mean, what else is there to say about it? There's some songs in this. I didn't, for the one that's both celebrating the Princess and the Pauper and is also named for a pop star. I thought the songs were very unmemorable in this. The most memorable one in it was the cover of How to Be a Princess from Princess and the Pauper, and I thought it was interesting that that's the only song they bring back when it's by no means surely you do I Am a Girl Like You. Surely that's the one you bring back for a modern
to be a princess / to be a pop star in this one.
Yeah, which
I liked the reprisal of that.
I did too. No, sorry, I did too. I'm saying that's the best one, but
I really enjoyed I Wish I Had Her Life, which is the two of them singing at each other. And then there's Here I Am, which is you get a Kira version and a Tori version.
Right.
And then also we get what's the name of the artist? Perfect. You get a cover of Perfect Day by Hoku, which is most famously used in Legally Blonde.
Yeah. So this is the callback for our own podcast.
Perfect Day.
And there's also the what's the opening track called? Anyway, it's blended with
Princesses Want to. Yeah, it's Here I Am blended with Princesses Just Want to Have Fun. Yeah,
which is a sort of adapted version of Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Which is interesting that now that because the Barbie movies at some point in the last few movies, the Universal logo shows up at the front of them now. Presumably they were bought by Universal at some point, and I wonder if that's what gets them actual pop music to use, at their disposal now. Sure. Because we saw it as well in what was it? There was another one where they sang another cover of another song. Doesn't matter. Didn't mention it at the time. Don't need to mention it now.
I can't remember if I mentioned, but Mermaid Tale 2 had 78% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I just assumed.
Yeah, this one is 67%, so a little low for our audience scores. There's, you probably know this, but there's an animated VeggieTales episode called The Princess and the Popstar, which has the same premise as this film.
Really? I didn't know that.
Wow.
That's very interesting. There's a lot of similarities between Barbie and VeggieTales as well. I think that one, what year did Princess and the Popstar VeggieTales come out?
I mean, to be fair, this could not at all be true. I did not.
No,
I did not verify it. You're like, yeah. Now I remember it. It's the 40th episode of VeggieTales. If that helps.
Yeah.
August 13th, 2011, so a year earlier.
Wow, no, I was off VeggieTales by 2011, unfortunately. But there are a lot of similarities between Barbie and VeggieTales. I have been noticing they both do the Looney Tunes / Muppets thing of the cast playing characters and royalty-free stories. And VeggieTales, it's usually Bible stories that are the royalty-free stories, which they've kind of cornered the market on, Barbie and Muppets aren't doing Bible stories, even though there's so many of them. So yeah, I did notice that and the animation quality's similar. I think VeggieTales gets away with it a lot more than Barbie because VeggieTales is a series about hopping geometric shapes, which are a lot easier to animate.
So I'm wondering if the Barbie wiki has a goofs section. for when the filmmakers fucked up in some way. And I'm wondering if you picked up on this goof.
Okay.
When Tori tries to distract the other guests to start her tour with Kira, she says, "Look, everyone," but only a few people look towards her.
Oh my god, that's so embarrassing. On the animators, not on the character.
Oh, of course. And also, so in 2013, a Twitter user named Breland Spears asked at Britney Spears, "What is your favorite movie?" And Britney Spears, said, "Princess and the Popstar."
Was she talking about Barbie or VeggieTales?
I mean,
So you-
what? Yeah, it's
Yep.
VeggieTales isn't a movie, so I'll give Barbie the benefit
Right.
of the doubt and assume she'd be there. And all the replies are like, "Great choice, Brittany."
I thought this was one of the lesser tier Barbies.
Really, I put
I-
it somewhere in the middle to the top.
I put it middle to bottom. I'm sure the discrepancy is huge.
I put it sixth.
Wow, man! No, I thought this one.
One below Princess and the Pauper.
There are
Why is Magic of Pegasus so high?
that's the Bohemian Rhapsody of Barbie movies. Magic
What
of
is?
Pegasus. Magic of Pegasus. That's the one that should be directly in the middle of the 37.
I'm gonna put Pauper and Popstar below above
Okay.
Pegasus.
I think that that there are tiers in my Barbie ranking now. So the top tier is like ones that actually reached me in whatever way, shape, or form. Then
that made you feel things.
Yeah, the next tier is like the very interchangeable ones that I don't really care about and didn't make me feel anything. The Magic of Pegasus, that sort of thing. And then below that are the ones where like filmically I was offended. Like I didn't like what they were going for, or I thought the message was bad.
And that's where you would put the Barbie Diaries, I'm guessing.
That's where Barbie Diaries, what's at the bottom, so of course it's there. The Island Princess is there as well. And I put Princess and the Popstar somewhere in that, just because not only does it like fundamentally misunderstand what the Prince and the Pauper is supposed to be about by making them both rich people. I don't
know. I don't think like I can forgive like that you're taking the name and you're using it as like it's just two people switching situations.
So you're telling me you think this story wouldn't be more interesting if it was a pop star and a pauper?
I did not say that.
Well, I'm asking you.
No, I don't.
No, you don't. So you're saying you don't think it would be more interesting?
No, I think this is the most interesting movie ever made.
Bullshit. It's so.
No, I mean, like, well, it's just like, yeah, they're not like betraying what it is. It's like they made a movie about two people who switch lives, and they used a riff on The Prince and the Pauper as for the title.
I think this would have started its development as the pop star and the pauper, and then one of the Barbie high ups were like, no, you got to have a princess in it, because it just seems so unnecessary to have both in it. Like, you could have a pop star, like the story would be cool if it was like.
So they should have called it like the Princess Switch.
It should have been the Princess Switch, which is just Prince of the Pauper. No, but I think it's a cool idea to have it be the pop star and the pauper and just retell the story, but it's
the Pop Star,
a pop star and a pup star, the pup star and the pauper.
Now we're talking.
But anyway, I also just thought that it was a bit this is where one of those Barbie films which really encroaches on like what lesson are you trying to teach little girls here? I feel like it's one of the
Be
more
yourself.
but nah, it's one of the more obtuse ones
Don't.
prioritizes being a princess or being
A pop star.
being It's very hot. It's very hot, and I thought I had more to say in that, but my brain is melting.
Yeah, I thought I had more to say as well. When I said a pop star, I was like, oh, cool. When AJ finishes, I've got another point. And now I don't.
Does the tie-in merchandise for this, does Barbie's hair go from blonde to pink because her hair turns pink in the final 30 seconds of the movie?
You know what? I consistently forget to look at the merchandise.
I'll look it up. Look up Popstar and the Pauper toy ad. That's what I've been doing.
Oh, nice.
Because
that's not what it's called.
That is that like is no bullshit. It's like because it's an ad. It's like here's what's special about it.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna see what happens when princesses want to have fun. The musical starring Tori, she sings. The princess who transforms. She does.
See what happens when princesses want to have fun. All right, I'm watching it too.
And Kira, she sings too. Popstar transforms to
Tora.
a princess.
Tori. She
They sing
transforms.
together,
Oh,
two
her
in
hair.
one.
So okay.
Yeah, I see. Yeah,
All right. Sorry,
it
it's
does
still
turn.
talking to me.
You can own it.
All right.
Oh my
No.
god! It came out on September 11th.
Spoilers, dude. Okay. So what? It's still going. September 11th. Holy shit! They say it out loud. So
Yeah.
the key takeaway from this merchandise is that it's building on the 2-in-1 model that we saw in Fashion Fairy Tale. So you pull a cord and the dress transforms, but then also Barbie's hair, you twist it round like an exorcist, like the little girl, the exorcist, but it's just the scalp. It's just the hair, and when you turn it round, it's pink. So that's very fun.
which like so just behind it when you flipped it round.
What?
Presumably,
What?
it just
What?
Unless it's like you have to perfectly style it yourself.
Just make it water.
Yeah.
It's sensitive to water. That's what you should do.
Just make Barbie have two faces, and you turn the head.
God. Barbie, Janus, is that the Roman god of two faces or whatever it is?
Barbie, what was that name, Barbie, we used to call you down at the precinct?
Barbie Two-Face. Barbie, I believe in Barbie Dent.
She was the best of us.
Oh my god. You were the best of us. Because like Batman and Gordon are also Barbies in this situation.
Where were the other trucks going?
The Joker, imagine a Joker Barbie, and she's like, "You want to know how I got these scars?"
Fairies.
The fairies stand up. Oh boy, I am
Boy, is it hot
I
in here.
drenched.
Fuck, I'm so
drenched. I'm about to
Um,
pop my own star. That wasn't very good.
hot.
No, I didn't even mean it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's funny, like, normally I would be conscious of time, but like, it's so stupid how long this podcast is that, every time we come to wrap up, I'm like, ugh. I mean, you're going to keep listening, presumably. And if you don't, like, why did you come this far?
I really hope that like the response to this episode in the Discord or wherever is going to be like people being like spoilers for 3 hours in, but like are people going to trawl this episode and look for the oral gold that is hidden? Is this going to be like like almost an oral landscape?
This is going to be our Zapruder film.
What's that?
The tape of JFK assassination.
Find out who killed JFK. New grassy knoll Barbie. Each sold separately. Her head literally explodes. You like remove the back of her head. Oh my god.
Her head just does that. But yeah, it's like a it's one of the more famous kind of shots of it, and it's the the grassy knoll and all that kind of shit.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But this is going to be the Zapruder film,
Right.
of podcasts where you're going to be trawling this for or I also could have gone for what's it called, like the Anorak's Bible from the Anorak's final message from Ready Player One.
Yeah, there's like cryptic. If you listen to this podcast in reverse on double speed, it actually has it has a satanic message. Fun.
All right, let's bring on our next guest.
Okay.
Alrighty, here to talk to us about Barbie in the Pink Shoes, and for us to patiently listen, is Hamish Parkinson.
Hey, Hamish.
Hey, how you going?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good. Thank you for having us to your TED Talk.
Hey, no problem. As you know, this movie is a passion of mine.
TEDx, I should say, as this is not an official TED product. But yeah, we are here to talk about Barbie in the Pink Shoes. And just to shake things up, Hamish, what year were you born?
Oh,
1987.
1987. Thank you for offering that up so freely. We've been asking everyone, usually at the end of their segment, what year they were born. And so I can tell you what Barbie looked like the year you were born.
Oh, amazing. I thought this was going to be some kind of deep scam. Whereas, that's what my maiden name was.
What is your credit card information?
It's available online if you look for it.
So you've got two different Barbies that came out in 1987. One is Dr. Barbie. Dr. Barbie was on call in 1987 with a white jacket and a miniature stethoscope.
Wow.
For listening to Little
And
Hearts.
Helping just open up little plastic organs, pumping them up.
And you also have one called Bopsy.
Bopsy.
Meet Bopsy, the new addition to Barbie's band. What instrument does she play? Check out her satiny jacket for the answer. So I'm going to need you to buy one if you want to find out. It appears to be a saxophone.
This is
some kind of saxophone or saxophone-like instrument.
This is what Tim Batt was assigned as well, the Barbie that he was assigned when he talked to us. We are trying to treat it a little bit like your horoscope, Hamish. So you're either going to be a saxophonist or a doctor.
Yeah.
So you got to pick.
I feel like I'm not smart enough to be a doctor or a saxophonist, to be honest, but I'll go saxophonist just because I feel like I have a similar lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also this jacket, fucking sick.
It's so sick you'd need a doctor.
Oh.
Me
Get Tim.
me and Richard, we're going to be cops. We got cops, Barbie.
And fantastic time to be a cop.
It's a fantastic time to be a cop and a fantastic time to be talking Barbie.
Well, we're either actually, I can't remember if I looked at both our options back then, but we can either be a cop or Native American Barbie.
Oh, God.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Did they call it Native American Barbie?
It appears to be called that, yes.
It's still a problematic, though, that you're not creating a new character. If it's just Barbie, but now she's Native American, that is Barbie being, doing blackface, essentially, right?
What if Barbie was Pocahontas?
Yeah.
Okay, so Barbie in the Pink Shoes, a film which AJ hours ago referred to as the Avengers Endgame of the Barbie universe without knowing anything about it.
I knew that I'd seen that characters we've already seen in Barbie movies would be reprising. Well, no, they don't really. They're just. We'll get into it. I would now.
It's a greatest hits tour, but for a synopsis of what the film is about, I'm going to turn to you, Hamish, if you would be able to run us through, in your own words, the events or the kind of general through line of this film.
If you copy Wikipedia, so help me God, we've both got it open in front of us. We'll know.
I would. It's basically you're watching not Barbie, which was the first thing that shocked me. Is that there is no character called Barbie in this movie, but a Barbie-like character.
Yeah.
Who is a free-spirited...
The official line of reasoning from Mattel is that Barbie is playing the character. So you're watching Barbie, the actress, play Kristen? Is that her name?
Yeah, something like
Kristen.
that.
Yeah.
Crystal. Oh.
Sort of like, Hamish, how when you're watching Thor Ragnarok, you're watching Hamish Parkinson play the robot in the background of a scene. I forgot to
Don't
mention
believe
that
that.
at the start of the episode. We are
Yeah.
talking to someone who was in a Marvel movie.
Yeah. Our first guest we've had on this podcast who appears in a franchise we've covered.
Wow.
That's true.
Wow. A very important character, I would add at that.
I remember because we
Yeah.
found out you were going to be in it before the movie came out. And then when we...
And I was like, that guy?
Well, he can be in a movie. Anyone can.
we hadn't really met you at that point, and then when we did meet you a couple of years ago, we were like, "Who are you?" in Thor Ragnarok. And then you
Why
described
is your name in a credit?
you're like you're like a robot and that serves a drink in the background of a shot. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
What?
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. After all my friends saw that movie, they're like, "Why the fuck is your name in the credits?" Right.
That's amazing.
But you do make a proper appearance. Not that your appearance in Ragnarok isn't proper, but you do make a significant appearance in like Hunt for the Wilder People.
Yeah, you see my face in Hunt for the Wilder People.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you could recognize me from that one, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Does that top your CV, or is it Thor Ragnarok first and then Hunt for the Wilder People?
I'd say probably Hunt for the Wilder People because the Thor thing's kind of funny to me.
Yeah.
Like it seems like a gag because it's like as soon as you say that to someone, they're like, "No, you weren't."
Yeah. I like that you think of it as a gag because it's like it's a gag. It's an inside joke for people that know you, but not really on any mass scale.
But it's one of the biggest films ever made.
Someone say that's a perfect gag.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so sorry to
Barbie.
interrupt. Yeah.
No, the more important franchise, Barbie. This, I will add, this. It seems like this is the director's magnum opus. I did go on a little deep dive into all of his social media accounts.
Owen Hurley, you're referring to?
Yeah. He seems like a lovely man.
He hasn't directed one of these in a while. He directed like the first Barbie movie. And
So
then,
he did Nutcracker, Rapunzel, and Swan Lake.
Right.
Yeah.
This is the big
And so
ballet.
this is the last movie
Rapunzel, wasn't
he directed, I think.
Oh. His
Yeah,
swan,
and now
his
he
swan
just-
song. No pun intended.
An absolute the face, the suggested intention there. But what happens in this movie? So Barbie playing a character, which is still shocking to me.
Well, you should see the other 20-something films. Your mind would be blown.
So does she play the lead character in all these films? That's an incredible thought process that's gone into that.
In some of them, she is Barbie. You do get ones that take place
Right.
in the quote-unquote real world.
Yeah.
Right.
And we meet her sister.
Which I thought this one was till very far into it, and then someone called her Kristen. And I was like, oh.
But you normally also there's a framing device kind of thing. So we meet Barbie, she tells the story to someone, and then
Right.
she's like inserting herself into the story as the main character.
Right. So this is quite like a experiment for Barbie
Sure.
Yeah.
to see if she can truly become a character.
Yeah. I mean,
Wow.
we have seen her play. I think we've seen her play non-fairy tale characters as well. This is definitely like, at least initially, it's the most grounded of the. Which it's not very grounded because it's. But like at least when it starts and it's just about a ballerina, I was like, why don't they just call her Barbie? Why is she playing someone else doing something Barbie would just do normally? But it doesn't stay there for long, I guess.
No, because it's Barbie playing a ballerina who is too free-spirited for her Black Swan-esque teacher, and then is jealous of this brunette Barbie who is very good and determined, and it's bad. She doesn't have the free spirit of Barbie,
Yeah.
And so she gets magical shoes from his seamstress.
What color are they?
You better believe they're pink.
I just got shivers.
They're black. And her, I'm gonna... What? So me and my flatmate were watching this, and one of the things we were talking about is like, what is the...
Why are you doing
like-
this?
Why am I doing this? But is her best friend in this... First of all, they all look like Sims. That's the other thing I can't get past.
Yeah.
But so her best friend in this that only ever talks about how Barbie character's life is more important than anyone else's.
Mhm.
Is she Asian?
I don't know. I thought she was
Like-
African American, but I'm not sure.
Right. She seemed very ambiguous.
Racially ambiguous Barbie.
according to the Barbie movies wiki, she has tan skin.
Okay, that sounds like it was written by a white person.
Because, yeah, there was something very distraction about watching this, like, tan Barbie. And it's like, is that a white woman? Because, like, the animation isn't top-notch in this Barbie movie.
Yeah. It's sort of like they took... There's like one model for every character in every Barbie movie, and sometimes the adjustments are enough to make them look like different people. But in this case, maybe I guess the adjustments weren't enough for the resemblance to be lost.
When I was watching Barbie Fashion Fairy Tale with David Correos for the podcast, he didn't mention this on pod, I don't think, but the first thing he said to me when the film started, he was like, "This is like the exact animation quality of like 3D animated porn."
Wow. They do like it does. The whole world does seem like it's been downloaded from somewhere. Like it does seem like someone's just got like free animation software. Putting the characters in place.
That's
all do just
that's probably what happened.
Yeah.
20 years ago, and they never fixed it. They never fixed it after Nutcracker.
But it's like, this is what the fans want now. Just kind of budget porn Barbie.
Yeah.
That came out in 2003.
Does this, so before we get back to the storyline, does this film, or should I say the storyline, rest of the storyline, and then ask questions?
Let's get, I feel like we need to let people know.
There's a big
listening.
thing that happens in the film which we haven't even addressed.
Right,
yet.
the pink shoes, the big pink shoes.
Yeah.
Oh no, medium size 9 pink shoes. She puts on and travels to a Narnia-esque German world. I should mention before, the normal dance that the Barbie character does is a cutout cow comes down, and she marches out with a bucket, puts it beside the cutout cow, and then just freeform some jazz dancing, and the cow disappears. That's all the setup you get to the scene, where she's now hiding in a magical land bush and looking out at this 3 German houses by a river where multiple people come out, milkmaids, and they're all dancing. And then she goes down, and there's a rich guy being like, "Ooh, I'm just a normal boy." And then her tanned friend is like, "I bet you're not." And it's like, tell me, do you know about this French food? And it's like, yep. It's like, haha, gotcha, you're rich.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Ooh, no, my disguise has not worked." And
he's asked if he prefers beef stew or foie gras. And he goes, "Foie gras, of course." And she's like, "Aha!" But I feel like if you said that to a poor person, that would also be like, "Yeah, I'll have foie gras."
Yeah, it's a fucking literally.
But also, isn't foie gras just like real gross? So it's one of those things that rich people pretend to like.
Right,
what is foie gras?
It's
foie
duck,
gras
I think.
is like it's like overfed duck liver. I think it's like they essentially force feed or like geese. It's it's one of those like weird delicacies. It's a liver of a duck or goose, either or. And they fatten it, and so it's like it's a pate-ish kind of texture, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
because that's how you make pate as well, right?
This is the funniest distraction we've had on the Barbie podcast so far.
What the fuck is foie gras?
Foie gras has a whole Wikipedia page called Foie Gras Controversy.
What?
And if you look at the photos they put on it, I'll send it to the chat on this call. But like, it's pretty horrific. The picture of them force feeding a goose, just jamming some kind of rod down its throat.
What are we? Okay, so Barbie in the pink
and then
shoes.
there's full on anti foie gras protesters.
Whoa! Holy hell! That is. I kind of feel.
But it's one of those
God.
things that's like, it's sadder because it's a little bit hilarious.
Yeah.
Right.
Like the way its beak is like forced open. It's AJ and I have both experienced this on not being force fed like this, but
I'm like, what are you talking about?
but on set we've talked about this, but we've seen a cat that's been like run over.
Oh my god!
And its eye has like popped out of its socket, and there's a thing where it's like it's horrific to see, and I felt sick to my stomach.
Yeah.
But the thing that makes it worse is that like seeing an actual eye popped out of its socket is kind of funny.
It's
and
as funny
like,
as you. It looks like an auga.
it looks exactly like it looks in The Mask.
Yeah.
But
Jim Carrey has ruined these important moments for us all.
This is getting very macabre, but I kind of like it because I don't know if we actually explained this to you before we started recording, Hamish. But this is about 10 hours deep into a podcast. You're appearing on a what is looking like it's going to be closer to 20 hours than 15 hours now, which was our original estimate. So
Amazing.
welcome to Barbie Podcast After Dark, where it gets macabre and creepy like this, and we talk about dead cats and foie gras.
I hope people do listen to it from start to end. I want, if you can make this podcast 24 hours.
Yeah.
yeah,
Maybe we could. Maybe we
I mean, like, fuck it, why not? Like,
this bring out the long cut of it.
I will say,
yeah.
though, this is probably the longest we've gone on one film without at all really explaining what
it's about. It's also the most we've talked about foie gras and the resulting controversy.
That's true.
Possibly in my entire life,
Yeah.
not just on this podcast.
Well, I mean, I didn't know what
but-
it was, and now it is, so I'm thankful for this podcast.
Now we're going to be getting out there and joining those protests.
Yeah.
It's like that hotel in Paris.
Stop deep-throating ducks! So what happens next after the foie gras burn, which is not at all an important plot point. It kind of is, actually. It's actually kind of a deep cut. It's foreboding what's about to happen, but not immediately.
Okay. Yeah. Are you referring to the swans?
I'm
Because you
referring to
don't
the
make
swans.
You don't make
Yeah.
foie
Yeah.
gras from swans.
Well,
It's not Goose Lake.
Give it a try. Goose Lake? Someone in Canada has got to have done Goose Lake at some point, eh?
I'll fact check that while we continue.
It must be a
Goose
Toronto.
are the Pepsi swans, aren't they?
I prefer geese, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's a city in Iowa called Goose Lake.
There you go.
Shout out to anyone from Goose Lake.
Yeah.
And then there's a Goose Lake C-store, which is in Goose Lake, and that's the first option when it comes up. I'm going to do more research into Goose Lake. Let's continue.
This is
There's
bananas.
also a Chinese neo-noir crime thriller called The Wild Goose Lake.
Wow.
Maybe to fill out the podcast, we'll just start talking about that movie. Just listen to us in real time watching the movie, the 1 hour and 57-minute movie.
This is falling apart so much more than I anticipated. And I part of me wants to embrace it, and part of me's like, I can tell you what the movie is about in a sentence. If you put me in, coach, put me in.
I've got the facts. I just want to get it done. Anyway, Barbie starts
So
dancing.
this is the Wild Goose Lake, the film. It's in a language called Wuhan dialect.
Oh, yeah.
And it actually came out like mere days before the first case of COVID-19.
Wow.
This could be like we could be stumbling into something
Are
here,
you
guys.
suggesting that the release of this film is why the world has COVID-19?
The release of Barbie and the Pink Shoes.
That is
Someone mistook it for a goose and made the wild goose lake. And maybe the Chinese government, they've been saying that people have been saying they've been lying to us about the outbreak. Maybe it was a goose.
I'm going to be gutted if this ends up on like a QAnon chat somewhere. Like a new evidence found.
It's 10 hours in. It's 10 hours in,
10
but
hours
you've got to
in.
listen.
And you got to listen to from the start. There will be quizzes.
There's a lot of context.
You need to know why they start talking about it. Mattel's like, why is there such an uptick of movies being watched? Anyway, Barbie starts dancing, but she's no longer the Barbie character.
Yeah.
She's Barbie playing a character who is now transformed into a different character.
Yeah.
The main character of the ballet.
Giselle.
Which, is this a real ballet? Because the restart.
Great question, because, this is how I'm going to slip in describing what this movie's about in a sentence 25 minutes in to answer your question. What I assumed this was going into it was like the Kingdom Hearts of the Barbie universe, basically.
Sure.
She goes through a magical portal and explores the previous worlds of previous Barbie movies. What it actually is it's less the Kingdom Hearts of Barbie movies and more the Kingdom Hearts of ballet. And some of those
ballets.
Yeah, some of those ballet happen to be ones that have been covered by Barbie. But Giselle,
and directed by Owen Hurley already as well.
But Giselle is the first one we see, which is A, ballet I'd never heard of, and B, a ballet that there hasn't been a Barbie movie of done. So, what was your question?
Is it a real...
Yes, Giselle. I guess so. It must be, surely.
Let me check.
The stuff they talk about is too specific to just be made up for this movie. Like, one of the characters is called Hilarion and things like that.
Giselle is a real ballet. It's
Giselle.
It's based on Victor Hugo's Phantoms from Les Orientales.
I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure it's Les. But
Les Orientals. Orientales. Is that a pun? Is this a French? Have we stumbled upon a French pun?
Oh, the fanciest of all the puns.
Stumbled?
Oui.
I like that you stumbled upon it. Like no one making this would have thought of making
I've uncovered
that pun.
a centuries-old French pun on Wikipedia. Heretofore unseen.
This is breaking news every moment in this podcast.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to see if Barbie and the Pink Shoes is Control F on Giselle. Barbie, it turns up no results. I'll try Pink Shoes just to be safe.
So the other main
results.
ballets that we see in this ballet fantasy world is Swan Lake, where the characters get turned into swans for a hot minute. And also the Nutcracker is a character in this, but he is not the same hot, sexy Nutcracker from the first Barbie movie. He's like a cowardly Nutcracker. These were all talking points which seemed like they would be funny when I thought this was just going to be just the train keep on turning.
No, there's several stops to this train. This is not an express line. Hamish, you were about to say.
I like how in this version of the Nutcracker and his girlfriend, the dancer character, it does seem like a normal heterosexual relationship where the Nutcracker's just like this monster and the girl is just like a normal looking girl.
Bro, that's what happens in the Nutcracker, Barbie and the Nutcracker movie as well.
Ah.
She fucks
so
the Nutcracker, dude.
That would be terrifying. Did it look like that?
I mean, they don't actually fuck. But it's like
There's
a Beauty and the Beast
porno.
thing.
There's a porno out
of
there
course.
somewhere.
Yeah.
It's a Beauty and the Beast
Should we
thing.
open the well of Barbie Rule 34?
I did find like queer fan art of Barbie and the Diamond Castle, because that one, Hamish, has a very clear lesbian relationship at its center where they never say it's romantic, but everyone watching
And they
can
never
tell.
fuck.
Is there okay? Here's another question for you. So there's two horny boys chasing Barbie the entire time.
Are you talking about us or the
Us.
characters in the pictures?
I'll never tell. In the movie.
One of them's the foie gras guy.
One of them's a rich guy. One of them's just a humble farmer who's like, just kill animals. That's cool, man.
Who sounds like Mark Ruffalo. He sounds like he's
yeah.
doing a Mark Ruffalo impression.
It could be.
Because it's a very different. Usually, the voices in Barbie movies, there's two types of voices usually here in Barbie movies. There's either like very articulate good guy, or there's
Snidely British villain.
and it's like we very rarely get anything else. But this guy sort of sounds like this, and he kind of sounds like me.
Yeah. And we're like, oh my goodness, representation.
Yeah. Finally, I had to watch 22 Barbie movies, but I got representation.
Are they, at the end of it, did you think that they ended up being bros, or do you think they ended up being kind of more than bros?
Oh.
Because it definitely felt to me like, it's like, man, are those guys, are they falling in love?
If anything, it's an undercooked story, right? There could have been a better, reconciliation of differences and maybe a love story developing between them, but it seems to be more interested in following the Barbie storyline. Though, like a lot of these movies feel like stuff gets. A lot of these films feel like stuff gets left on the cutting room floor. Like we've talked a few times about how it feels like this would have been better if this very obvious thing had been expanded upon in the obvious way it should have been. And that kind of feels like one of those things where it's like this. There's clearly like a developing friendship in the background of this film that it doesn't pay enough time to. Although when we go back to the real world, the same characters in the real world play like ballet school execs. Which it never works when you don't see them before The Wizard of Oz, right? Like if you're watching the Wizard of Oz, you don't see the old lady who turns out to be the witch in Oz until after she gets back from Oz. You'd be like, who cares?
Yeah, because
you're like, it's the witch.
Because there's also kind of other confusing thing about the movie, which I guess it leaves open intentionally, right? Of going, is it all in her head? Is this her weird ass fantasy, or which is like brings up other kind of problems about how she sees everyone? Or is it an actual magical world where everyone is transformed and they are like? Is it like more of a Narnia kind of vibe?
And this is just where Tchaikovsky went all those centuries ago and just copied the ballet.
Yeah.
Tchaikovsky was a fraud. I'll say it.
You're the bravest guy I know.
We do see, in the Swan Lake section of the story, we do see Rothbart return, who was the villain played by Kelsey Grammer in Barbie of Swan Lake. And he was that film got in a lot of trouble because Rothbart in that film was depicted as a very offensive, like Jewish stereotype. So like a massive nose.
He was animated like Nazi propaganda.
Yeah, exactly. And in this, they have very wisely completely changed his character design. It's completely different in this.
He looks crazy. And this one, he looks like the director a little bit.
I don't know what the director looks like.
I went on a deep dive. He's got it on Instagram. Yeah,
it might be intentional.
Nice. It could be. The beard is crazy. I was just thinking about like, oh, hard to kiss you. Just a hock for a beard, like that is. That is
everyone I try to kiss gets stabbed in the neck. Richard, what does this one have on Rotten Tomatoes?
I did write it down. So, Hamish, this is audience scores, not they don't have critical responses, and most of the audience scores have been in like the mid-70s range. This one is 67, So it's actually not super high for the film.
I really liked this
Suspect.
one. I've actually ranked
Wow.
this third out of the 21 we've watched so far.
You're insane.
Wow.
And I'll tell you why I liked it.
No, I don't want to hear it.
I think. What is this, a
Is this
podcast?
Am I witnessing the end of your friendship? 'Cause
No,
I'm
it
cool
ended
with
a long
that.
time
I'm cool
ago.
with that.
It ended 4 films ago.
This is why it's
I
so
like this
bizarre.
one because this is the most interesting, I think, message that a Barbie movie has had. Usually, it's very vague. Follow your dreams, yada yada yada. But this one, the theme of the film is very much like pave your own way, like do your own thing, because she gets told off by the dance teacher at the start of the film for sort of her free-form style of ballet, and then of course the boss then also plays the Ice Queen, who we haven't mentioned is the main villain in Tchaikovsky Land.
She who looks like the Frozen character. which is
She
very
does look a bit
confusing.
like Frozen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's this she's the Snow Queen, right? And
Yeah.
which is like what Frozen is based on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And so
Back
at
to
the,
Wikipedia I go.
at the end, so in Tchaikovsky Land, you like dancing is the language of the land. Like you dance to move your way through things, and the Snow Queen is very adamant that everyone must be dancing at all times. And then the way she is defeated by Barbie or whatever her name is in this world is she does her own dance instead of the dance that's supposed to be at that point in whatever story that they're a part of. And she says, "No, there's only one way to tell this story." And Barbie goes like, what does she say? It's like yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, like that kind of thing, but I can't remember what the line was.
That's a direct line, yeah.
Yeah. And so, but like the message is very clearly encouraging you to like do your own thing and be innovative, you know? And I thought that was a unique and very well told, especially I think maybe because it's told through metaphor as opposed to just someone learns to be a good person. It's like, it's very easy to apply that to whatever your craft is. You know, so like when Taika Waititi's directing you, Hamish, instead of doing what he says, you can do your own thing.
Yeah.
And
he did do that. I did
Yeah?
stand to the side and say, just make those arms move, baby. And this little baby made his arms move.
That was for your role in Hunt for the Wilder People.
Yeah. It's like, why is he talking? I guess I'll put it on. It is interesting, so how the end of it, I was kind of disappointed that she won. She kind of wins this like reward, right?
She wins the ballet.
She wins the ballet, and then the two guys been like, we're important ballet people, and like, we're going to give these traditional good roles to the good technical dancers, and they're like, but you're something special. I'm going to build a whole new ballet around you. And she's like, oh, my dreams are coming true, baby. And it was like, you're awesome and the best.
yeah.
She's like, just move those feet, baby.
Yeah. I kind of wanted to see her not get anything.
But she wins the war, but she doesn't win the battle. Like the meaner ballet dancer is the one that's told, like, you are the winner of this ballet, which I know is not how ballet works, and I'm using very simple language to explain it. But it's more like in like something like Glee, where the main characters don't win the regionals,
Rachel.
but they see something in them, you know.
Sure. But I kind of...
They don't win the musical.
Yeah.
But they,
Instead, they go to prison for harboring child porn.
Yeah, or die.
I haven't seen Glee. This is what I assume it's about.
Yeah.
Just from the title, Glee, like, that's
Yeah,
about
yeah.
child porn. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of wanted to see her make her own path from there. Like, there's still something about the ending of going, here is now the greatest opportunity afforded a modern ballerina. Like, I still wanted to go be like, oh, I have to go on a harder path of making my own life. But it's going to be more
Does that come
rewarding
from a
for
very
me.
personal place, Hamish? Is that
Absolutely. I think just like, as like, I don't know how you guys would feel as creators, but like that kind of strange message of there's still something in like, yeah, but you do have to know the rules before you can break them. And when you're
like how we had to do 4 years of podcasting before releasing a 24-hour.
You gotta get those credentials, baby.
So one thing we've been doing on this podcast is looking at the different merchandise for each made for each film.
Oh wow!
And we've seen a few like what Barbies that like their dress changes, or it's like there's one where a hoodie turns into a mermaid tail. But so the dolls made for Barbie and the pink shoes, they change in a very interesting way. I'm going to send you guys the toy commercial. It's only 30 seconds long, because my mind was fucking blown when I saw how this changes. So we'll get your live reactions to it, and then we'll explain, because I don't even fully understand what's happening.
See what happens to Barbie in the pink shoes? What the fuck? Whoa, that's awesome.
I've just got an ad. Or realestate.co.nz, serious about property. Whoa!
So it's essentially like Barbie swivels at the hip, and you grab, when your arms lift up, you spin it round twice, and it like swaps the dress she's wearing.
I can't understand how any of those mechanisms are built into a 12-inch high doll. Like, that is insane.
I need to watch like a frame-by-frame analysis of this. I think it's like anchored at one point, and then there's like the dress goes around twice and loops back to that point, and so when you loop it round, I don't know, it's magic.
It reminds me of that, those like Chinese mask dances. Have you seen those? Where they flip out their they put fans and like have these mechanisms of quick mask changes. I want that doll, man. That's a sick doll.
Dude, the thing like, this is in some ways a generalist conversation about like the Barbie world that we've been plunged into for the past couple of weeks. Like, I was expecting before watching these films for them to be like very simple stories that would mostly be like a slog to get through. And it's funny because while Mattel aren't leaders of like the CGI animated film areas, not by a long shot, like they are the leaders of the doll industry. And so you look at the movies, and then you look at the associated doll, and you're like, well, that's where all the money went. It went to the Barbie scientists working out how to give her a dress that magically changes when you twirl her around. Like, I have been repeatedly so impressed by these dolls as opposed to the movies, which at best have been like, yeah, that one was pretty good. So like, I'm amazed by a lot of this merchandise.
Totally. Like that. Like, the actual Barbie doll is so much nicer to look at than that horrible animation.
Yeah. I love how the later we get into the podcast, so we've had a guest on every third film, Hamish, and like back on film 3, it was like, yeah, it looks like shit.
Yeah.
With us on film 22 or 21 or whatever it is, we're like, wow, it's really gotten better. And the guests are like, it looks like shit. So can you even imagine what it looks like in Barbie and the Nutcracker from 2001 compared to this film? Totally.
I've flipped through some other Barbies, and they definitely seem like they are going to get better.
Oh my god, yeah. I've seen clips of some later ones, and they look fucking incredible. I'm very excited to watch them.
It is so daunting that we're still at a point where we have later ones to go.
Yeah, we've still got like 2 weeks of Barbie films left to watch. We've been watching one a day.
Wow!
If this podcast is anything to go by as well, we've descended into madness and no structure far too early.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've reached a point where as well the Barbie films, the soundtracks are on Spotify.
Yeah,
and fuck, I've been listening to them recreationally.
Me too.
but
the songs are good. A lot of the songs are really good.
Yeah, but this is like the perfect time to descend into madness because, as we've learned in this film, you have to go your own way.
Yeah.
You have to have your own dance, baby.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine people are going to be listening to this without descending into madness.
I'm imagining this will be an episode that people listen to in sections, right? Like,
Yeah.
we still don't know if we can release it as one whole audio file.
Or without the compression, just be like,
True.
which, if anything, is even funnier to release an unintelligible 24-hour podcast.
That's high art. That is Cult Popture ascending to the same high art as the Barbie movies.
Speaking of high art, I do
Go
want to just give us a certain one shout out to an aspect of this film. I fucking love the title of this film. Like, Barbie in the Pink Shoes could be like a Criterion Collection film.
Yeah.
The title, like it's such a, I don't know, like describing a character's item of clothing, I think is like, for some reason that strikes me as like high art.
And it's not structured like a typical title either. Like it's present tense.
Well, because we have had like Barbie in
the Nutcracker,
Swan Lake or whatever, but like
it's Barbie of Swan
because
Lake.
it's the step up to the streets effect where
Right.
it's step up to the streets, or it's step up to the streets. But this one, it's like, is Barbie wearing the pink shoes, or is Barbie in a film called The Pink Shoes?
Oh,
If
true.
you went back to the start of this episode, 10 hours
I've
ago.
already mentioned step up to the streets, haven't
No,
I?
that's not. Well, maybe. The first joke I made introducing Barbie and the Nutcracker was exactly what you're saying, and you were like, "This is a dumb way to start the 10-hour podcast," because we thought it was 10 hours. You were like, "This is dumb," and I was like, "All right, never mind. Let's move on."
What was the joke?
I was like, Barbie in the Nutcracker. Like, that's funny that she'd be in the Nutcracker, and you're like, "Shh, okay." And now you've just, all this time later, you've come back round to describe how beautiful this title is.
How long have you been holding on to that for?
I didn't know.
Every episode, you're like, I'm going to bring it up. Today's the day. Today's the day. I fucking now
Bide your time, AJ. Today's the day.
You're like that gag? All right. Watch your back, motherfucker. This is how you become the Joker.
Yeah, this is.
I'm realizing now that I chose a really good film to write no notes about. Because the only thing I wrote Doll That Changes, and I just sent you guys the link because it's easier than describing it. But also, fun fact about this Barbie film, the one thing I did actually write down is it's the first Barbie film to be released as a combo pack, Blu-ray or ultraviolet disc. So
that
came out on
is
Blu-ray.
very fun. That's what the ad said. It said, get it on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
So I've got a question for you guys. You've seen the Swan Lake one, right?
Yeah.
Several times.
Several times. I can't stop watching it. But I was telling a friend that I watched that one, and she was like, no, that one's shit. You gotta watch the Swan Lake one. That's the real shit right there. That's nostalgia
right.
plus.
Yeah.
How would you compare them? For people who maybe do actually like the Barbie franchise.
I can tell you where I ranked them, if that helps. Barbie of Swan Lake, I've put 21st out of currently 24.
Wow.
But I have been experiencing, each film I'm like, well, I mean, that's probably better than the last one, or better than one a couple of ones ago. Only once I've been like, this is the worst film. I'm deciding it. And
Which
so
one's that?
a lot of these early was Barbie: A Perfect Christmas that we watched with Nick Sampson, but I like a lot of these. It's like if I went in back and revisited some of the early ones, I might put them higher.
Right.
But also just the animation's quality is just so low that it's
It's hard to
unwatchable.
enjoy.
So I ranked Barbie of Swan Lake at 14 out of 23.
Wow.
And I ranked Barbie in the Pink Shoes at 3 out of 23.
Wow. What's number 1 and 2 for you?
Princess and the Pauper is my number one, and that is widely considered the best one. It's quite consistently ranked as the best one. And then second is Barbie and the Diamond Castle, and that's the one with the lesbian subtext in it.
Which I've got as my number one. Barbie and a Mermaid Tail, which is the one with the doll that transforms from a hoodie into a mermaid tail. And I've put Barbie Diaries at number 3, Hamish, and I know what you're thinking. That is quite a controversial pick.
It is. It actually is. Hamish, Barbie Diaries.
It's like commonly
my number
regarded as the
23.
worst one. The animation style's different.
It's horrible.
But you know what? I fucking dug it, and I'm leaving it at number 3. Every time we watch a film that's like legitimately better, I'm like, no, I have to keep Barbie Diaries in the top 3.
Barbie Diaries is the worst one. Richard just erroneously said that A Perfect Christmas was the worst one. It's not at all. It's fine. Barbie Diaries is the worst one.
I made a conscious decision to make it the worst one, much
Yeah.
like I did with Barbie Diaries to be one of the best.
Wow.
Yeah. How do you guys rate the dance scene in this film? Because you're more used to this
Stupid.
world.
Here's the thing. We talked about this I think on the Swan Lake episode, is that like singing translates to animation.
It's the same episode,
Yes.
AJ.
singing because singing is an oral, you know, it sounds nice, right? And so you can have really good songs in it. But dancing, like, they're animated. You can make them do whatever you want. To me, the allure of dance is like, wow, how did a person in real life do that?
Which is like, I never got shuffling. You remember shuffling, like LMFAO? I was just like, that doesn't look hard. I could do that. I never tried, so that I never had to like put my money where my mouth is. But it's not an impressive dance style. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it's for teens. It's like pre-TikTok.
Yeah.
Like it's just you can do this at home too.
But even like ballet, like is like it's not impressive when I'm watching like a very polygonal like CGI characters doing it. It's just creepy and weird. I will say though that as we get further into the Barbie movies, the animation has improved to the point where there is more humanity in their movements in general. There's more humanity to the characters. Back in the first maybe 10, it's like they move, there's no subtlety to their movements, but they're still trying to give them subtle, nuanced movements. Things like hand waving or like rolling your eyes and things are not handled very gracefully at all. Whereas now they're getting a little bit better at it. And I think that's actually what the difference between the Barbie movies and like Pixar or something. Obviously the animation quality is vastly different, but like I actually think we wouldn't notice the animation quality as much if it wasn't if the characters behaved more human. There's still an uncanniness to what they're doing that is still
if they
present
behaved
even
less
today.
human. Yeah. If they were just like animals, if
they
they were
got
swans the whole time,
transformed into a swan,
Yeah.
Well,
Or
we compared them
a
to
goose.
VeggieTales. We compared them to VeggieTales in one of the other movies, and
We just did that.
Yes.
yeah, I know,
Like,
but
not that long ago.
And VeggieTales, I think, works better because VeggieTales are geometric shapes.
They're inanimate carbon rods.
Yeah,
Yeah. But it's kind of a weird thing of like they seem more like VeggieTales seem more like cartoons.
it's not photorealistic, whereas Barbie's a little bit photorealistic, or trying to be anyway.
Yeah, Barbie is so photorealistic. I often forget we're watching animations.
Hey, Richard, we should wrap this up, buddy. Otherwise, we're going to be...
I've been trying to.
You started talking about VeggieTales again.
I'm never leaving. You guys are stuck with me forever now.
Well, you're going to have to keep watching fucking Barbie films if you want to stick around.
Nah, actually, I'm good. I'm going to go. See you guys.
Hamish, so thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for watching this film.
Thank you for having me.
Where can people find you other than the background of that one shot in Thor Ragnarok?
That's the only place I am.
I'm just like bullying you for appearing in a blockbuster.
Ah, man, I deserve it. You always gotta always hit the people at the top, eh? He says as he records a podcast on his futon. You can find me by my perfect social media handle of Hungry Peach Boy.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And because you post quite a lot of like artworks, like little doodles and stuff.
Doodles, yeah. Just little scribbles.
Yeah, they're great.
Oh, thank you.
Like check it out. Yeah, a friend of mine, I years ago apparently contacted you and was like, "Can you draw me a tattoo?" And you're like, "Okay, yeah, whatever."
Was that Swiss from Christchurch?
Yeah,
Yeah, I drew her a tattoo and she never did it.
yeah.
Aw.
But someone did get one of my doodles as a tattoo recently, which is cool.
Do you think that you might doodle some Barbie stuff?
I could doodle Barbie stuff.
If
Someone
you
got
want to
that
show it to
tattooed
us,
on.
we'd love to see it.
Yeah, when you release the podcast, I'll do a We Doodle a Barbie.
That's a good point. This
There
is
you
a
go.
secret currently,
Yeah.
so don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
This is a secret.
Yeah.
Even the people listening to this don't know about
Don't
it
know.
yet.
Yeah.
If you're listening to this, don't tell your friends to check out the podcast.
You tell
You
them
have-
this
they
10
have-
hours in. It's like remove
God, I
bold,
spent the first 9 hours telling everyone.
remove
They're going to be so mad at me.
remove bold B under no circumstances. That sort of thing.
All right. Well, yeah, all our wrap-ups have been taking so long, but it was a pleasure having you on, Hamish. Thank
It's
you
a
very
pleasure
much.
being on. Thank you for having me.
And yeah, let's move on to the next film, which, I don't know, you'll find out its title in a second.
Ah!
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God, why?
Richard, wait. Richard, I forgot to rank a Barbie movie. We've watched we haven't covered this amount yet, but we have watched 27, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I've only ranked 26. So before we move on, we have to work out which one I missed. Oh no. This is on my Letterboxd ranking. Keen-eared listeners will have noted that when we were just talking to Hamish about our rankings that you said out of 24 and I said out of 23, but no one was like, that's not the same number. So how do we do this? What do you think's the best way to figure out?
Okay. I reckon you would have forgotten a recent one. So let's work
Okay.
backwards from Barbie and the Pink Shoes. Is that on your ranking?
That's on my ranking.
Barbie, Princess and the Popstar.
There's probably an easier way to do this, isn't it? Yes,
you
that's
could-
on here.
If you go sort
Yeah.
by
Yeah, I've
release
got
date.
it. I've got it. Sorting by list, yep.
Barbie and a Mermaid Tale 2.
Mermaid 3 found, which means yes, because there are a lot of Barbie mermaid.
Barbie and a
movies.
Perfect Christmas.
Perfect Christmas. Oh. No, it was Perfect Christmas was the one I hadn't ranked.
See, isn't it good that we didn't go through the other way?
Barbie, a perfect, and it really is a perfect Christmas now that I've ranked it. And I'm going to rank it at I'm going to rank it at 19, which doesn't mean a lot. Okay, well, glad we got that madness out of the way. We can get on with what really matters. Oh shit, I don't think I saved it.
Now we're going to work out again which one it is.
Oh no! I didn't save it. Okay, Barbie, a perfect Christmas. And then I put it at 19. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, god damn. God damn. God damn. Alright. Yes, save. Alright, exit out of that. Alright, Richard, we're going to talk about Barbie, Mariposa, and the Fairy Princess, which came out in 2013. Directed by William Lau, has an 82% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. Maybe one of the highest audience scores we've seen so far. I think indicative of the Barbie purists clearly flooding the Rotten Tomatoes rating system to spit in the face of the new modern Barbie movies. But we'll get more to that later. Can you tell us what Barbie, Mariposa, and the Fairy Princess is about?
Nah, I fucking cannot.
How dare you?
Because I was like, in my mind, I was like, I know we have to record another thing. I know we're recording with a guest tomorrow. And I was like, I know I've watched multiple Barbie movies. I didn't double check what they were before recording, and I was like, they could have been anything.
I actually started writing up the wrong one, and then I was like, wait, there was one before this.
Nice. Yeah, Barbie, Mariposa, and the Fairy Princess. We're revisiting the character of Mariposa, who's now just voiced by Kelly Sheridan. That was kind of the big thing last time.
Instead of Chiara Zani,
yeah,
who voiced Mariposa last time.
But so now it's about Mariposa. Well, according to the official description, Mariposa and her furry friend Z return in Barbie, Mariposa, and the Fairy Princess. Although Z was not in the original Mariposa, so
you are stomping over all my dumb IMDb trivia here. You've in 2 minutes you've swiftly knocked 2 of my structural tent poles out of what I was planning for a movie I do not remember, but continue. Tell us the story.
Mariposa is now the royal ambassador of Flutterfield, and she's sent to bring peace between her fairyland and their rival fairies of Shimmervale. And we're kind of then treated to a Shrek 2 kind of like, oh, I can't fit in with these high society types kind of few scenes. And then there's a dark fairy, and then, they team up and save the day.
Yeah, so it's sort of like the flutter fairies, the butterfly fairies think that the crystal fairies are these monsters and vice versa. IMDb says, so they travel to Shimmervale. Almost instantly, Mariposa becomes friend with King Regulus's timid daughter, Princess Catania. Unbeknownst to them, the spiteful fairy Gwillian and her pet bat Boris, who speaks with a Canadian accent, are bent on destroying Shimmervale by turning the land's precious crystals into rocks. That's what it's about.
That's right, the whole crystals into rocks. Because the crystals are like their vibranium, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that it powers their whole.
This is the Black Panther of Barbie movies. Yeah.
Finally, some representation for brown-eyed blonde girls.
What did you think of this movie?
I'm going to have to look at my ranking to to be reminded. I think I preferred the original Mariposa.
Yeah, I preferred it by 2 films.
Wow.
So, well, 1 film. So 12 Dancing Princesses is in between Mariposa and Mariposa 2 for me.
No, I put this 5 higher than the original Mariposa, I guess.
Wow. Full on. I can't remember this movie. I can remember images from it. I can vaguely remember story beats, but I can no longer recall my emotional response to this film. I think I put it on and I sat static in front of the TV for an hour 13 watching it. But I was reminded doing the research for some stuff to talk about. This is the most shambolic my notes have ever been for film franchise Fortnights.
Oh, you should see mine.
But
let's do those Richard styles.
Yeah, okay. Well, here's what I've written: both main characters blonde fairies. Let's decipher what that note meant.
Well, is it that they haven't created enough distinction between the 2 main characters? Because that's one of the first things you learn in screenwriting is to differentiate your main characters quite a bit. Like we wouldn't make a good. I guess even us, it's like I'm tall and you're short. Well, I'm not even tall, but
you're not tall.
But we have there's a distinct I'm the taller one, you're the shorter one.
Well, there's a personality difference, and we could maybe be a prince and a pauper thing because we look different, but
who would be
different.
which one?
I mean, look the same. What do you want me to be the pauper because that's a funnier answer? What are you wanting me to say?
I wanted you to put thought into it, but
I think I'm richer than you at the moment. Only financially, though.
Yeah, well, only for the next 16 hours.
Why?
Well, then I get paid.
I think I probably still have more money than you.
How much money do you have?
I had to save up a bunch to go back into freelancing. I have about I'm gonna bleep it out, but we can go from your reaction. Last I checked, I have $, I think.
Really?
Yeah. Did I not? I had to save up a bunch. I was on when I went out of.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're very much the prince.
The prince to your
pauper. You do not strike me as the kind of person to have that much money just sitting in their bank account. That's insane.
No, I never have been before. The only reason I knew.
How long did that take you to save up?
Like all year.
I'm really bad at saving. I have $5 in my account at the moment.
That's why I knew
you don't have to bleep that out.
It wasn't like a judgment call. It was you had previously you previously won $20 off Jeremy for a bet on pod, and you were like, I have no money. And I was like, well, I guess I'm the more well off one of the two of us.
I have a steadier income than you, though.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say, is I'm only richer on paper in terms of actual, I don't that money's going to run out. And I know I bleeped it out, but it's not a lot of money. It is.
That's more money than I've ever had in my
No, I
account.
know, but I feel bad. I feel very weird talking about. It's not like a crazy amount of money, though. I don't have like $1 million or anything.
Yeah. It's less than 6 digits.
The number I bleeped out, was like 300,000. It's like I have less than $1 million. So, yeah, both characters are blonde fairies. I think that they really need to be aware that it's an arrogance. It's an arrogance of Mattel's animation team that they don't realize how bad they are at physically separating what different characters look like. Because you just can't, for 24 movies, it's been, one's a blonde Barbie, one's a brunette Barbie, or one's a tall Barbie, one's a short Barbie. And it's like, people we've had, multiple guests have just referred to every character in the film as a Barbie. So...
Well, we've brought this up before, but I think that they are.
Yeah, I know, but my point being is that they needed to make Katiana... brunette or something. Like she's maybe like a slightly more platinum blonde, but it's certainly not enough. And also the fact that as you brought up before, Kelly Sheridan is voicing Mariposa when Chiara Zani voiced her in the last film. I feel like there's a personality change that comes with that as well. I remember Mariposa being a little bit more of an Emma Stone type, whereas Kelly Sheridan is a little bit more of a Amy Adams type. And I think there's a Amy Adams specifically in the movies where she's playing like a wide-eyed princess, like Enchanted
or Muppets.
Yeah. Like that. Yeah, that's Kelly Sheridan's portrayal. Whereas, I feel like Chiara Zani's
was a little bit rougher around the edges.
Yeah, and I liked that because that was good. They were two characters that looked the same, but their personalities differentiated them. Granted, in this case, they were never on screen at the same time. This just feels like they want to cram as many Barbie-like dolls into the same universe as possible. So, on all this, though, as I struggle to remember the original Mariposa, it's pretty crazy how late in the game they did a Mariposa sequel, Like, the first Mariposa, when did that come out? It was like... 2008. So it's been quite a while. This is 2013. And it feels like so much of Barbie canon had moved on,
Well, the animation's improved so much.
The animation's improved. We've talked before about how there's sub-canons. There's like the princess / ballet ones. There's the Fairytopia ones. Then there's the Barbie in real life ones. It had been ages since we'd seen a Fairytopia Barbie film. There had actually been fairy movies set in a separate canon between Mariposa in this one. And I wonder if this had to do with William Lau, the crazy motherfucker he is, returning to Barbie and being like, no, we're doing Mariposa. We're going back to basics. Maybe that's what he wanted to do.
Right. Yeah. I do want to say as well, because I know that some of our critics have said like, oh my god. Oh my god.
What?
There's a new Barbie movie added to the wiki. It comes out next month.
Jesus Christ. What's it called?
It's called Barbie and Chelsea, The Lost Birthday.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Oh my god, we've got a no time to die situation on our hands.
Oh my god. When does it come out?
March, it says.
Holy shit. Oh, Jesus.
So this might be a whole new thing. It might be. It could be a series, actually. To be fair, I think, according to this.
Wait, what does it say?
No,
the title is very.
It's like a new thing. It's like Barbie and Chelsea, so it's like a new canon.
Oh, I thought you meant new TV series.
Yeah, well, like it's just there's artwork released for something called Barbie and Chelsea: The Lost Birthday.
Oh, god damn. There's new.
Oh yeah, no, it says Premiere Filmer Marzek 2021.
Chelsea looks older.
Mm.
According to these dolls.
We're just blowing this whole thing wide open.
Oh no, she looks younger again. I clicked on a different one.
What I was saying is that
oh my god! There's artwork and everything! Oh. Are you not freaking out? Has this ever happened? We've often had new news come out about a movie and a franchise, but never while we're doing the franchise.
While we're in the middle of recording. And a film that's only a month away.
This blows this whole thing wide open. 38 Barbie movies.
Wow.
If I'd woken up today and someone had said, AJ, and I said, what? And they go, 38 Barbie movies. I'd have been like, what? Where are you going? Come back.
Yeah. God. What we should do is try and contact Mattel and ask for like a screener of the film. That would be so funny.
All right, let's do that. Do we return? God, this has really thrown me off. Tell you what, man. There are nearly 38 Barbie movies, and when you're on film 25, you really feel it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you really feel that there are 38. Because it's like, yeah, this is just one of them. This is just one of them.
Yeah. Some of our critics have accused us of like not really analyzing the films.
Who?
That one review we got. And, I understand that you come to a podcast and you have the two hosts saying, I don't even remember this film. And you might think, they're not putting in the work. Like, we are putting in the work. And as we're talking about it, it is coming back to me. It's just when I've consumed so many of these films, they do merge together. It's not like I don't remember the film. It's that the memories of the film are mixed in with memories of other films. So,
well, how's this for analysing? Is this movie an allegory for Free the Nipple?
Explain.
So, I didn't write any more notes after that. I was hoping I could just read it, but no. So one plot point in this movie is that Barbie, as a butterfly fairy in the Crystal Fairy world, the king doesn't like her. Not like they're not exactly. The wings are different, and they're not exactly scared of each other, but because they used to think they were monsters. But it's more like he just doesn't trust her. And at one point, she knocks over something with her big doofy butterfly wings, and he says, "Can't you put those things away or something. And so she folds her butterfly wings into a dress. And it's like a very clear example of repression, right? Like someone repressing someone different from them for what makes them special. I guess it's not exactly free the nipple, but it was like hiding something when like clearly you want them to be free.
Yeah,
Barbie's nipples. Not her nipples, she doesn't have any nipples. I've seen the naked Barbie doll.
I've seen nipples.
And to tie this into Mariposa and the Fairy Princess's tie-in merch, that's what the toy is.
This is the first one with nipples.
the toy's wings, like she has a dress, and then you hit a button or something, and they spin around and become wings. It's very impressive. It reminded me of the mechanisms we saw from Barbie and the Pink Shoes. There are separate commercials for the playset on YouTube. There's 3 commercials, and I watched them back like in a video where they stack them back to back. And the 3rd commercial overlaps the end of the 2nd commercial. So it's the 2nd commercial's editing, and it's like Barbie, Mariposa, and the Fairy Princess. Batteries sold separately. Buy now. As it's doing all that, the 3rd commercial like fades in with "Let the story begin as you play with your friends," and it was very overwhelming. Like it was a really good kind of oral metaphor for how it feels to be watching a Barbie movie every day. That like before I'm even digesting one, I am violently shoved into the next one without any grace period. But it's an impressive looking toy, though the ads were overwhelming.
Does the toy do anything special? Does it transform or anything?
Nah. What would it transform? Well, I mean, it has wings and a dress. Also, we've gone a few movies without any dumb IMDb trivia, and a lot of the reason for that is that not a lot of these movies have IMDb trivia. But I do have dumb Barbie wiki trivia for this film. Oh, wait, you already said it. Never mind. Let's move on.
What was the dumb Barbie trivia?
That Mariposa and her furry friend Z return. However, Z is a new addition to the film, hence only Mariposa returns from the previous film. I was so distracted with the news of a 38th Barbie movie that I forgot that there is going to be that we already talked about that.
I wish there was a way to get more information about Barbie and Chelsea. We don't know the director. We don't know anything.
Well, I can tell you one interesting thing.
Okay.
That's all a podcast is, really, isn't it?
They're just telling you one interesting thing.
On the Voicebox production, so this is, we talk about titles a lot on this podcast, which we haven't actually really done on the Barbie episode all that much.
Yeah.
On the Voicebox Productions website, the movie is credited as Barbie, Mariposa, and the Crystal Fairy Princess. It's just called The Fairy Princess, and I think that's a better title. I can understand the wanting to be expedient and your word economy by taking out a superfluous adjective in there, but like calling it Mariposa and the Fairy Princess is like, whoa, I already met a fairy princess. Like
Yeah.
the different. If anything, it should be Mariposa and the Crystal Princess. Although that sounds like a harrowing 1970s cocaine or meth addiction film.
Yeah, it sounds
or
like
heroin addiction.
Yeah, Crystal Princess is like what you would. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got some IMDb user reviews here for this film. One from the 1st of November 2020. It says, a good movie. This is by May Diana 65242. One of my favorite Barbie sequels. This is the sequel to Barbie, Mariposa, and her butterfly fairy friends. There is a witch as the villain. She wants something, but she doesn't get it and returns. If your child is 5 watching this, I recommend watching with a grown-up. If your child is 6 or 7 or up, they can watch by themselves.
Sweet. Well, we're fine then.
Yeah.
I'm 28 by the time you're listening to this.
Overall average is the next review. This is by Ninja the Second on the 28th of August 2013. What a breath of fresh air from the last few terrible Barbie movies.
Ugh.
For some reason, 2 years ago, Mattel changed and created a modernized Barbie, and it all became about laptops, the internet, web blogs, etc. It seemed as though they had surfed the internet, found everything that is popular, and then used the slightest excuse to shove that into their movies.
So clearly this
They're-
person has only seen Barbie: A Perfect Christmas.
Mm.
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess you could argue Mermaid Tale.
Yeah. The last movie, Pink Shoes, mixed the... they have seen more. The last movie, Pink Shoes, mixed the original and modernized Barbie, but did not work and was unsuccessful. Now, the latest movie is back to the original Barbie again! Yay! But unfortunately, is so boring. My kids walked away. Nothing happens. Characters meet, then talk, then meet up again and talk some more. There
And
is
that's just what
virtually
every movie is.
zero action, zero suspense, and moves at the pace of an anorexic turtle. I don't know if... I get that turtles are slow. I don't know if a turtle being anorexic would make it slower. If anything,
Now it's got
anorexic
less
turtle
weight dragging it down.
would move
But it's also
faster.
like, I don't know, anorexia isn't like, you know, it tends to make you a lot weaker.
Nearly 12 hours into our Barbie podcast, and we get some really wonderful insight into the truth around anorexia.
Yes, I've
Overall-
seen Netflix's To the Bone.
Oh,
I actually haven't. I'm sorry.
Overall,
I'll
welcome-
tap out here.
Overall, I welcome the return of old school Barbie, but this movie just plods along. A pale comparison to Diamond Castle, Rapunzel, Swan Lake, etc.
Yeah. Should we
That's
move
it.
on to the
That's
next
the-
one? Fuck, we're spiraling.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. We're watching 37 fucking Barbie movies. Jesus, oh God,
Barbie and her sisters in a ponytail came out also in 2013, directed by Kieran Kelly. This is his only Barbie film, but he did direct the TV show Barbie Life in the Dream House, and also his contribution to the franchise means that this is the third major figure in the Barbie franchise with Kelly in his name, after Kelly Sheridan and one of the characters being named Kelly/Shelley, who is dead. I will not let anyone forget that Kelly is dead now. This has 79% on Rotten Tomatoes. Good on it. Well done. What is this movie about, Richard?
So this is it's the same reality as Barbie Perfect Christmas, and so they're now our Barbie and her sisters Skipper, Stacy, and Chelsea are visiting their aunt Marlene, who runs an equestrian academy in the Swiss Alps, and they're all kind of like each of the sisters paired up with a horse. The horse chooses the rider, not the other way around. And then we're kind of treated to a series of mishaps as the horses get to know each other and they learn to respect each other. Barbie's kind of thing is that she discovers a mythical horse and then it
Yeah. This
She
is how
trains
IMDb puts it. Barbie can't wait to find a new horse to bring back to Malibu. Stacy is super excited to prove she's an amazing equestrian. All Chelsea wants to do is ride big horses. And Skipper? Well, let's just say she's more interested in writing about the great outdoors than experiencing it.
She's such a fucking nerd, man.
Yeah, as you said, this is sort of a sequel to A Perfect Christmas, but this is the first of two films that features Barbie and her sisters in the title. And that annoys me. I never, we talk about titles a lot on this podcast, and I didn't expect to be annoyed by something in the Barbie movie
I didn't
titles.
expect to be annoyed by the Barbie movies at all.
But Barbie, A Perfect Christmas really should be called Barbie and Her Sisters in A Perfect Christmas.
Yeah, it should
now.
be. Now,
It's a Wolverine Origins situation.
yeah. There's something I want to talk about that happens in this film, and I know you want to talk about it, so I'm going to do it first.
Here's what the note... Do you want to know what I've written down for the note?
What?
Candy hair.
Yep. So
And you actually described it so eloquently over Messenger that all I wrote was candy hair, and I was going to be like, Richard, take it away. So joke, back on you, buddy, because I want you to explain
I was being
this.
courteous anyway. Okay, so when Barbie and her sisters arrive at the ranch where they're staying, the hosts say, "We left some candy on your pillow." And then they look over to it and it's melted. And then they flip the pillow over and they go, well, at least your pillow will smell like candy. Now, later on in the film, there's a scene where Chelsea, it's Chelsea, right?
The youngest, yep.
The youngest, the horse keeps on trying to bite her. And they're like, well, there's no reason.
She has a real dinky miniature horse
Yeah.
named Dash, and she's real pissed off because she's like, I want the kind of horse that will kill you if it kicks you in the head, not this piece of shit dinky tiny horse. That's an actual quote from the movie. That's on the IMDb quote section.
And then they're like, well, there's no reason that the horse would be biting you unless your hair smells like candy. And then you think to yourself, oh my gosh, like, as established in this movie, there's a reason why her hair would smell like candy. And then she goes, oh, I use marshmallow shampoo with real marshmallows in it. That'll be why. So it's like, we're given a reason why someone's hair would smell like candy. And then we're given a problem that...
A consequence
of having your hair smell like candy. And then the character is asked why their hair smells like candy. And we're given a brand new reason, heretofore unknown, why their hair smells like candy. And it's frankly, it's ridiculous. Because it's a good setup to have, to mention, the pillows will smell like candy, and then, the horse is attracted to candy, and that's why, it's insane. It's insane.
What do we think caused this? I'm wondering if it's studio interference. I'm wondering if it's a note from a producer saying, hey, I don't think it's clear enough that the pillows would make her hair smell like candy.
Yeah.
I think that could be a potential reason.
Well, I mean, because they just have to be like, the candy on the pillows. But I think it's more of like a, the game you used to play, like when you're a kid, where you'd either like start drawing a picture and then fold it over and hand it over to the next person, and they would continue drawing based on the lines you left. And so one person would draw a head, one person would draw a torso, one person would draw the legs. I think that's how they've written these scripts.
Something I only played as a kid. Yeah.
You still do that, don't you?
And not recently. No, not at all.
Well, that's good. That was a weird thing to clarify, AJ. But it's like that, where the person who wrote that line, and it was handed over at, unless there's a reason your hair smells like candy, and when and then it was like, okay, hand it over to the next writer, and they go, all right, the line you have to follow on from is, unless there's a reason your hair smells like candy. And then they're like, marshmallow shampoo with real marshmallows in it, which also would be so poorly functional as a shampoo.
Yeah. No, exactly. And I wonder, because then the marshmallow shampoo has its own payoff at the end of the film when she says goodbye to Dash after they've bonded, because spoiler, they end up getting along. She says, I'll send you a bottle of it's some other candy shampoo.
Skittlebrow shampoo.
Yeah. So you're saying that you reckon that it's a case of two different writers writing and one of them not realizing.
One of whom didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the danger of.
But the second one is like their boss. So they're like, I thought, and then here they could say, because we wrote this earlier, and then like here we could say, there's a consequence for her hair smelling like candy. And they're like, well, why does your hair smell like candy? And then they're like, oh, because earlier in this, she has candy shampoo. Put that in. And they're like,
that's
"Oh,
great.
okay,
That's great
okay,
stuff. We could
okay."
sell it. We could sell candy shampoo. What did you think of this film?
I don't think I liked it very much. Like, I ranked it in the lower half. So far, it's I don't know. I like there's elements of it that I think work. Like it does kind of make sense to like split your 4 main characters up and then just each let them have their own adventure. It feels more like episodic and more like a TV show like that. Which I don't think is the worst thing for these movies. Same with Land Before Time, that they're kind of at their peak when it feels like part of something greater, because I guess you feel ripped off if you're more like, this is all I'm getting from a Barbie movie, but if you know that, there's more on the way, it doesn't feel as much of a ripoff.
I thought the best scene in this movie was when Barbie nearly gets eaten by wolves. That was my favorite part. Her horse knocks her off, and then all these wolves come out of fucking nowhere and start encroaching on her. And it's like, Jesus Christ, this would be terrifying. And in typical Barbie movie fashion, she's not that upset. It's more like, how do I get out of this pickle? As opposed to like, fetal position.
Oh no, wolves.
Yeah. And that's when we meet Majesty, who's this mythical horse, which turns up and like bucks the wolves in the fucking skull, which I think would kill a wolf. I reckon they would kill a wolf.
Well, there's a man gets like kicked in the chest violently later in the film, and then gets and then they're like, "Oh no, Barbie, you fell over on your own accord. Like, are you okay?" Meanwhile, this guy's fucking died, but then he gets up and they're just like, "Oh, you should get your arm looked at."
We got dumb IMDb trivia for this one, Richard.
Yeah.
First time in ages. When Barbie and her sisters are giving Marie a makeover, Marie is one of the because they go to their auntie's house, and Marie's like, maybe she's their cousin. Maybe I'm not sure. She's a little girl. They give her she's very tomboyish.
She's the one who put the candy on the pillows.
Yeah, and naturally we can't have a tomboy in the Barbie oeuvre. And so they give her a makeover. So it says, when Barbie and her sisters are giving Marie a makeover, none of the clothing or shoes they use end up in her final outfit for the dance. very, very funny implication behind the story that they gave her a makeover, and then she was like, thanks, girls. And then as soon as they left, she was like, well, time to get out of this shit. The second piece of dumb IMDb trivia is something I don't quite understand what I'm reading here. This is it verbatim.
Yeah.
The direction of Skipper's face is wrong when she asked, why on earth, to Chelsea, and yet her mouth didn't move in the first 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Reads like a like when you press the predictive text on each word. So I don't know what that means, but I'm very excited to see what it means by her face is wrong.
But yeah, in the wrong direction.
That excites me, like some kind of weird CGI glitch that I missed. Over on the Barbie wiki, the trivia section points out that the plot is similar to that of Barbie: A Fashion Fairy Tale, a movie we've seen already.
Yeah, well, it's just visiting a... Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, I'll read what it says. Yeah. Both movies involve Barbie visiting an aunt of hers who lives in Europe and owns/operates a business of some kind. Both aunts also have the first name that starts with M. Millicent runs a fashion house in Paris, France, and Marlene runs an equestrian school/ranch in the Alps of Switzerland. The business run by Barbie's aunt is in danger of getting shut down due to some kind of financial issues. Millicent's fashion house was losing business to critics and competitors. Alpine Academy had, as Marlene put it, too many bills and not enough students. Barbie and co. come up with a way to save her aunt's business from getting shut down. Barbie and Millicent's assistant Marie Alicia organize a fashion show, while Skipper suggests that she and her sisters compete in the horseback riding tournament to help Alpine Academy win. An antagonist does something to sabotage the protagonist's efforts. Jacqueline and her assistant Delphine Pauline kidnap the Fairies in Fashion Fairy Tale, while Philippe releases all of the horses belonging to Alpine Academy in Ponytail. Barbie and the rest of the protagonists ultimately succeed in saving Barbie's aunt's business from getting shut down. The fashion show at Millicent's fashion house succeeds, in addition to Skipper getting first place in dressage and Chelsea getting first place in the Pretty Pony portion. Stacey got second place in her portion of the competition. Barbie wins the final portion of the tournament, making Alpine Academy the overall winner of the competition. After this, the next piece of trivia on Barbie Wiki reads, Ponytail is a pun on the word ponytail.
Nice. Yeah, I did want to bring up the dressage because while watching the film, I was like, this is going to be a talking point for AJ. If I know AJ, he's going to be talking about this, because you've mentioned a few times already about how dancing isn't that impressive in animation because you can just make them do whatever they want. And now we have horse dancing, which should be more impressive. But how did you find it?
I don't even have an image in my mind of what dressage looked like in this film. I don't even know what dressage is.
It's just horse dancing.
I don't remember these girls winning these competitions. There was a competition?
Dressage.
I don't remember this. Also, fucking LeMayo that Stacey got second place and the other three sisters got first place. She's the worst sister. This is so funny.
Yeah.
Are you going to send me a video of dressage? Because I'm probably not going to watch it.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Not on pod, anyway.
Richard, did you know that in Barbie Life in the Dream House, the TV series that Kieran Kelly also directs, there's an episode called Mission Impossible.
Very cool.
There is a poster for Barbie in the ponytail in the background of a movie theater. I saw a picture of it, it's true.
I was very close to watching Barbie Life in the Dream House today.
Why?
I've got the day off work and I'm bored out of my fucking mind.
That is insane that you would have free time and be like, I'm going to watch extra Barbie stuff.
Yeah. I thought it would be fun to come to the record with because I knew I wasn't going to have much to say about these two films. And so I thought this would be fun. And I was like, God, no. What am I doing?
That's okay.
I put on
never
The
expected
Simpsons
that.
instead. I put on the Simpsons spin-off showcase. The
Should have
second
put
to
on
last episode of season 8.
the Malibu Stacy one.
I should have, now that I'll understand all the references.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a very dark point for it. Have we switched the intermission song yet?
Yeah, we just did 2 movies ago.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think it's a lot more appropriate now. And if you thought, oh, I can skip through these because I've heard it so many times, you fucking idiot.
Fucking idiot. I put the under the one after Mermaid Tale. It doesn't work at all. It's a completely different rhythm. Hey, Richard, I would love to tell you more about Barbie a Ponytail. It's not what it's called.
Barbie and her sisters in a ponytail.
I would love to tell you that a launch event in the US took place in New York City from get this, 2 to 5 p.m.
Wow. I mean, yeah, that's when you would premiere a Barbie movie.
No, it wasn't a premiere. It was on October 22nd, 2013, I presume. The event was called Pony Up, which is a term which means give me your money. Girls of all ages, only girls apparently, were invited to receive a Barbie-inspired ponytail at a ponytail bar, they called it.
Right.
There were 5 options from Barbie's lookbook that were illustrated by designer Robert Best's. There were a bunch of stylists. So you'd go to the ponytail bar. You'd say, I want this ponytail. They'd give it for you. The TimeCodeS.com covered the event in a YouTube video, which I watched.
What? That's insane, dude.
Some lady from Time to Play Mag interviews a Mattel spokesperson who spoils the ending of the film. She's like, it's a film about
knowing that when you love, if you love something, it's important to let it go. And so at the end of the film, when after Barbie's made friends with Majesty, the mythical horse, she chooses to let it go in the wild. I was like, don't say this is the end of the movie. And also, how hard is it to put up a ponytail? What do you need a ponytail bar for?
And how there's so many different styles.
Yeah, the spokesperson gets like, all right, I'm gonna go get a ponytail myself now. And then it cuts to a bunch of B-roll, and then it comes back and she's got a ponytail and she's like, well, as you can see, and it's like, that's the simplest fucking ponytail. And you just put your hair in a hair tie.
Yeah.
Look, I know I'm a boy. I know I don't typically have ponytails, though when I was a teenager, I did rock a ponytail very briefly when my hair got really long. Very briefly. It was cool.
Do
It
you have
looked
pictures?
alright. I have pictures where it's like, I can tell you I had a ponytail, but you can't see the ponytail.
Right.
And it looked fine. It was fine. But like, they're not hard to put in. And the different, I saw Barbie's lookbook. I saw what designer Robert Best put in the lookbook, and they're just normal ponytails. I'm sick of it. There is tie-in merch for this film, Richard, and the toys in the Barbie franchise continue to up the ante to the point where I'm actually in disbelief at what the commercial says the toy for Barbie and her sisters in a ponytail can do. So you get a Barbie toy and you get a Majesty toy, the horse. The Majesty horse will walk towards the doll if you raise Barbie's hand. The toy horse trots towards Barbie. If you lower her hand, the horse bows. And they're separate toys. They're not on a track.
Right.
Amazing. I liked it. I turned to trusty experts and number one source for all things play, Time to Play Mag, and watched a review of this toy and saw them actually showcasing the function. And yeah, it fucking works. Like, Barbie has to be 3 feet in front of the horse.
I'm gonna watch the ad.
All right. So it has like a signal. It receives a signal, and you can also press a button on the horse, and it walks by itself. But like, I didn't know that like you could get hard plastic horse toys to walk with such like I would think they would fall over. And you just press a button on the horse and it just walks indefinitely. Theoretically, you could put it on a flat surface and it would just walk forever. As long as it had 4 AA batteries in it, I guess. Which are sold separately.
Of course. All right, well...
There's no such thing as a free lunch.
I'm excited about our next guest, so I'm quite happy to...
No, Richard!
Here.
No!
You don't want to talk to our next guest?
I don't want to talk to her. Take her away. I don't want to see her. Richard.
What?
This is taking its toll, dude.
Yeah. It's funny, like watching the movies hasn't taken the toll, but it's sitting here and talking to you about them that there's when I feel
okay, but I have to edit all of this.
You fucking have to listen to it twice.
Double the work. I have to revisit every film after we've talked about it.
Yeah, but it is like, I don't know. The films are just so easy to get through, but it's having to come up with like new content about each film.
No, that's not it at all. It is rewriting the DNA of me as a person. I am become Barbie. Each toy sold separately.
Do you know what the thing is? I want to wrap this up because I need to go watch another Barbie film.
No, absolutely not. You got to stay here with me, and we're gonna discuss what's up with this GameStop business. Maybe someone should make Mattel's stocks rise.
This is a Barbie theme song to a Barbie movie. Let's all sing along in our natural voices. We're watching motherfucking Barbie movies.
That is the end of part 2. You can find the other parts in your podcast feed now.